So if you want to learn plasticity and you're a beginner, transitioning from polygon modeling or aiming to learn the core fundamentals of the most powerful modeling technique called surface modeling, this quick free 7-hour course introduction covers everything you need, and we will go through all basics, including what NURBS is, CAD modeling, the key principles of surface modeling like tangency, continuity, and you will get practical exercises that build your skills step by step. And there's also a dedicated section focused on mindset and learning strategies, teaching you how to approach learning efficiently and get results quickly. And to help you to navigate through this little course, below this video you have timestamps, so save this course as a bookmark or something so you can always come back and you find the exact section which you need, as well as all resources, exercises, links you find in the description box below this video. And I've spent a few weeks to create this completely free course for you, so if you could just leave me a like or share it to help other people discover this course, that would help me a lot. So let's get started and I wish you a lot of fun. Hi everyone, welcome to the complete introduction to surface modeling for beginners. And I'm super excited to go through this amazing topic with you. So just very quick before we dive into the course, below this video you can download the resources and the project files that you will need throughout this course. So just click on them, download them. You will find everything organized in the correct folder. So just keep that handy on your desktop or somewhere on your computer. And then when we will need them, I will tell it in the specific videos, so you can exactly follow along and get results. So let's check out in our next module the course content and what this is all about. Enjoy. Alright, so let's start with going over the course content so you know exactly what we will cover and you just have an idea already right now why we are doing certain things. So we will start with an introduction into CAD, NURBS, and surface modeling, what this is, how it's different from polygon modeling, from sculpting, and just to make the clear distinguishing between those different techniques. So you just have a good overview of what CAD and surface modeling means. Then you will learn the absolute key principles of surface modeling. There are, of course, a lot, but we will cover the absolute most fundamental principles that you have to understand. What is tangency, curvature, G0, G1, G2, and all of those terms which we will always use in every tutorial, in every course. So you just learn them and that everything makes much more sense to you. Then we will go through a few surface modeling practices. So we will instantly apply those theories, so those key principles, into practical exercises. So this will be a lot of fun. Then the next whole section will be a mindset training and how to actually master plasticity, surface modeling, or basically anything else. And this is green because honestly, in my opinion, this is what will give you results. This is the most important to understand, because in the beginning we will just cover some theory and exercises and some practices and just some key principles. But then it's much more important how you approach every project. And I will teach you how to learn effectively, how to get amazing fast results, because most of the people, they have this massive misconception that they just have to learn the advanced technique or just that specific technique, this specific tool, this specific strategy, and then they think, or they can find this magic pill, and if they learn this, then they can do everything. But it's absolutely not. And if you want to achieve those amazing results, so those are some screenshots. I will of course mention who it was and the story of those people. So they exactly applied those things that we will cover in the mindset training. And those people who do this, what I teach them, and they get this amazing results, right? Because it's not just tutorial watching, it's not just buying a course and then you know everything. No, there's so much more. And I know a lot of people already skipped because I talk too much, and I know the most of the people will not watch it because they just want the easy, quick magic pill that fix all of the problems. But there is nothing like that. There are things, some mindset exercises, some other things that we have to discuss, which are much more important, which will give you much more incredible results in the long term. Yeah, so don't skip it. Then we will discuss some common problems which you will always encounter in surface modeling. And that's why the mindset training is before the problems, because this mindset training will teach you and will give you this mindset to tackle any problems, to tackle any big project, and just see problems, challenges as mistakes, as a chance, and push through and really get somewhere. But yeah, in the common problems, we will discuss the few things that can happen in surface modeling and how to fix them. Then you will get a whole product design course. So you will learn from start to finish how you can create an amazing product design and how we can apply all of that we learned previously and just implement it in one practical, amazing project, which will be a lot of fun. And then at the end, if surface modeling is something you're interested in and you want to learn more, then I also have some more resources for that. And right now, let's dive in. But before we dive in, just a quick introduction about myself. Who am I? Why should you listen to me? Is your time wisely spent? And let's have a look. Why? So maybe you see me the first time, but much more importantly, should you even listen to me? Should you learn from me and this course? And is your time wisely spent by going through this course? So I'm Nikita, and I help people to master high quality 3D modeling in plasticity with the best educational content on the internet. So maybe you think like, whoa, okay, that's a bold statement. Who's this guy? How can he say something like that? So let's see some proof, and that I truly mean it when I say I want to help people to master 3D modeling with the best educational content on the internet. So in April 2023, so around that time, Plasticity launched, and then I instantly started to create educational content full time. So this was my first Plasticity tutorial on April 11th. And from there on, I made it full time. So I was just doing that. And since then, yeah, I've created over 150 free tutorials on my YouTube channel, in my community, and some other places. So here are some screenshots of some of those videos. Right now it's June 2024, so it's just a little bit over a year. So that's consistently 1 to 3 videos every week, and those are just only the free tutorials on my YouTube channel. Then I have built a Plasticity YouTube audience with over 13,000 subscribers. Also, I have built a Plasticity school community, so where you are watching this video right now. So again, in just 1 year, 3,000 Plasticity users in one place. Also, to all that free content, 150 plus free tutorials, I have also premium paid courses, so for people who want to learn even more and go even more into detail. And just very quickly, I have 8 main products, main courses, and for beginners, those are my free main products. And I, of course, love surface modeling the most, so there I also have some very in-depth step-by-step courses. So those are my free those are my 4 main courses, but that's not all. I also have additional premium paid courses, which I had in my membership, which you can buy as a bonus to my other main courses. So I have roughly about 15 plus paid products, which are courses. And all of those courses, they are not $1 or $2 on ArtStation, and it's not that I just sold like 5 or 10 or 20 of them. No, all of my courses are in the price range from $20 to $100, and I have made over 1,000 course sales, so people actually buy them. And also just to show you some proof here on my Gumroad screenshot. So I started back then with Gumroad, and I made 678 sales, only my premium courses, and so this number is only for my premium paid courses. And also here, so right now I'm selling mostly my courses through my website, and I just started that a few months ago, and also already 350 sales and some other places, but just to keep things simple, over 1,000 paid premium course sales. And so I'm not just selling a course, I'm not just selling something just to sell something or just to make money. No, if you remember, my goal is to help people to master 3D modeling in plasticity, not with a course, but with the best educational content courses on the internet. And that shows in my hundreds and hundreds of 5-star reviews, testimonials, feedback. So let me just very quickly share you, because that would be faster. So again, if you go on my Gumroad page, so here are some of my products, and here 17 reviews, 5-star, 4.8 stars, 20 reviews, 5 stars, 4.3 because there is like one hater kind of stuff, but 4.9. And also on this course, but again, those are just reviews. It's much more important what people actually say. So you can check them out if you just go on my website. So you will also find a link below this video if you're interested in. And I have here the section reviews. And if you click on that, I have to all of my courses the reviews. And you can just go through them. And I'm absolutely so grateful and I appreciate. So if you are watching and you left me a in-depth and detailed review, I appreciate it so much, because first of all, I can showcase that. It helps me to understand my audience better. It helps me to sell the courses. So everyone who does that, I really appreciate that a lot. But you can read, and literally 99% of hundreds of reviews are 5 stars. And also, if you want, you can just click on this button, show the newest 50 reviews. So if I get the new reviews and I have some time, I just bump that just in the collection of all kinds of reviews. So as you see here, again, 99% are 5 stars reviews. So that's about my quality of my content. So let's continue. And what is much, much more important than any course sale, than any review, is that students get incredible results. So for example, we have Thomas Ho in our community, or Ho, and he bought the helmet course, surface modeling course. And after the course, he implemented the learnings that I teach in the course, and also the advice that I give in my courses on how to actually apply what you learn and how to get the best results. And he started to create his own projects. And this is some absolutely amazing, incredible results that he created. Also, Matthew Frogat, so I don't know how to pronounce. He also bought my industrial design power tools course and started to create then his own projects with the learnings which he got from my course. And there are many, many more, and more about it, what my students actually achieved, and much more, even more important, how you can achieve incredible results as well. This is later. So I have created a module. So it's called Mindset Training, how to learn and tackle any project. So you will find it on the left, right? And I will share, it's, in my opinion, the most important sections of courses, of modules from this whole course, because I will share everything about how to implement what I teach, how to really get results, how to learn how to get results fast, how to learn the most from free content, from paid content. So it's not that you're just watching tutorial after the tutorial after the tutorial, but after 1 year, you still don't have any results. So I will share everything, and will not just say, oh, you have to do that and that. I will actually show with students' results, if you implement exactly what I will tell you, that you will actually achieve absolutely outstanding, incredible results. Because just again, I don't have 15 years of experience. I don't have 20 years of experience. I don't have 5 years of experience in CAD surface modeling. I started with when Plasticity launched 1.5 years ago. And before that, I was doing a little bit of CAD modeling. But I would say I just know how to learn and how to get good at something very effectively and fast. And people with 15 and 20 years of my experience, so you can find them also in the reviews, learn from me. And also all that, so it's not magic, I'm not super talented, it's just clear strategy. It's clear, a mindset approach, how to do that, and I will teach all that. And just very quickly about my past, so what I was doing before 3D modeling in Plasticity. So I was 3D freelancer, so as a lot of you, and I was focusing on product rendering, and I did a lot of personal projects, and mostly I worked with clients, Amazon, just creative agencies, e-commerce, and I just did like very high quality photorealistic and creative product renderings and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is not about product rendering. This course is about helping you to master surface modeling in Plasticity, the absolute most exciting topic in my opinion right now. So now you can decide if you want to spend your time and listen to me and hopefully learn from me or not. So let's dive into our first module. Alright, so before we get into all that surface modeling stuff, maybe you have wondered, so what is NURBS, what is CAD modeling, right? Because surface modeling is a subsection of CAD and NURBS. And when you bought maybe Plasticity, or maybe you looked up a little bit about CAD modeling, but you don't really understand what exactly that means. And in this modules, we will just go very briefly about the difference of 3D modeling and what that means. So we have the big section 3D modeling, right? So we have 3D animation, we have 3D rendering, we have those different things. And 3D modeling is you can split 3D modeling in 3 main categories. I know there are much more, but if it really comes down to 3, they are the following. So you have sculpting. So sculpting, so ZBrush or in Blender, the sculpting mimics traditional sculpting, and it's mostly used for highly detailed organic shapes, so characters, I don't know, monsters, people, faces, sculpting, and similar things. Then, so what most of you are familiar with is, because usually most people start with polygons, or in Blender, Cinema 4D. So there's polygon modeling. So in Polygon, we use those polygons to build the models. And it's very flexible and efficient for creative industries, because especially with subdivision modeling and quads, what we can do, we can deform this objects. We can texture them very easily, and we can unwrap that everything very easy. And it's just mostly used in the creative visual industries. And then we have NURBS or CAD. So it's basically kind of the same. But this is very different from everything else because NURBS uses mathematical formulas for the super precision. And NURBS and CAD modeling is mostly used in engineering, manufacturing, again, where precision and to work exactly is very important, right? Because in polygon modeling, it's not for production, manufacturing use, right? And also NURBS CAD is used in design, so product design, automotive, aero, because again of the precision, and we will cover in a second why it is so precise, why it is mainly used also in design. So if we focus now on NURBS and CAD, right? Because we will talk about surface modeling. So this is a section of NURBS and CAD. NURBS is also splitted in two main categories. I know, again, there are many, many more, but if we really simplify and break it down, they are, in my opinion, or objectively, two main categories. So first of all, we have solid modeling. And solid modeling, we will cover that in a second what this is, but this is again much more used in the manufacturing, in engineering, but also in the artistic industry. So for concept, sci-fi, so those are some examples of one of my beginner sci-fi course. And this is one section, and the other section is surface modeling. And surface modeling is used for something completely different. It's much more used for design, aesthetics, and they both have very clear purposes and they are very good distinguished. So this is very interesting. So it's not like, or they are very similar and you use sometimes that and sometimes that in that case. No, I would say they are very clearly split from apart and they have their own purpose. And maybe, so it's still not exactly clear what is NURBS and CAD, right? So let's have a little bit of a deeper look in what NURBS and this whole mathematical precision actually means. And again, so there's a lot of very theoretical things to say, but again, I didn't need that to master 3D modeling in plasticity. You don't need that. If that's interesting for you, there's many, many resources, amazing articles, YouTube videos. I will just cover it very general and briefly, so you just have a overall understanding without going too deep into all the theory, because that's not the point of this course. But NURBS modeling stays for non-uniform rational B-splines. And again, this is a mathematical representations that accurately describe any shape from a simple 2D line, circle, arc, or complex 3D organic surfaces and solids. So what does that mean? We will find out in a second. Also, what's important about NURBS, so what I told you already, is why it's used in engineering, manufacturing, design, is because of the precision and flexibility. NURBS modeling is known for its precision and ability to create smooth, intricate curves and surfaces. And this is ideal for industrial applications where accuracy is important. So if we check out those two examples, we have on the left the NURBS example of a sphere. And in NURBS, if we have a sphere, then it is a visual representation of mathematics and what mathematics describe as a sphere. So I don't know a lot of mathematics, but it's like very, very technical. So a mathematical equation to represent a surface. And this sphere, because it's a mathematical representation of some formulas and mathematics itself, it's a perfect sphere. Whereas in polygon modeling, we have, or you know it, that you have a mesh of polygons to build up surfaces, right? So here we just have a very few polygons. So it's very jagged. Of course, we can go like to 1 million polygons, then it will look smooth, but it's still not a perfect sphere as it would be with NURBS, because in polygons it's literally just triangles or quads which are aligned, so it can always lead to visible edges or faceting, especially if you zoom in. And again, for creative purposes, for games, this is absolutely enough and what you want. But if you want precision, you have to work with the laws of the universe, with mathematics, for example. And that's why also NURBS and CAD can easily handle really complex and high detailed models due to its reliance on mathematical precision. So again, we don't have millions and millions and millions of polygons, especially if you go into something super crazy detailed, like when you build environments with a lot of detail, then polygon modeling is directly correlated with the complexity and detail to the number of polygons, if this sentence makes sense, right? So polygon modeling, especially if you create huge environments, can become computational very heavy. But in NURBS CAD modeling, usually it works much better, much easier. You can create crazy amount of details without any performance issues. Now we know a little bit more about NURBS modeling, and let's get back and break down solid modeling now and surface modeling. And let's start in our next module just to understand better what is solid modeling, so we exactly know the differences, and then you can also decide if you want to learn surface modeling or if you are interested more in solid modeling and what all this is about. So see you in the next module. All right, so before again we go into surface modeling, and we will cover a lot of it, let's just cover a basic, what is solid modeling? Because you will always see when you want to learn plasticity, when you do some research about CAD, you will always see this distinguishing between solid modeling, surface modeling. So in solid modeling, we have robust and accurate models. So this is essential for designs required accurate volume, mass, and structural integrity. So as you see here, best example, a motor block. So a motor block, we don't care about aesthetics. This is absolute pure functional, and we have to know the volume and the mass, and everything must be super precise so it's efficient. And like every line, everything what we see here has a purpose. And then also a different prime examples, for example, again, an aerospace engine, right? So everything has to be super precise. It has to be manufactured. We need accurate volumes and all that kind of stuff. So this is needed for the manufacturing process because it provides necessary information for processes like 3D printing, CNC machining, etc. So again, when you work with solid modeling, you mostly have a lot of control over precision, over dimensions. And this is, for CNC, 3D printing, and other manufacturing processes. Again, I'm not from that field, so I might say a lot of things not super accurate and correctly. So if you're watching and thinking, he doesn't know what he's talking about and blah blah, then please feel free to correct me. But this is just in a very basic terms. And also, solid modeling is used for precise structural design. So it's essential for designs required accurate volume, mass, and structural integrity. I think I made here a little mistake, but doesn't matter. So when you also have solid modeling, again, you can do a lot of analytics with it, or tests for how strong is this part. So as you see here, so of course we can't do this in plasticity. It's also not for that. But if you go into this professional manufacturing software, there's a lot of analysis and testing and all that kind of stuff. But also, solid modeling is very often used in the artist space application, which is so now what I will show you different from what I just showed you. So it's used for creating simple sci-fi and concept designs, allowing for quick visualization and iteration. So solid modeling, that was the point of plasticity in the first place, before people started to use it so much for surface modeling. But you can, with surface modeling, create amazing sci-fi concept designs and like those bulky, boxy kind of shapes, because you can, with solid modeling, just work so fast with booleans and just do, so especially in sci-fi, 98% of all sci-fi designs are made, so if they are made with NURBS and CAD modeling, they are made with solid modeling, because it's extremely easy. You literally just need one day, a few tutorials, or just one course, and then you can basically create almost any shape and form. So it's very simple, it's very beginner friendly. You basically don't have to learn anything, and just a few basics, and you can create amazing designs. So that's fun and all, but it's not what I love doing the most. Why? Because again, it's just too easy. It gets very quickly boring, and it doesn't have a real world use case. So for that, we have surface modeling. So let's dive in the next module about surface modeling. All right. So now I'm getting excited. So this whole solid modeling thing and what I just taught you, manufacturing engineering, it's all fine, but I'm not an expert in that. I just did some research to put it in the presentation, just to give you an introduction of the differences. But from now, I'm super hyped. Now I'm super excited. So let's dive in. So just very quickly, what is surface modeling? So surface modeling is a technique in CAD, so it's a subform that focuses on creating and manipulating the external surfaces of an object. So this is the most important thing that you have to understand. Surface modeling is only about the external surfaces most of the time. So again, just from my course, some examples. So here on the left, you see it's it's like a glue gun, an industrial tool. Or on the right, a motorcycle concept, so everything what you see on the outside, right? And this is exactly the biggest thing, that surface modeling is this, but it's not this. And on the left, we have surface modeling, and again, this is what you just see on the outside, so it's the aesthetics, it's the form, and also even the function. We will cover that in a second. But on the right, you see solid modeling. So this is then again, manufacturing, precision, like all of those pieces and parts, they have a purpose on how they work and interconnect, and they move. And you see, they don't look aesthetical or good. They don't have to, because they are inside, right? So no one cares how they look in 99.999% of the products. And again, here, so we have a car example, and we can break down a car in two categories. So we have this inside thing, so the engine, like all of those suspension, not suspension. Yeah, you know what I mean. So we have all that engine in the middle. We have all those moving pieces and all those mechanics. And again, this is solid modeling, but then we have surface modeling. So again, surface modeling is about the exterior, how it looks, the outside. So what we humans actually see. So the aesthetics, right? And here you see this car. So if you're new to surface modeling, you don't understand what's happening here, but a car body or any product is built out of surfaces. So this is what we will practice and cover in this course, right? And also surface modeling is concerned, again, absolutely solely with the shape and the aesthetics of the surface. So yeah, just two quick examples again from my courses, but on the left, we are just creating the helmet, the how it looks, the aerodynamics, the design. We don't care what's inside. We don't care about the material it's made of. We don't care about the different layers for the protection and everything what in a helmet happens. And especially, so for example, this action cam, this DJI, we don't create anything what's in the inside. So all of those thousands of electronics, chips and stuff. Surface modeling is just the outer appearance. And why surface modeling is so important in CAD? Because we have absolutely unparalleled flexibility and accuracy in design. And in professional industries, so product design, automotive, surface modeling is the absolute cornerstone, the fundamental of creating visually appealing and aerodynamically efficient products. So what do I mean by that? Again, on the left, because it's the outer appearance. In the first example with this guy in the beard shaver, it has to feel aesthetically pleasing when you touch it, right? And when you shave yourself. So it shouldn't be just a rectangle, right? So just a brick or so, right? It has to have a function for ease of use and comfort. And so the same for a car. Best example, it's not just a box. It has follow aerodynamics. It has again a lot of function in that. And so what I just told you already, anti-surface modeling is, for example, like that, right? So the right car, okay, maybe you could say, okay, the new Tesla Cybertruck is also anti-surface modeling. So we could say that. But yeah, the ride is not aerodynamic. It just doesn't look good, right? It's, of course you understand it, but I just wanted to make this point because I find it funny. And again, the left Game Boy thing, this is again solid modeling. So if you want to recreate this Game Boy thing, you would do it with a solid modeling. That would be very, very fast. And you would not have to use surface modeling, right? Because again, surface modeling is, so as you see those lines, is aesthetic, it's flow, it's beauty, like women, like with the curves. So we men are basically more solid modeling, right? Because we are so edgy, or I don't know if that's the word edgy, but like we look more like a box, like take a bodybuilder, right? But the beautiful woman has like curves and is aesthetical and just beautiful. So a woman is surface modeling. Okay, now I'm even comparing humans to cat. I'm really getting crazy, but yeah, just a little bit having fun here. And surface modeling ensures that the final design meets both aesthetic and functional requirements. Very important. So I just told you that. So if you take a beard shaver, it's not just, it has to look good. There has to be functionality. There has to be like comfort. There has to be some purpose behind the form and the shapes. So beard shaver, best example. You touch it all the time. It has to feel smooth and good. The same with the PlayStation. So the controller has some people, I don't know, use this controller in their hands 12 hours per day. It has to feel good. And yeah, so the PlayStation 5, the console itself, there it's a little bit different. It has a function, a purpose, but the console itself, it just has to look good. The aesthetic in this particular example, right? So you have the PlayStation thing and the controller is more functional and looks amazing. And the console itself is more for the aesthetics because you put it in your living room and it just has to look good. Okay. And again, aesthetic meets functional requirements. So exactly this mouse, it feels amazing, right? It's not aerodynamic, but I mean, it's created so your hand can rest and it feels good and stuff. And let's cover even more advantages of surface modeling. So it's literally the only technique that effectively handles the intricate and complex geometries required in high-end design. It's literally the only technique. Why? Because you can't create, again, a course from my helmet from my course, you can't create this helm with solid modeling Boolean techniques, right? Or like this jet ski. This is pure surface modeling only from the outside. You can't create in any other way in CAD and in NURBS modeling that kind of stuff without surface modeling. The same, this motorcycle. It's okay. We have a few solid modeling parts, so the brake disc and the tires maybe, but the body, the aesthetics, the aerodynamics, you can only create with surface modeling. So especially a car, right, on the outside. So a car is the prime example of surface modeling, but also industrial product design. So again, just an example from my course. This is just the outer shell, and you have so many details and flows and interesting things happening, and you can't create that body with solid modeling techniques. And now, why I'm so excited about surface modeling, why I focus mostly on them. So I also have some beginner Boolean technique courses, but now I just want to go much more into surface modeling because of this reason. So it has a huge compatibility and important across multiple industries. Its ability to produce highly detailed and accurate models makes it the go-to technique for professional designers and big companies. So surface modeling is used literally for everything. This is the whole point of my courses, my tutorials, my training, what I'm giving you, because, you know, I just see myself as I just want to put in you the techniques and workflows to master surface modeling. Okay, because surface modeling, you can use this then for all of sorts of different stuff. So I just teach you the general workflows, techniques, and tips and tricks and tools so you can create your own products like a vacuum cleaner or your PS5 controller. So again, an electronic product. Or you are interested in cars, so you can then create cars. Or you are interested in power tools, right? In industrial design. So you can create those. Or you are interested like in airplanes and helicopters and like all that aero industry. Then you can, with those surface modeling techniques, you can create that. Or again, just some products like, okay, that's a concept, but like this hair dryer. Or you can even use surface modeling for concepts. So for sci-fi and not those Boolean beginners stuff that everyone can do in 5 minutes. And I don't know, if I look at that, I just click away because it looks boring, but you can use surface modeling in a much more advanced, aesthetical, beautiful way, or just do some sculptures and just do some crazy stuff, as well as do 3D printing. And, you know, surface modeling, I just want to teach you like this like the fundamentals, the core basics, and then you can use them in all of your different fields that you are interested in. So now we are warm to get and find out why surface modeling in plasticity. Why should we, or why are you using, or why it's the right decision that you bought maybe plasticity, or you think about that. And why actually use plasticity for surface modeling and not all of those 100 other tools that we have? So let's find out in the next module. Why surface modeling plasticity, why it's the most amazing thing in my opinion. So plasticity uses the Parasolid kernel, and Parasolid kernel is developed by Siemens. So again, a lot of people might think, oh, what is kernel? What is all that? What is Parasolid? Again, it can go very deeply. I will not cover that. But again, as we learned in the beginning, NURBS modeling is mathematical representation. So we don't have polygons. So when we model in CAD and NURBS, there's a lot of mathematical things ongoing in the back end. So what we don't see, right? So we just see the representation, but there's a lot of calculation. And there are bad kernels, or not bad kernels, but they are just kernels. So a kernel is kind of an engine, right? So, okay, let's go to the next point. So Parasolid kernel is the industry standard geometry engine used in major CAD apps. So Parasolid is an engine that also uses plasticity, but Parasolid kernel is also used in Alias, in SolidWorks, or in the absolutely most powerful, the most professional for manufacturing engineering software in this world. And Parasolid is developed by Siemens, so yeah, I guess everyone knows Siemens. And it's literally the strongest, the most powerful. It can do absolutely amazing things. And we have that Parasolid kernel in plasticity, which costs like 150 or 300 bucks. I still don't understand how it's possible, because other software which are using Parasolid costs like 5,000 and 6,000 per year and stuff, right? So yeah, as I said, Parasolid is also used in SolidWorks, Alias. So Alias is mostly used in the car industry, and SolidWorks, yeah, in general, manufacturing, aerospace, NASA, and stuff like that. And no, NASA is, I think, Siemens NX, right? But yeah, it's not so important. And so the Parasolid kernel, so what runs behind the scenes in plasticity, ensures high precision, reliability, fast workflow for your 3D modeling. So, you know, before plasticity, I was using a little bit Moai 3D. So it's also an amazing software and stuff, but with Moai 3D, if you have a complex model, right, and you want to try to fillet something and it goes across multiple edges, forget it, right? But plasticity, you don't think. You just imagine something and you just work, and you can just do. And it just works so perfectly because of the Parasolid kernel. So it does all the work. So you can do crazy fillets, you can do crazy surfaces, you achieve such a high quality of surfaces with so low effort, if you know how to do that, obviously, right? So it's amazing. And also the ease of use of plasticity. Objectively, plasticity is by far the most simple CAD app to use. So that's 100%. If you want to try to learn Blender, okay, it's maybe a bad example because it's a collection of tools, but yeah, just try to learn Fusion or SolidWorks or Siemens NX or Alias. You can't learn it in 3 days. I mean, you can't also learn plasticity in 3D, but I mean, plasticity, if you really spend like 2-3 days with the course or with some free tutorials, you have the basics and you can start to model and practice and do things on your own without first spending months to just learn the tools and how it's arranged. So plasticity is absolutely crazy fast to use. So you will also see when we come later to the exercise and the product modeling tutorial, you can create an amazing product just in a few minutes as an absolute beginner. So especially my beginner Apple Watch course, which you should watch first before you watch further with this course here. Then again, so the interface, as you know, is so simple, intuitive, and easy to use and learn. So you can achieve incredible results without overly complex tools. So again, just look on the left, plasticity. You just have a few tools on your interface. And then on the right, you have, Alias and like Fusion also, and like all of those others, you know, you have so much different stuff and it's just confusing. So especially in the beginning, when you learn something, simplicity is key to get people in, you know, and not to frustrate them. So plasticity is amazing for that. So as I said, plasticity delivers exceptional surface quality. So it's not plasticity itself, it's the Parasolid kernel, but it's also how plasticity implemented this engine into this plasticity interface and tools. But in plasticity, we have our lofts and patches, so our key tools for surface modeling, and they are already so powerful. So as you see here, the left, so this guy, you maybe know him from YouTube, Küchmeister Swagger, he created this Audi completely with Loft and Patch, so before Xnurps. So you see it looks absolutely amazing. But also not just car, what I'm doing the most is products, right? So also this helmet, and with Loft and Patch, we can create absolutely amazing high quality surfaces and 3D models. But of course now, a few months ago, Xnurps joined Plasticity. So Xnurps is now implemented in Plasticity in the studio version, and Xnurps is even more crazy. So Xnurps is a professional surfacing tool for even more quality, and Xnurps is usually, you can buy it in Rhino or SolidWorks for like $500 extra, but Xnurps is integrated in the studio version, and Xnurps enables you to create even higher quality, even faster and simpler. But again, if you don't have Xnurps, if you don't have the studio and you are a beginner, 95% of you don't need Xnurps. So as you see, you can also, with the normal lofts and patches in Plasticity, create amazing stuff. So Xnurps is really if you work in the professional industry, if you're a freelancer and you make money with that, or you really just like CAD and surface modeling, Plasticity, and you just want to create the best quality, right? Then you can use Xnurps. But again, learn the basics and fundamentals first, because if you don't know the basics of surface modeling, Xnurps doesn't give you anything, because you will not know how to use it. And so just one more thing, why Plasticity? Because it has professional industry adoption, so all major companies use surface modeling. So as we discussed, every professional company use surface modeling for their products, cars and stuff, right? And it's again the only technique for achieving the high levels of detail and quality required in professional settings. And if you master surface modeling in Plasticity 3D, so this is my whole point why I'm educating you and having this free course, you align yourself with industry standards by top designers. So what does that mean? So with Plasticity and surface modeling, you have the best and cheapest entry in that field, automotive, product. And that just means that you can learn it in Plasticity and just try it out, and maybe you just deliver a passion, right? And then maybe you want to start to work in the automotive industry, or you want to learn, you want to work in the electronic products industry, or in some design agency or something, right? Or something along that lines. Then you learned so fast, so quickly, in a cheap way in Plasticity. So then you can use your basic knowledge and skills and then apply it to other more professional software that you then will need in the industry or something, right? But also what I'm seeing is that all, or not all, but a lot of those people from those professional industries, they are starting to see Plasticity, right? And they start to migrate. So I know a lot of people who are in the car modeling industry and use Alias or SolidWorks, and they start to implement Plasticity. Why? Because Plasticity, again, is super cheap. Everyone can buy it for their personal use, right? And they can do a lot of stuff in Plasticity very fast and efficiently, which would take in other softwares like 5 times the time, whereas in Plasticity, the results that they would get would be sufficient, right? So I feel that Plasticity will become like an integral part in all of that big industry. So of course, not for rocket science, right? And not BMW will not use for newest cars Plasticity and stuff, but it will still be a good base. So especially as an entry point. So that's why I love to teach that. And I hope to see, and I always love to see when people post results or they write me, man, I started to use Plasticity in my freelance work, and your teachings helps me to make more money and stuff. And this is why I'm doing that. This is just amazing. I just teach you the basics, fundamentals, and you can apply that however you want, right? So we've covered now a lot of theory, what surface modeling is, how it's used. And now actually let's get started with some practical exercises. So we start to use the software, and we will start in the next section about the key principles of surface modeling, and they are absolutely key and you have to learn them, you have to understand them to get into surface modeling. So let's dive in. Alright, so welcome to the section of key principles of surface modeling. And now we discussed what is NURBS, what is solid, what is surface modeling. But now let's get into the beauty of surface modeling and plasticity and just get into the doing. And before we dive a little bit into the exercises and into the product design tutorial, there are a few key principles of surface modeling that you absolutely have to understand, to internalize. And there are actually a lot, but I've crystallized 3 of the absolute most important. And in the next module, we will go over what means G0, G1, G2, G3, what's the difference and what is it? We will just briefly go over, because I think I could create like a 6-hour videos just on that. But you as an absolute beginner who just gets into surface modeling and wants to learn it, you don't need the absolute hardcore theory. This can come later when you are getting more advanced. So we will cover general what this is. Then the absolute most, or one of the most key components of surface modeling is to understand what is tangency, what is a tangent line, how to create tangent surfaces, and the difference between non-tangency and tangency, and the difference between tangency in curved and straight lines, and how all that is interconnected, and how tangency relates to the surface quality. Extremely important. Again, I will explain it very simple, very briefly, just to have an overview, and this will help you already a lot. And then, I think this is one of the most important thing. I will explain and show you what exactly G0, G1, G2, G3 is, why the number goes up, what is the difference between G1 and G2, and how the higher the number is, the better the quality of the surface reflection and connection will be. And I will just show you in a very, very simple manner the key differences of those different connections. And again, very briefly, it will make sense. You will literally see it, what the difference is, and that will make so much sense for you. And I will just tell you a few more thoughts on that. So I don't want to talk so much, and let's directly start into our practical parts. So see you in the next one. Okay, so let's have a look at what is G0, G1, G2, and G3. And again, download this project file below this video so you can follow along. Guys, and you have to know that G0, G1, G2, G3, you just have to understand this. For surface modeling, you will always need it in literally every project. And there's a lot of things to say, and can go also very theoretical and very mathematical and all that kind of stuff. But I don't want to cover that, because especially in the beginning, just to get started, it's, in my opinion, not that necessary. It's much more important to apply this first. And by the application, by doing, learning it. And once you are getting then more advanced and you want to dive deeper in that, then you can go into like the hardcore theory and mathematics and all that kind of stuff. But especially as a beginner, so this is my learning approach, and what I see my students get the best results is just application. So also again, in the next modules, we will go through a lot of practices, exercises, and some actual product design tutorials. But still you have to understand. So if you're completely new to surface modeling, just very few, very key principles. So in surface modeling, we are mostly working either with surfaces or with curves. So again, of course, this is just something very, very simple, right? Just to explain that. And of course, when we will model then later a little bit more complex objects, then we still have surfaces and curves, but they are just a little bit more complex, right? But to connect, so in surface modeling, we have to connect surfaces and curves most of the time. And we do that. So close those other files and open this one. And here if you press 2 and object mode, and if you select both edges, and if you press L for loft, so loft is mostly connecting, then you see already it's instantly G1. And what does G1 mean? It's better if I start to explain it with G0. So just click here on G0 and just click here on the front view. Now you see, so from the front view here we have those surfaces, and now we are connecting with this loft. So this is the surface which was produced by loft. But you see, we have here a very sharp angle. So here and here, right? So G0 just means we are just connecting. So it's just searching and connecting in the most direct way. So here from this point, just to this point, just create one surface, one connection. So those surfaces are connected, but there is no smoothness. There is no curvature. There's kind of no fillet if you want, right? So if we delete in object mode this surface and do this again, and if we select those edges and loft them again, and if we leave it as G1, and if you press OK, you see, so if I here disable the edges, now you see we have a little bit of curvature. So here we have the surface, but it's not instantly going into that direction. So here's kind of somewhere the edge, but it just takes a little bit. So here would be the edge, right? So this is our surface, which is straight. And then we start to take a little bit of the information of this surface here and start to curve them in. But we have here, you see, it's kind of a much better connection, right? So exactly the same for the bottom one as well. And you see our curve is also not straight anymore, but we have this kind of an S curve. So this is G1. Then there's also G2 and G3, and we will cover that a little bit. So in the next module, if you press G2, you see that this connection to our straight surface is kind of just getting even more smooth. So here in the beginning, so you see this is here our flat surface, but you see it's pretty flat here in the beginning, right? So we just get a very nice smooth transition. So the thing is that if you select this edge, for example, and you rotate it, so you press R and you just rotate it, I don't know, even in that direction. And again, if you press 2 and you select this edge, and if you press, let's say, loft and G0 again, you see we don't have any smooth curvature, we don't have any smoothness. It's just a very hard edge here at the top and the bottom. And it just tries to connect in a mathematical way those edges in the most efficient, shortest way possible. I don't know how to explain it exactly. But if you press now G1, bam, you see again we get this a little bit of curvature, and it's just smoother, and here as well. And so we can change the shape of our curves first, but much more importantly, why there is a distinction between G1, G2, and G3. We will cover here in the next module, continuity. So I will not talk about that right now. But what you have to understand is, yeah, G0, G1, G2 is just saying how smooth you connect surfaces, or it's exactly the same with curves. So you also have curves here. So there are straight curves. They can also be like curved curves. But again, if you select those points in points mode, you can again loft them. Just press L, or use the bridge vertex command, but you can just use L, loft, and it's exactly the same here as well. And again, let's start with G0. So again, it's just a straight line. So let me hide those surfaces here. But here it's very interesting. If you go to G1, you see now we have some points here. And you see we have 1 point. So again, without going too deep into that, but this curve here, so this what we lofted, right? So this section here, this curve here is a Bezier curve, it's called. So again, it's not so hyper important right now, but because we have this point here, and you see we have our curve here, and this point is exactly straight to this straight curve. So kind of our curve first goes into that direction. So what happens here, and then it starts to curve. So the same at the bottom. So here we have this curve, right? And here we have this extra point. And again, you see they are completely straight. So you can imagine that this curve here, at this point, it doesn't go straight to this other curve, but it first goes a little bit towards this point here. So we can illustrate that even better if we just press escape, and if we use here a Bezier curve. So it's here is control point curve. So just go to this spline curve, drag into control point curve. And here you see we can drag that out, and it's saying tangent, right? And you see now if I just create a random point, you see we are smoothly first connecting to this curve. So if we delete this curve and do this again, but at the bottom, you see if we snap at this point, you see we can snap here at the tangent. So we can even snap somewhere here. So you see it's always straight to our first curve. And then even if we go like very hardcore somewhere here, the second point, you see because of this point, because this point is tangent to this curve here, we have a smooth connection here. So let's just connect them. Again, spline, here this control point curve, and go to this point, drag out tangent. And now we have to find the tangent point again. So we can't just guess, oh, it's somewhere here. To do that, we can go to this point and just press shift. And then you see we get all of those purple construction lines. And you see now we can snap here to this one, and this one is tangent. So we can snap once here and here, right click, and you see we are getting kind of our G1 loft. But again, if it's a little bit confusing for you, if it's a little bit too much information, don't worry, it's absolutely okay. I just wanted to show it to you. But it's not hyper super critical important, because throughout the next modules and courses and the exercises and practices, we will implement all that, and it will make much more sense. So just let's do one more thing. So press 1 and again loft those points. And now it's G2 here. And as you remember with the surfaces, I told you G2, and the higher you go with the number, the smoother the surface will get. So what smoothness exactly mean, I will show you exactly again in the continuity module. But here you see now we have 2 points. So we have one point here, which is tangent to this point, and a second one. So this curve goes one step kind of to this point and kind of another point. So this happens somewhere here in the beginning, right? And then it starts to curve. So the same here, we have this curve and this point is tangent and this point. So our curve just stretches a little bit more into those purple control points before it starts to curve. So our curve will be even more connected to our curves or faces, right? So again, guys, I know for most of you, they don't even watch because this is so simple and basic, but if you're still watching, there is, of course, a lot of things to learn. There's much, much more. This is super basic stuff, but in our practices and in tutorials and just by applying and using that, it will just make much more sense. But yeah, something very important I wanted to talk about. And in the next module, we will check out what is tangency. So as you saw already, when we started to connect, so as you remember here, if you take a control point curve, this one, and if you drag it out, it says tangent. And tangency is, again, a very, very, very key principle in surface modeling. It's the most important thing to get smooth surfaces. So you also have to know what means tangent, tangency, the mathematical term. So let's check out in the next module. All right, guys. So in this module, we will check out what is tangency, what is not tangent. You just absolutely need to learn that for surface modeling or just at least understand. And it's pretty simple, actually. So again, open this file below this video and open this tangency file. We have 4 instances here. So, or basically 2. So we have always the same circles and we have the 4 instances. So I just want to show you with 2 different examples what is tangent and non-tangent. So if we go to the first 2 and we go to the front view and we just create a line, a straight line. So just take this line here. We want to connect those circles in a smooth way. Again, what does actually smooth mean? We will see in a second. In the next part, it will be even more clear. But so take the line. And if you create anywhere the connection, so let's say here, right? You can drag it to this circle and you see, so here the first one is non-tangent. So let's just assume, let's do different. So let's create a line and let's try to connect them smoothly. So let's just create random line somewhere here. And now just the second one, somewhere here maybe, okay? And just do the same at the bottom, doesn't matter at the bottom. So just a random connection here and just somewhere here. So you see nothing was tangent, but we closed now those circles. But the thing is, if you press now 3 face mode and with shift you select them and you drag them out, and right click, and if you go to the red mode and here show edges, so you toggle those edges. By the way, go to press F and search for toggle and here viewport toggle edges, put it on a shortcut because you will always use this and I just have it on Shift E. So just right click, assign shortcut and Shift E. So bam, Shift E, you see we can just quickly toggle. And you see, okay, actually this one at the top looks very smooth, right? You see, but here this bottom one, because we just snapped it randomly somewhere, you have this ugly edge here. So let me just go a few steps back and just connect those. So it's even more clear if we just connect it somewhere here and here. So again, no tangency, we just connect those circles and again, press 3 and extrude those. now you see it's even more clear. This is not smooth. This doesn't look like one surface. Okay. So this is with a straight line and non-tangent. So let's take again the same straight line, but this time create a tangent connection. For that, plasticity makes it very easy. If we just snap somewhere, so even if we snap here, right? Now you can go along the other circle and you see it sometimes snap somewhere. And at some point you see it's 10/10. So tangent to tangent. Even if we start here, right? But if we go here 10, bam, you see it snaps here to this point and here to this point. So let's just go at the bottom again. Just go somewhere. The first point is not important. And just at the bottom, just somewhere, because we will not see it anyway. So the top is important. But press 3 again, select Shift, and here just drag that out. And bam, you see, it looks beautifully like one surface. We have nice, smooth connection here, right? So this was very different from this one here, right? So yeah, you see the difference. Okay. Now, so tangent just means, again, I'm not a professor in mathematics, right? So I will not explain it to you in the best possible way. But if we take this circle, right? So this circle has this kind of rounding. But at some point, so at this point here, this curve, the circle would go back into this direction. So it's at this point, so here you see it rises up, but at this point, it would go down again. And if we create on exactly this point, so we have here this curvature from the circle, and exactly at this point, before it starts to change the direction, if we drag out a line, a curve, then this curve will be exactly tangent to this curvature here. So the same here, this line goes to this point, so this mathematical point, and then it's instantly getting with the exact angle and curvature into our circle here. Because otherwise, so let's just assume we have this curvature. So we have this curvature, and it goes till this point. So let me make it yellow so you see it better. So somewhere here, and here I want now to connect with a straight line. So you just see here we have then a break. So we have then like an angle here, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's go to the next instances, and now we can do the same, not just for straight lines, but also for curves. And here I see it, people constantly make this little mistake here. So if we want to connect those circles with a tangent curve, you don't take this spline curve, because so if you take the spline curve, and even if you drag that, so spline curve, let's take it here. So you see it's tangent, right? So we are dragging a tangent, but now this point is tangent, yes, but you see here we are losing the real tangency at the connection point. So this is the spline curve. You can use it for some instances in surface modeling, but most of the time you want here this control point curve. So it's a Bezier curve, but it's called here control point curve. You can also access. So if you again, let's use the normal spline curve and just snap it somewhere here and just drag that out in tangent. And you see again, it's the same, but you can also press tab and you switch between the control point curve and the spline curve, right? And you see again, so if you press tab, bam, this point always stay tangents, but now with the control point curve, so this is this one. So just if someone is confused, so here tangent, and you see this point here, it's not moving. because it will always stay tangent because our first point is tangent. So that just means, so let's go back again. So control point curve, snap somewhere here, drag the first tangent point out. And now we can also snap here to the tangent. So maybe let's just create another point just somewhere just to have a nice rounding. And now let's search where it will say tangent. Bam. Tangent. Just connect at the bottom because we will not see it, so it's not important. But here we have a curve, and at this point it's tangent, and at this point. And actually I did it on the non-tangent example, so let's do it this time the other way around, so just that you're not confused. So in this example we will start with the tangent curve, right? So I think most of you understand that. So we have the curve, it's tangent here, and if we again with face mode select them all and extrude them, bam, look how beautiful this is, right? We have a nice, organic, smooth, round face and surface. Beautiful. So the same with non-tangent. So for you, it's maybe the other way around, but again, if we take the same control point curve and we would guess it to create tangent. So for example, we start somewhere here. So we start somewhere here and let's just not snap to tangent. So we just guess, right? So look, maybe this one looks even tangent, right? So it looks kind of tangent, but we didn't snap to tangent. So the same here. And now let's guess. So let's say, for example, we think the tangency will be somewhere here without snapping. And again, the bottom we will just connect. Doesn't matter how. And again, press 3, select that, drag that out, and bam. You see, because again, we did not snap at the mathematical point where we have true tangency. It instantly shows in our surface smoothness and quality that we don't have a nice smooth connection as here, right? So you see, guys, it's very important to create tangent connections always. If we work with curves and surfaces later, of course, we will use it in a more real world example. And we always, or most of the time, don't want non-tangency, because this will instantly show in our surface quality, right? Okay, and now in the next module, we will combine those two things, so the G1, G2, G3 and G0 and tangency. Now we will find out what that really means in a real world example and why G1 and G2 and G3 is so important and why G2 is literally better than G1 and G3 is better than G2 and what means smoothness and why tangency is so important. So in the next module, let's dive into that. Alright friends, so in our continuity part, again below this video you can download this file, we have this thing here, right? So you see those three instances, which are two curves, are always the same. Just the first one, G0, looks similar, but it is connected. So again, press just one, just follow, and just take this point and drag that out, right? So now we don't have G0. Now we just have two curves. So they are not connected. But again, in surface modeling, we always want to connect things, either curves or surfaces most of the time. So a G0 would be, again, it's no smoothness. G0 just means connected. So if we would take a point, it's go to this point, and it's important, press Control click so you snap to it. So you see it's a green point, so it's connected. And what does that mean? So that means if we now join those curves, so just select both of them and press J, you see now we have two curves. And if we press J, we are connecting them. So now we have just one curve. And now again, if we press E and extrude this, you see we have a very super hard edge here and nothing is smooth, we don't have a curve, nothing. We just have one face and the other face, and they are just connected at this point, but not in a smooth way. Okay, now let's go to G1. So again, we have two curves and we want to connect them. So the best way is, again, what we did in the beginning, select both points and press L for loft. And let's go with G1. So here again, just very important, at this point, right? So at the end of this curve just doesn't go here directly to this point. It first creates this G1 control point. So our blue curve, so our loft, our curve between those curves is first kind of going a little bit into that direction. So somewhere here. And then it starts to curve, and the same at the bottom, right? So again, and what that means is if we press OK, so again, this is G1. It's a very simple, smooth connection. And if we select them and press, so we have three curves, and so we have three curves, and if you press join, we have one curve. Now do the same, extrude it, and just to this point with control click, and now so those surfaces are connected in a tangent way. So G1 just means, so as we saw, it's tangent, it's 1 point. But you see, we have a nice smooth connection, but you see it's not perfect at all. So we see this very hard break. So you will see it even better if we go now to G2. So G2, again, press 1 and connect those points and press L. And this time you see it's again G2, but this time again it's 1 point and a second point. So this curve goes even more tangent to our first initial curve. So press OK, join those three curves in edge mode and extrude them again. And here, bam. So you see from this angle, you see this second one, just look at this edge here. You see this looks, so the shading is much more smoother. So it's like much more blurred than here, because you see, so at G1, it's still tangent, so it's still smoothly connected, but it's not a very high quality connection. So we just achieved that they are smoothly connected, but it's not perfect. So you see it because it's not very smooth here, the shading. Whereas G2, it's like almost perfect. So G2, so here we have a real smooth or curvature, so or a smooth connection, or we have curvature. Whereas here we have just tangency. Again, not so important in the beginning to learn all of those different terms, but G1 is tangency, G2 is curvature. Then we have G3, so let's have a look. So G3 is called acceleration or curvature, like in a higher degree, but again, not so important. What's important is that you just see it. Again, select those points, L, loft, and this time G3. So you see now it's even 3 points, and you see at the beginning this curve is the same direction as our initial curve. So if we select those curves and join them and extrude and extrude them out, let's check out the quality here. And yeah, what can I say? You see it. So G1, we see this ugly thing here. So it's not ugly, but yeah, you mean. So G2 is already very, very good. But you still see, I don't know if it's showing here with the recording settings and the bitrate, but we have a little bit of, yeah, I don't know what it's called, like this shading thing where we can't see where this curve starts. Whereas here G3, it's just as it would be one surface, right? So let's check out a different angle. So maybe somewhere from here. So yeah, here you see it again, right? So here it's the shading issue, not an issue, but it's not super smooth. This is already very smooth, and G3 is obviously as it would be one original curve. And to illustrate that, let's do this. So let's kind of just rebuild this curve, right? So if you remember, those were two curves separate, and we just connected them with a loft, G3 loft. But what if we just take here a control point curve and we just kind of create one curve? And okay, let's maybe just adjust a little bit those points. And again, just to get the point here. So we have now one curve. So we didn't had any, how is it called? We didn't had any interruptions, right? And again, if we extrude now this curve and we check our shading here, bam, you see there is not really a difference between G3 and our one perfect curve. So you could call it G4 if you want, kind of, right? So yeah, we have those very important things. And now to illustrate it even more, because sometimes maybe you saw, again, I don't want to go too deep, but I think now it will just illustrate it perfectly. So if you go here, right click, you have those zebra materials. Bam. So this one doesn't say us anything because they look all the same, but the second one, and now if you rotate it a little bit around, like this zebra stripes, in this example, I don't know, we would have need those zebra stripes a little bit smaller. They're too big, and would be nice to have like an option to adjust the settings here. But okay, look, so what's important to understand? The zebra stripes just show us what we see here in a much better way. That's why in my tutorials and my courses, we just check oftentimes with zebra, because here G1, you see we have this black line and then it starts to curve. But here, this is exactly what I mean. You see it's a very hard connection, like transition between this surface where we have those lines, and then it starts to go right into our other surface, but it's very abrupt. So this is G1. So that just means they are connected. So G1 just means it has to be connected, but not in a good way. So because G0, you see we don't have any connection. And G2 is the same. So again, we have this black and white lines, which just show our top surface. And then it starts to break into this surface. But you see this point is already much smoother than this one. So also the same here. So we have this nice connection, but it looks already much, much, much better than this super hard, sharp angle. So, of course, the same here for G3 and our perfect curve, because here you see it now even better. G3, so again, this is G2, and this looks smooth, but we have a little bit of an angle. So G2 is even better, so also you see it here, so it's just already kind of one line. But here G4, or just one curve, you see it's literally just one stripe, even though we have surface transition. So again, this is advanced, especially as a beginner. You just in general, guys. So when we will go through our practices and exercises, we will not, because this is anyway just an introduction, and also you guys. So I just wanted to show it to you that you understand what those different numbers means, but you absolutely don't need to think about later when you practice, work on your own projects, go through courses and tutorials and stuff. You don't have to think about G2 and G3. I see it all the time in my community, in Discord, in YouTube. Like absolute beginner, they try to create something with G2 and G3, but they don't even understand how to set up curves and faces in a correct way so you can get high quality tangency. Because in 95% of the cases, you will work with G1. So G2 and G3 is, yes, it's better quality, but it's harder to set up in most cases. And you have to need a much better understanding, and it's only used like in the professional industry. Like if you're just doing that as a hobby or just for yourself or even as a freelancer and you will render then your models, if you don't have absolute perfect reflective surfaces, you don't need most of the time G2 or G3. So don't think about G2 and G3, especially as a beginner, and master first of all, like how to just the basics of surface modeling. So what we will cover in this course, what I want to teach you, and I hope you enjoyed it and all that kind of stuff. But you need G1. You don't need G2 and G3. I see it all the time. People, absolute beginners, they want to do like the best things and they just want to skip 50 other steps that they first have to learn before go to G2 or G3, okay? So just very important advice, tip, I don't know how to call it. And now in the next module, guys, so in the next part of the course, we will go through some surface modeling exercises and practices, because this was kind of theory, but now we will just use some very basic, simple, real-world examples and exercises and use this knowledge, what we just learned, and apply it to something more tangible, something more real, and just warm up a little bit and have some fun. So see you in the next module. All right, so that was a lot of fun. And I hope you have now a little bit of a clearer understanding of those different terms, because I just see in my community, people write me email in the YouTube comments, what is tangency? What is G0, G1? Why do I need that? What has it to do with surface modeling? So I hope this is already a little bit clear. But again, if it's not clear right now for you, absolutely fine. For that, you're watching the course, and even after the course, it will be an ongoing process through watching tutorials, courses, practicing, learning on your own. You will implement that much more into your understanding, as with everything when you learn something new. But now we will come into some practical exercises and practices. And we will start with an absolute simple shampoo bottle where we will exactly use those key fundamental principles that we just discussed and apply them to a very simple product. Then we will already dive a little bit deeper, and you will learn in 3 different exercises how to connect different cylinders. So here's a very simple connection. Then in the second one, we have one straight connection cylinder and one small, and how to fade the small one into the big one. And then we have this classic K connection, how they also use like in a bicycle frame in the front, right? So how to connect that smoothly. And it might be already, if you're an absolute complete level 0 beginner, it might be already a little bit too much for you. Absolutely not a problem, because I go very, very as slow as I can. And even so, especially here at the end, especially if you don't understand a few things, don't worry, just follow along. If it doesn't work at all, then just skip it. But it's just very important that I show you those 3 examples, because in those 3 examples, we have this whole purpose of surface modeling. We will cover lofts, curves, how to bridge and connect curves, how to set up faces, and how to patch, and how that all interrelates and interconnects. So it's just very important, and I want to show it to you in the beginning. But again, if it's a little bit too much, just go through. We have a lot more practices afterwards, and all of my tutorials and courses, we cover that in much more detail. So after we went through the cylinder connections, we will also already start with some really cool design detail. So yeah, it might look, maybe someone of you thinking, oh, that's boring. Yeah, but if you look at complex designs, a complex design is just an accumulation of smaller design details, right? And when you learn, you have to extract. So you just don't start with the whole car as an absolute beginner on your own, right? So you just pick. So if you don't learn it from someone, if you want to do it on your own, if you have the time, then you just pick one little detail like this. And this kind of detail you always see in industrial design, product design, car design. And yeah, you will see that as an absolute beginner, you can create some really professional, super high quality little details. And yeah, that's why you want to learn surface modeling, because this is literally the only way to create this kind of professional, high quality, interesting, aesthetical, pleasing designs only with surface modeling. So to summarize, you will learn how to set up curves, a key component of surface modeling. It's not just randomly setting up some curves, what I often see beginners do, but every curve has a purpose and every curve should make sense. We will cover that. Then so once we have the curves, we will create surfaces out of those curves, and then how to smoothly connect surfaces through lofts and patches. So curves, lofts, and patches, those are the three absolute hardcore key components of surface modeling. Every project has those three components. So yeah, the sooner you will start to get friends with them, the better. But I hope with my love to surface modeling and my excitement, I can make you friends as fast and as comfortable and easy as possible, right? Then, so you will see even here, so it's intentionally from my side, you will encounter problems. So especially in one of the practice at the end, that some things will not work as you might think they should work. And this is absolutely normal in surface modeling. You always have problems, always something doesn't work out. But this is the beauty of it. Through mistakes, through problems, you actually learn something. Because I don't judge those people who just do like all the time those basic Boolean stuff and don't try to learn something complex like surface modeling because they want to stay in the comfort zone and maybe they don't have time. I don't care. But I think this is the beauty of surface modeling, that you have to learn and that you really have to, activate your brain. And the more you learn, the more you understand it and the more fun it gets. And just, it's kind of, you walk in a dark room, everything is dark, and then you start to learn and you plant like little lamps, and step by step you start to light up this room, and then you see you are in a beautiful castle or something. I don't know how I came to that idea, but I hope you know what I mean. So learning, encountering problems and mistakes, so not just in surface modeling, especially in business, especially in life, is good. There's nothing bad with problems, with mistakes, with failure. This is just this BS from the society. Don't make mistakes. Problems are bad. Don't listen to them. Encounter as many problems and mistakes as you can, because you will learn as much as possible from them. Yeah. Then, as I told you, how to apply all of those key techniques that we learned to this specific design detail at the end. So this whole course is like very step by step, and we are getting step by step into more complex topics, right? So at the end, we have this design detail and you will just apply everything. And then at the very end of this section, I will record, or you will find like a mindset strategy training on how to learn and tackle any project, because I constantly get comments in my community, email, people ask me, chat everywhere, like how to tackle complex projects, how to do advanced stuff, or a lot of absolute beginner when I go in their portfolio, when I see what they are doing, and then they ask me like how to create like an absolute, like they sent me some screenshot from some ridiculous crazy product with millions of detail or a car, but it doesn't make sense as a beginner. You can't shortcut. This is the thing of surface modeling. You have to learn it. Again, this is the beauty of it, but you can't just, like after 2 days, on your own create a car or something completely on your own, or just learn it on your own, or create some very advanced, like very statical products. It's just not possible. It's a step, and you have to learn, and you have to know how to learn, because a lot of people don't know how to learn. So just a very quick example, the most people, they just watch some YouTube tutorials which are 30 seconds long and which show over and over again over months the absolute level 0 basics. And of course it feels for a lot of people, oh yeah, I can do that, it's so easy, so I'm good. But it's like the absolute level 0 bar, and they don't raise their bar. But if you want to learn, and you have to raise constantly a little bit the bar and tackle little bit more complex projects. And over the long term, after weeks, after months, after years, this is how you will get to like very advanced, complex skills and all that kind of stuff. And people just don't understand. That's why I'm doing this absolutely free course, which took me like hours and hours and hours of planning, of recording, combining, figuring out. That's why I'm doing this course, and for free, because I want that people watch this course and they get a good introduction from someone who, I don't want to say I'm the best, I'm by no means the best, but the most people, they learn from people they don't know, from people which don't know at all what they are teaching, or they stay at level 1 or level 0 and level 2, and level 0 people learn from level 1 or level 2. But it's much better to learn from someone. So let's say I'm level 5 and you're level 1. It's much better if you learn from someone who has already experience and who breaks this complexity, like I am doing, this complexity of surface modeling, into as easy, as simple, as step-by-step way possible for you. So there's a lot of thoughts, and there's a lot of brutally hardcore, painful work that I have to do to break it down for you to as simple as possible, but so this is also what I will just talk, that if you want to learn something, it's not just surface modeling, and I just don't mean, or you just have to learn from me. No, but at the moment, I would say that I am the only person who teaches this kind of quality surface modeling for beginners. But also when you learn something different, so then try to find someone who is really good at it. If you find someone who's better than me, go learn from him. If you find someone, I don't know, who is like a professional, who does maybe surface modeling in some different software, and you understand the basics of plasticity so you can follow along to the different person, go to him, learn from him. Learn from the best. When I learn something, business, about life, I don't know, how to do that and that, how to new program, I want to find the best one, and not those people who make 30 seconds tutorials and over half a year or over 1 year they stay at the same level, and there's no progress in those people. So I don't want to learn from this kind of people, and I think no one should learn. But yeah, it's my philosophy. I'm very direct and stuff, and I'm just honest what I think and what I just see from other people. So also my students, the ones who learn from me with my courses. So you don't have to buy, I don't care, or just other people, when I see they learn from the best one, they get the best and the fastest results. But that's just like logical, right? So yeah, I will just share some strategy, some training, how I tackle all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I started already to talk a lot. So yeah, but I can't say it enough. And yeah, so let's dive in and enjoy. All right. So below this video, again, download this practice file and let's start. So when you open it, here you have a shampoo bottle. Just click on this icon. So this will be our reference image. We will start very, very simple. And I think this shampoo bottle is a pretty good example just to get some of those points into practice that we've discussed. And in the next module, so just that you see, so this is a very basic example. Then we will go and in the next module and try to connect all of those different cylinders. So it's basic, intermediate, but anyway, for someone this is super basic, for someone this is already too advanced. Just follow along. Everything will come with practice, and at the end of this set of modules I will also explain you and teach you how to learn, how to get better, how to tackle any complex projects, how to practice, and just my whole philosophy and experience of how to learn things. But yeah, so this is in the next module. And then I will show you how you can create such really cool design details. So this is already a little bit more complex, but this is why we are learning surface modeling, because this is the only way how you can create such beautiful little aesthetical designs. But yeah, let's start very simple with our nice bottle here. And we will, like always, just go to the front view. And when I'm tackling this kind of project or practice or exercise, it's most of the time I'm just looking at this main shape. So yes, we have this cut here and we have this little detail, but this is not what I'm starting to look at. I first of all looked at, okay, we have this nice curved form and this nice curve on the side. And then obviously this is connected at the top, at the bottom. And if we look from the top, it would look, so I don't know, we don't have a reference and this is just a practice. So it would look something like that, right? So just a bottle that you can squeeze. So this is like that on the top, right? And obviously the same for the bottom. And then of course it's on the side connected. So this is my main thought. And once I have this tube, this curved tube, then we can start to add details. And here it's like the super simple, just step cut detail. And yeah, this is just, and then at the very end, of course, again here, but this is super basic. But again, it's absolutely important. I tell it in every of my courses, to every one of my students. Start with the absolute main basic big form and shapes. Don't think even about details and stuff, because in surface modeling, it's most of the time we start very big, very messy, very general. And once we have this absolute main shape, main form, then we start to add all of the details, because then we have already established our main form and we can't destroy it, kind of. So it's exactly here the same case. So let's dive in. So first of all, we of course need this outer shape. So for that, we will just use this control point curve, and we just start here and we just create a point here, create a point here, and create a point here. And now just press 1 and now just follow along that shape. So you see here's our curve, and the same on the right side. Again, control point curve, take this point here, here, and here, and just adjust this point a little bit. And again, just imagine this bottle without this design. So we are just following the absolute main outer form and shape. Perfect. So we have something like that. But now, how can we create this thing here at the top. Actually, there are 1 million ways how we can do that. But let's take something very, very simple. So there are better ways kind of, but just for people starting out to understand the concepts, we can, so at the top, right, it's basically just a circle which is squeezed. So we can use a circle, but you have to select this 2-point circle. So not the middle point circle, but the 2-point circle, because now again, go to the front and just press 1. So press escape, press now 1. So you see the points, and again, 2-point circle, and just snap to this point. And now you see we can snap to the other point, and the circle will be exactly between those lines. But you see it's looking towards us, but we want it flat. So here at the bottom right, you have vertical, horizontal. If you press V, you can switch between vertical and horizontal. So click and snap to this point. So we have something like that. And let's do the same at the bottom. Again, 2-point circles, snap from here and to this point, press V and bam. And now we have something like that, but it looks a little bit weird. It's a little bit too circular, right? So we want to squeeze it. So for that, very simple, select edge mode, press 2 and select both of those circles and press S for scale and just scale here on the green one and do something like that, right? So yeah, that's actually pretty good. Press OK. And we have something like that. And now what we can do is we can connect those circles with the loft. So select them with shift click one by one and press L for loft. So now have this straight connection. But as in the Apple Watch beginner introduction course, which you absolutely, if you still haven't watched it, click even away from this video. We learned that you can, when you loft it, so this is our main base form and shape, but we have those guiding lines, right? So those guiding lines guides or should guide this main form and shape. So we can select both of those circles and loft them. And now with shift, we just add those curves. And just super important, if it's not working for you because of one reason, it can only be, press escape, press 1. And here, those curves, when you loft, when you patch, when you do surface modeling, everything has always be connected. So, because sometimes you think something is connected, right? So it looks from here, it's connected, but you see this is purple and purple is not connected. But here it's green connected, green connected, green connected. So then you have just to zoom in and then you see, it's not connected. So just take this point and with control click, snap here to the curve, and then you see everything is green and that's fine. So again, loft it, shift, and we have our main form. Perfect. So now once we have established our form, we don't really need those curves. So just delete them, select them, press X, and we have something like that. I know again, it's not 100% perfect, but for you beginner, that's already fine. And now, so let's go to this mode here. And now we want to create this really cool detail. So what is it? So let's just analyze. So basically, this piece here, so this inner piece, is exactly the same form as this big form that we just established, but it's just a little bit inset to the inside, right? So this thing here is just a G0 connection, right? Because we have a sharp edge. So again, if that doesn't make sense, let's better just do it. And yeah, so we go again to the front view. And now, so what I told you, we have this main form. And now we can start to cut away and do details and stuff. So go to the front view again, select control point curve and start somewhere here and just go something like that. And again, press 1 and just select the points. And you see sometimes it's a little bit hard to see the line. So what I like to do is just take this curve, press G for move, and just bring it to the front a little bit. Because now, if you right click, you see you can see it a little bit better. Or you just select the image, press M for material, and just drag it a little bit down. So it's even more transparent, so you just see a little bit better what's going on. And yeah, you just create the curves. So you take the points and adjust them. And we have to do the same. So for the inside curve, select this curve and just Shift D. So Shift D duplicate and just drag that a little bit inside. And now press 1 again and just adjust those inner points and follow this shape here. And that's fine. And why we have created that? Because now we can use those curves to cut into our body. So first of all, let's start with this. And with this curve, we just press C and bam, cut into our body. Press OK. And now we can hide or delete this curve because we did our operation. Because now you see we have here exactly this cut. So we have now 2 separate sheets. And now what we want to do is, so before we cut the second time, now we just want to bring this sheet a little bit inside. So we have a little bit of a distance. And this is very, very simple in this example. You can just press 3 face mode, select this face, and you see you have this little gizmo, and you see you can just bring this a little bit inside, and it always stays more or less the same form and shape. So just drag that in a little bit and perfect. Because now we have kind of this inner piece, right? And now we just have this second curve, and now we can cut again into our sheet. So press C, cut into the sheet. And now you can press tab object mode and delete this middle piece. Bam. And now you see, so let me just hide this mesh here. And let's hide this curve. And now you see we have this thing in the inside. So now let me hide this shampoo bottle because I don't need it anymore. Just press on this lamp here. And we have something like that, right? So this is the middle piece, this is the outer piece, and now we have to connect it. But most of the time, so as a beginner, you will always mostly work with symmetrical objects because it's just most products, and it's definitely better to practice with symmetrical objects. And what we will do now, you will most of the time use. So what I mean, the thing is, we can't, so if you press 2 edge mode, we can't loft it. So if you try to loft it, so to connect those edges, it doesn't work. It's because, it's too complex and it's circular and it's just a little bit too crazy for the loft to figure out what to do. So exactly that reason, we will always do that, is you have to cut those body in half. Why? Because first of all, this is symmetric, so we can just focus on one half. So most of the time, also when it will get more complex, we don't have to do the work 2 times. Especially on symmetrical objects, we just have to work on one half, then we can just mirror that. And also in surface modeling, it's much easier to work on one half. So to do that, let's just go to the right view and create a line and activate here this grid. And just from top to the bottom in the middle, and now use this curve with C to cut into this outer shape, and select with tab this shape X deleted, and the same for the small piece. So select the line, press C and cut the smaller piece, and delete this and delete the line, right? So we are now left just with one half, because now if we do the exact same operation, if you press 2 and you select both edges with shift and you loft it, bam, we can loft it now. And you can leave it here with G1. So you see that looks pretty good. So we have a nice smooth connection. Or you just click twice on that G1. So now it's G0 and the same here. And we get more of this straight step looking design detail, right? So I want to do that and press OK. Because now what we can do is we can go to object mode. And first of all, you see we have 3 different sheets. So select them all and press J to join. And now Alt X, so here the mirror command somewhere, and just bring it here to the other side. And you see if you press OK, and again 2 sheets, press J. So you have 1 sheet and you see we have our little shampoo bottle. And now we want to close it because right now we have a sheet, so we don't have a body because you see it's just a hole. Press 2, Alt click, so you select all of the edges, and now patch. So now it's a new command I'm introducing here, but in the next module we will go over patch. Again, like the key component of surface modeling. But yeah, there's so much to say, that's why I better like to show it in action than to explain it. So select those edges, press F, and search for patch. Again, put it on a shortcut. I have it on Shift 3. Because Shift 3, you can reach it with your left hand and you can work so much faster. Again, also in the beginning, in the introduction, I've included somewhere all of my personal shortcuts and all shortcuts of Plasticity. So yeah, just go back. But yeah, if you have watched all, you wouldn't have missed it. But yeah, it's in the beginning into introduction of the course. Yeah, but I have it here on Shift 3. So press right click, assign shortcut, and put it on Shift 3. I really can recommend it. Otherwise, you always have to press F and then patch, press PA and then search for patch. So yeah, anyway, Shift 3 for patch, close the top, and the same at the bottom. Press 2, Alt click, Shift 3, patch, and here G0. So don't go here with G1, right? Because then we have tangency, but we don't want it. Perfect. And now you see also we have a solid. Now, because no object in the world has an absolute perfect sharp edge here, what you just can do is just select this edge and just give it here a nice little fillet, and the same here, and you see that looks already much more realistic, especially here in this view. You see, absolutely beautiful. And now just our last little detail here to add this cut, but this is not surface modeling. This is just some basic stuff. So yeah, you can just create a control point curve, start somewhere here, go like that, maybe add a little bit nice curvature, and take this curve, press C and cut into our body, press OK, delete the curve, and now with 2 you can select both of those edges and just give them a nice little fillet, and also at the top, shift click, and on the bottom obviously, and yeah, we have something like that. And voila, we have, or you have created your first little shampoo bottle. And that's pretty cool. And we've covered a lot of, yes, absolute very basics of surface modeling. We can close everything. And now we will dive a little bit deeper in the next module. And yeah, so let's check that out. All right, so welcome to this cylindrical practice module. And this will be a lot of fun. And again, below this video, download this file and just hide this one here. And you should also have 3 in there, so we can go one by one. But yeah, in this module, we will just practice the absolute basics again of surface modeling in a little bit more intermediate way. It's not intermediate, it's still very basic, but also I will just go from one exercise to the other, and everyone will be a little bit more challenging, but that's good because you will learn the absolute basics of surface modeling, how to loft, how to create curves, and how to patch, and how to combine just things. And I think with those cylinders, you will learn everything what's important. So you just understand the concept of those things. All right, so let's hide here number 2 and number 1 and number 3, and start with number 1 here. So how to connect that? Okay, obviously very simple. Just select those edges and loft. Okay, and you see it's G1. And here in this example, because everything is so super simple, you see if we go G2, then you see it's even smoother. So if you press OK and I press Shift E, so show edges, you see we have a very nice connection, and that's basically it. So we just lofted 2 edges. Okay, so now let's go to number 2, and now it will get already much more different and much more realistic what we will encounter most of the time with surface modeling. So this could be everything, right? For example, if we just go to Pinterest, type product design, you see we always have in product this kind of connection. So of course this is a very simple version of it, but here we basically have also one cylinder and another cylinder in which are connected, right? Or here, so I also have a YouTube tutorial on that. Again, a cylinder, and here on the bottom again a cylinder, and it's nicely, smoothly and connected. And also here, so you get the point, right? So we see very often, so okay, now it starts showing us exactly what we want. So a lot of products always have some kind of form and shape which is connecting or going into the other, right? So what to do? So I first of all just try to imagine what I want to do. So just to visualize. So I want to connect it in this kind of manner, right? So this would be like the most logical thing, that everything is just nice and smoothly connected. So that means that we have to break up somehow this left cylinder at this point, and at this point we have to create a hole, because right now there is nothing to connect to because we just have a closed surface. So we have to open, again, we have the main shape, the main cylinder on the left, but we have to cut a piece away so we can start to connect to this circular edge. So that means I just will, just create here a hole and just cut this away because we will not need it. Because then again, we will have here an edge and we have here our circular edge. And then we can start to patch or to loft it. And you see, so if you have like a 3D vision, then you see already what I want to do here. So let's do that. First of all, because this will be symmetric, we want to cut it absolutely in half. You will see in a second why. So go to the top view, and before we start, go to the left view and create a line and snap it in the middle, and cut into the main body, delete the left piece, and the same, this curve, cut into this body, delete and delete. Because now we just have to work on one half and we can mirror it over and we will not have any issues. So now let's go to the front view and create a line and just go to something like that. And press B to give it just here a fillet so it's smooth. And now cut into the body. So press C, cut here into the face and delete that and delete that. So this is now, you see exactly what I wanted. So just again, we want to connect this and like this way. And now we have here an edge. So now we have here a hole that we can try to fill. So how do we do that? So maybe you would try just to select those edges and loft them, but you see this doesn't work. It's not so important why it doesn't work, but just if you're interested in, here we have just one long edge, but here we see we have a lot of edges. But also this is like a very perfect cylindrical shape, and this not. So we have to break it and patch it a little bit down. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to connect this edge with this edge in the smoothest possible G1 way. Okay? So for that, select this edge and this edge. And very important command, you will always use it in surface modeling. So press F and search for bridge edge. Because this is an edge, just if someone is confused, because I see it all the time. So this is a curve. So right, this is a curve. We can play with it around and it's blue. And this is an edge. So an edge is a part, so the end part of a face, and it's black. Okay? So, yeah. So we select two edges and go to the front view and again press F and search for bridge edge. Because again, you always use this. I have it on Shift B because again, you can use it with your left hand very fast. So Shift B and bam. You see, we have a nice connection and it's even G2, but in this example, just do it, go to G1 because this will be fine here. And as I said, in this introduction, we are not covering G2 and G3, even if it's showing us that we have to do G2, but just don't do it. Stick with G1 in the beginning. And so you see, we have a nice smooth connection. So press OK and we have to do exactly the same at the bottom. Select this edge, shift this edge, and again, search for bridge edge or press Shift B. And because here you see why I don't want G2, because here it would be fine, but here you see it's just too sharp. And if you press G1 and G1, now you see it's has a better rounding. Just in that example, for beginners, just do it. Press OK. Perfect. So now you see we kind of have a closed hole. So what do I mean by that? So we have everywhere boundary. So here we have boundary edges, but we have now also those boundary curves. So when you have this kind of an instance, you can try to patch it. So again, patch is something what you always will use in surface modeling. So if you press patch, bam, you see we basically already get a perfect example, you think. So if you press OK and if you press Shift E, so again Shift E is the command for toggle show edges, you see it looks good, but it's not good. Because if we go to the right view, because as you remember, G0 is not a smooth connection. It looks pretty smooth, but you see it's not. So what we want to do is we could select this face and Shift X to delete it and try again. Just select everything and Shift 3 patch command. And now everywhere where we want like a nice smooth transition, we just go to G1, 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 and also here G1. And if you press OK and Shift E again, now you see that looks much, much, much better. So for you as a beginner. But we have a big problem. I always see that beginners do this mistake. And I will also explain that later in common problems and stuff. But if you delete now those curves with X, and if you object mode, select this object and mirror it, and bring it here to the other side and press OK, bam. You see, so it looks everywhere nice, but not if we go here to the top where we had our, how's it called? Our curve, right? Which we selected for our patch, and we have this ugly seam here. The same at the bottom, but we want a smooth connection. Why is that? It's the biggest thing. Every beginner is always doing this mistake, but now you will see what to do and you will never ever make this mistake. So if we just go back with Control Z and we have the situation. If you cut an object in half, as we did here, as you will most of the time will do, and if you connect where in the middle piece, so here are the curves, right? They are in the middle. But you can't just use them for patch or lofts. So in this example, it's patch, but for loft, you will see in the next example, it's the same. Because we don't have any tangent information here. So the patch doesn't know. So if we select with shift click all of those edges and curves, and if we patch it, you see everywhere where we have an edge, we have the option to decide if we want continuity or not, if it's G0 or G1, the same here, but not at this curve. So always when you loft, or especially when you patch, you always need edges. So it depends on the case, but in most of the time you need edges, because edges, you have the control of tangency, of curvature, of smoothness. So how to achieve that? You just select those edges and press E for extrude, because you can extrude curves. So press E and bam, just extrude them a little bit. It doesn't matter if it's long, if it's short, we just need a surface. Press OK, delete this curve, and now you see we have a different situation. Now we have a close boundary only out of black edges. And now if you patch it again, bam, now you see we have everywhere this control here. So just press tab. So you switch all of them to G1 and press OK. And now just very important, you have to go to face mode and select this face, shift this face and delete it again. This was just for help, for support. And now if you select this whole body and Alt X and you bring it to the other side, right click, and now look what we have. Now we have a very nice tangent, smooth connections and no smooth edges. And this is true for this case. It's also true for much more complex objects like helmets and power drills and cars, everything. You always need this supporting line. Don't worry if you don't understand it yet. We will always use this in our next examples. So we have our nice, beautiful connection. So let's close this and go to number 3. So this will be already even more interesting, even more challenging. Again, before we start, let's go to the left view and again create a line, Shift A in the middle axis and select the line, press C into this body and delete the left piece. And let's just cut into all of those pieces. So select that and also this one and delete it. Perfect. So again, we are just having half. We need it because otherwise it will not work as we did in the previous module. Okay. So now we will go to the front view. And so what is this here, what I'm showing? So this is a K connection. So it's a pretty common practice for surface modeling. So if you just type in bike frame or something, then okay, it's like very advanced designer stuff. But you get the point, right? So if you have like a frame, so yeah, exactly here you see it. So from a bicycle, you have absolute exactly the same case here. So a real world snippet, a real world example snippet of the whole frame. And that's practice. So first of all, let's just extrude. So it's just easier for us. So select those edges, just extrude them. And now again, first of all, imagine how you would connect it. So maybe even you would stop now and you would download this tool here. So it's called Epic Pen. So just Epic, like cool pen. And then just start it. And then you can here select the pencil and then you can just paint and draw here. And with this bin, you can delete it. Or just in your mind, try to connect all that. So just do that right now in your mind, or do it with Epic Pen, or make a screenshot in Paint or something and just try to logically connect it in a smooth way. Okay, so we want something like that here, right? Then we want something like that. So here in this example, I said smooth. So we want something like that. So we have always here a nice transition, right? So in other words, G1, 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 and G1. And here again, we have to do the same. So we have to cut this away. So again, we have some edges. But then, yeah, we will have to do some new stuff, but step by step. So let's do this first. We will start by opening this here, because you see, you can't, we can't bridge edges here, right? So we just have to break that. So again, just Shift A, create a line and just create something like that. It's not so important, like if it's good or not, it will work anyway. So we have something like that. Try to put here this line kind of in the middle somewhere. And again, select it, press B and just give it here a fillet. And now C, cut into that body and delete that. Right? So now, so we have those edges that we can create curves. So curves are blue. So let me use blue. Bam. Then we have this edge and this edge at the bottom. So it will look like that. Then we have this edge and this edge, which is a little bit behind. So it will be somewhere like that. And again, we will extrude this a little bit. And we will also extrude this a little bit and this a little bit. So we will have a face. Because as you remember, we need edges. And here we have then an edge. And then we have again this closed hole only of edges. And then we can try to patch that, but yeah, it will not really work. Then we will encounter something very interesting. So let's go step by step. So again, select this edge, shift click this edge, Shift B, bridge edge, go G1 in this example. Okay, so let's go to the bottom, select those, Shift B, bridge edge, again G1. And here, select those and Shift B, G1. And here I just want a little bit more of attention. So I just want curvature, so what we have here, but I just want the curve squeeze a little bit more out. So for that, you have at the bottom right this option by pressing D. And now just with the mouse, you can now just increase the tension kind of a little bit. So just increase this a tiny little bit, something like that, okay? And yeah, that's fine. And now again, so you see, you could now select all of those guys here, curves and edges, and Shift 3, try to patch it. And you see this even works. But if you press Tab again, so everything is G1, but here you see now it's getting very, very ugly. And we don't have here this G0, G1 point. And also just one thing. So if you have, so you saw before we could patch it, but this comes with practice. So if you don't have this visual understanding right now of that, not a problem at all. This will come with time. But maybe, so I think most of you who are watching are pretty smart. So I think you see what I mean, that the surface is not too complex. You see, because we have basically just one edge, a second edge, a third edge, and kind of one long 4 edges. So this patch is just 4 edges. So this is okay. Yeah. But here, so with this example, you see there's so much more ongoing. We have one curve, 2 curves, 3 curves, 4, 5, and then 1 long 6. So we have 6 sides. And you see we have too much surface transition. So you see even patch works. And if we press G1, so it theoretically works, but you see it looks absolutely horrible and messy. And especially if you look from the bottom and the top, it's not what we want. So we want a nice straight connection here. But maybe it's because of the curve. So either way, before we patch anything, we have to select those curves and again press E and just extrude them a little bit and delete those curves because we don't need those edges, because here you see we can't select the edge. We always will select the curve, so we have to delete them. It's also a big mistake a lot of people do. So press X and now let's try again, because now we have a closed hole or boundaries, and now select again everything. Shift, 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 and everywhere Shift. And now patch again and press Tab. And now you see it's absolutely completely breaking everything. Maybe it works for you, but here in my example it doesn't work. And you see this is because the patch is too crazy. So what to do? So when we have something like that, and please guys, let me know in the community or when you will leave me a feedback for the course, hopefully. It took like a week to create all that. But just let me know if this will be, or anything is too complex, you don't understand, so I can maybe just make it even more simpler, record some new tutorials so other people will then understand it. So just let me know. But the thing is, when we have such a big hole, we have to break it down a little bit into smaller pieces. So, for example, so this would be one patch, but what if we break this patch into 3 smaller patches? Because again, the simpler the hole is, the better the patch will work. So again, if you have Studio and the Xnerves, I'm not doing any kind of that kind of stuff. So I think even, just let me try, I don't even know, but it should work. Yeah, so with Xnerves, it works almost perfectly, but not even Xnerves can do this. But again, it's just was for me. Don't think about it. We will do it manual, as you also should in the beginning as a beginner. So what if we create, let me make it blue. So what if we create here a curve, so which will connect this cylinder with this cylinder here, and another curve, so somewhere here. So then we can create, here a surface, a patch, right? So something like that. And the same, so when we have a curve here, we have this closed boundaries. So we can start to create here a little patch. And then we are just left with this hole here. So it's still pretty complex, but it's already much simpler than this whole big hole. Then we can try to start to, I don't know how to draw that, but we can patch that. Okay? We want to create here a curve, but we don't have here edges, right? So we have to create some edges. And again, very important command, select this face and press F and search for isoparam. Again, isoparam, Control R. Again, because you will use it all the time, I just have it in shortcut for the left hand. So isoparam, or in other words, just create an edge. I don't like this word isoparam, but yeah, isoparam. And now you see you can create an edge. And let's just create an edge here in the middle. And let's do the same here. So select this face, Control R, or search for isoparam. But now this line is the wrong direction. So just press Tab and go to here. And now we have 2 edges. So what can we do? We can connect them with the curve. So select them both and press Shift B for bridge edge. And again, you see, that's why I told you, don't look at G2, because we have here a wonky curve, but logically it has to be straight, but it's because it's too close. So again, don't think about G2, just click G1, and then you see it's doing what we want to do. So press G1, and now we have this closed hole, and now we can patch it. Bam, and G1, 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 everything is smooth. But now I don't have extruded this curve here. but I told you when we have curves, we always have to extrude this. Am I crazy? No. If you listen carefully, I told you that you only have to extrude curves when they are in the middle, where you will mirror that. So as we have here. But this curve is not in the middle of anything. So this is fine. We don't need here right now tangent information. Okay, so press OK. And you see that looks fine. Do the same here at the bottom. First of all, delete the curve again. So we have this edge. And again, press 3 face mode, select this face, Ctrl R or isoparam. And again, let's create one line here in the middle. And one line somewhere here. So we can connect in this kind of fashion. So select that, Ctrl R, press Tab. And here in the center. And again, just select those two edges. Shift B, bridge edge. Again, that doesn't look exactly what we want. So press G1 and now it looks what we want, even though G2 should be better quality, right? So that's why I'm telling you, don't use G2 as a beginner. Press OK. And again, just edge mode and let's select this hole here, Shift 3, patch and press Tab. So everything is G1 and we have continuity and delete this. And beautiful. So now you see the top and the bottom looks pretty fine. And our hole in the middle is now much smaller. So let's try to patch this. So now we could try to patch this hole here. Select those and Shift and press G1. And so you see it's not looking exactly what we want. So you see it's just a little bit wonky here. So let's go back. And again, if you have a very big complex patch as we have here, because it's too many edges and flat surfaces into circular faces, again, we have to break down the hole so our patch doesn't have to think or work so much, right? So we just have to simplify it a little bit. So right now, try it on your own. So what we did already, but just stop and just try to do one more exact set that we just did and created this face. So try to find a way how you can simplify this hole here. So make this hole smaller. Okay, so maybe you found it, maybe not. And yeah, so there's a few different ways what you could try. So maybe add here an extra edge and here, and then connect this curve and then close this one here first. And then you have this smaller face hole here and try to patch it. Or we create, so we break this surface into half. So select the face, Ctrl R, and just here to the middle. And the same at the bottom, Ctrl R, and here to the middle. And now select those two edges, press Shift B to bridge edge. And again, G1 as I said. And we have something like that. But as you remember, this curve here, we gave a little bit of tension. Because here we also see now it's a little bit too flat. So just press D. And just extrude this a little bit so you're kind of following this shape here. So right click. And now let's patch it. Shift 3 and press Tab. So everything is G1 and I think that looks fine. Press OK. Delete the curve. And now again, let's try to patch it. Shift 3. And so for patch and press Tab, so everything is G1. And now if you press OK and press Shift E, so here show edges, now you see we have like a nice smooth connection. I know it's not the highest quality, but for now, for us, it's fine. Maybe it looks a little bit different for you because maybe you did the edges somewhere else, but this is something that is now theoretically kind of correct. So again, press 3, select this supporting faces here in the middle, Shift X to delete them. And now just select this whole piece here and Alt X and bring to the other side. Press OK and J to join, and you see everything looks absolutely nice and smooth and as it should. And again, guys, if this was too complicated, if you're more confused than before, please let me know, because I think this is an absolute perfect example, because everything more complex uses the exact same techniques, just in a little bit different way. And this is a very simple, in my eyes, object. So if that was too complex, just let me know. Or if that was fine, also let me know. So yeah, that we can just help other people and I can help you if that was too complicated. Yeah, so we've covered all of our circles here, and I think they are pretty good exercises just to figure out the basics. And now in the next module, we will go into a little bit of a more real world thing. We will create this kind of design, right? So this kind of detail of design, because why do I want to show you that? Because yeah, such designs are always used in product design, car design. So if you just check out here this car, so we always have different variations. So it's similar, it's a little bit different, but if we check out just my courses, so I have here those power drills, right? And you see here at the bottom, just a nice little design accent, a nice little design detail. So we will create exactly that, because you can always reuse that in concepts and product design. And again, what you will just learn is the absolute key basic techniques, how to create this kind of stamp effect, and just using some basics of plasticity. So let's check that out in our next module. All right, welcome guys. And yeah, I really love this type of design. So this is only possible, obviously, with surface modeling. You can't do this with Boolean techniques and all this basic stuff that is floating around. So that's why I show that, because this looks, in my opinion, amazing. It's fun. It's what's used in the industry. So just open that, and here we have already just that as a reference. Just select this piece here and just bring this a little bit to the left. And let's start from scratch. So maybe also make this a little bit smaller, but yeah, not that important anything. So maybe let's make this shorter also. So let's start from scratch. So very simple, go to the top view and just take here the control point curve or any curve, and just let's create a curve which is a little bit curved. And maybe just let's bring it here and just select the curve and press E and just extrude this till this point here. And let me change that. So we just have here a nice curved surface, right? So let's do some magic. So let's just analyze this points here. So when you practice on your own, so if you don't just buy a course where you have the complete solution step by step, so also what I'm doing here, just to show you the whole process in a condensed way. So if you don't do this route, where in my opinion you learn the most, so if you learn something on your own, right, don't start with something super complex. So if you do it on your own, don't start with something like this power drill here in my course or something completely different. Something, like a car hood or something, right? So it will not work, especially as a beginner. You have to isolate simple things and try to create them first. So for example, I don't know, if you like this power drill, so I'm just showing it to you here on my example because I've used it exactly here. So for example, you find the power drill or something, right? And you see, oh, this at the bottom looks really cool. So it's much better for your mental health also to start with one little piece and try to figure that out. Because as a beginner, this will be already challenging for you, right? Because if you try as a beginner to create this whole power drill without like good basic understanding of surface modeling, you will never ever achieve that. You have to learn first from someone. You have to practice that on your own. You have to watch 1,000 tutorials or take just a course where everything is condensed. So you have to just first learn the techniques and then try to implement them. But yeah, so take this little piece, right? And make maybe even just a screenshot of this little piece, or what we have now is just this piece isolated, and analyze that. So we have this curve, and then let me paint it again here. We have this outer cut here, and we have a second cut here, right? And obviously we have to connect somehow those points. So this is just connected in this way here, and also in this way kind of, right? So yeah, it's not matching, but you get the point. And so we have to cut out of the surface this kind of two shapes, and the blue one we have to bring in a little bit, right? So we have to cut this blue shape, and then we will cut it here again and just use this surface here and just bring it a little bit in with an angle. And then we will connect this edge with this edge in a smooth way. And then we are left with a hole. So as we did in the beginning with the shampoo bottle. So here it will be exactly the same. So very simple, similar, I mean, and then we will just connect it with a loft, and then we will have this chamfer, and then we can just fill it that. So again, it's better if you just follow, and when we just practice that hands on. So let's start very simple. So maybe let's even make this everything smaller. So select that SS, make it smaller, bring it to the right. So it's kind of our reference image, right? Yeah. So just create a line, Shift A, and let's just follow here our shape. So it's first the outer shape, right? So it's something like that. And as I said, you have to close it, because otherwise you can't cut a piece away. And also you see it's intersecting here a little bit. So this is sometimes confusing. So just bring this here to the front. And also we need here a nice juicy fillet. And we need here a smaller fillet, just some aesthetics. And that's basically it. Because now we can press C and cut into our body here. And now why we did this, so now with this piece we will do all of our operations. So now we have to create this whole detail inside of this hole. Right, so we will not touch anything anymore from the outside. We will work a little bit with this piece, but with this curve here, we are just cutting like kind of when you create like cookie or cake, just stamp it out, and so we can have just control what we will do in the inside. So first of all, we have to bring this curvature, so introduce somehow, because you see it's going like inwards, right? So it goes a little bit inwards. So we have to do that. So for that, we will just select this piece, and with object mode, select this inner piece and just press G and just bring this a little bit inwards. Okay. And now, so you see it's everywhere the same distance, but we have to rotate it now a little bit. So press R from the top view and just give it here a little bit of an angle. So you see it's kind of here connected, but not really. And that's fine, because let me hide this with H, because we have to reconnect this again. I know there are a million of different ways, but just again to show you the basics is, again, we have to cut the half away, because you see we can't, so we can loft those here with G1, but it's just a step, right? But we want as we have here a nice smooth transition. So a good way is it to select this face and press Ctrl R, so the command for isoparam, and just cut it somewhere here in the middle and delete, so let me hide this grid, delete this whole surface with Shift X. So maybe now you thought why we are doing this. It's very simple, because now we have here a lot of a distance, so we just can create a nice smooth connection. So maybe even go to the top view and select this piece here again, and maybe give it even a little bit more rotation. So kind of that if you select this edge, so I'm looking from the top right, so we can then connect, bam, this way, okay? So let's do that. Select this edge and press L for loft, and bam. So you see we have G1 and we have G1, and you see we have a nice smooth connection. Again, you could go with G2, but again, G1 will be fine for us as a beginner. So that's fine. Press OK. And now if you press Shift E, you see we have a nice connection, but we are missing our detail chamfer straight walls here. So for that, we have to cut now from those two pieces in the inside again a little bit away, so we can delete then this leftover here. And then again we have then a little distance which we can loft. So Shift A, and so create a line from this point to this and here, and go to this point. So something like that. Maybe you can adjust it if you want. And again, you have to give it here a fillet, and here at the bottom a little bit of a juicy one. And now, before you cut, first of all, let's join those two faces. So go to object mode, select this and Shift and press J. So you have one surface. And now go to the front view, select this curve, press C and cut into our surface, right click. And now you can delete the curve and delete the surface. And you see we have exactly what we want. And now object mode again, select all of those sheets and press J, so everything is joined. And now we can do the same what we did in with our shampoo bottle. We can start to loft, but when you have those triangles here, do them at the end. So what do I mean by that? First of all, start by lofting this here, because here you see we have those edges are approximately the same length, kind of. So you can just press L, and G1 we don't want. We want tap tap. We want a G0, and you see we have a nice flat surface. And now you see you have those triangular holes, and it's better if you select object mode. Again, you have to select everything and press J to join, so it's one sheet. And now edge mode, press 2, alt click, so you select this whole edge loop, and Shift 3 for patch. And now you see it perfectly patches. And the same here. So again, when you don't, just an explanation, just go back a few steps, just that you understand it. So here we can't patch, right? Because to make a patch work, we need a closed hole, a closed boundary. But we don't have it here. Here we just have those edges, and this edges there is a distance between, so we don't have a connection. So in this case, you have to loft. Again, G0. But when you loft in object mode, you see this sheet is separate from this sheet. So again, you have to first join that. Because always before you patch, everything has to be joined. Because here now you see again, here we have a closed hole, or we have a complete boundary loop of edges. And now we can't loft anymore, and now we can patch. So this is the big difference. But we can also only patch when everything is connected. But yeah, patch And the same here, press 2, alt click and patch, press OK, and beautiful. So now you see in this mode, again, this left looks more realistic, better, because we have fillets, and here we have no fillets. So always you have to add fillets, and in this example it's very simple. Just select one edge and give it here a nice little fillet and here a nice little fillet. And voila, guys. And that was super simple, super easy, and that was super fast. So when you have a little bit of practice, with a lot of practice, it will not take, I don't know, 20 minutes or 30 minutes, what I'm explaining here. It will take you 1 minute or 2 minutes, because it will be just bam, 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 bam. It will be extremely fast, everything. But again, I try to explain like every little step so everyone can follow along. And yeah, below every video or below this video, you will find again just a link to a form. Just click on that. It's 1 second. It will cost you 20-30 seconds. Just type in, or that was too fast, that was fine, I didn't understand that and that. Just give me some feedback, okay? So I just know what to do better. Or if there is no link, then just post it in the community, your questions. But yeah, so we've covered really a lot. So it's again 1.5 hours. I thought it will take 15 and 20 minutes, but yeah, it's always the case for me. I always go into absolute little detail, so literally everyone can follow along and learn the most. And yeah, I just want to share my excitement for surface modeling, but I think you see that. And in the next module, so the next module, I hope no one is skipping, because the next module will be the most important. Before we come into our product design tutorial, where we'll create a real product completely from scratch. And before we discuss some common problems, I just want to discuss with you like kind of a mindset training, how to learn, how to practice, how to tackle complex projects. Then later, when you are on your own, if it's with my courses, with other people courses, with free tutorials, if you do it on your own, I don't care. How you will get the best results, how you can learn the most. So this is in the next video. It's not practical. It's just listening and making some notes. So yeah, you truly get the best and the fastest results. So let's check that out. All right. So welcome to this mindset training, how to learn and tackle any project. And guys, in my opinion, so by fact, this whole section with this module and the next module is by far the most important thing. And I know it's very unfortunate, because I did that already in the past. Most of the people don't watch it because, again, oh, it's boring. He just talks. I just want the tactics. I just want the secret. I just want that magic pill that he can give me so I can create amazing stuff. But that's the whole point. There is no magic pill. And I just want to explain this whole topic of that it's not just your techniques and strategy and what you learn, but also how you program your mind, how you see that whole big picture on how to learn, how to get good at something, how to tackle those complex projects, how to create amazing results and all that kind of stuff. And I will just share everything that works for me, that works for a lot of people who implement what I'm telling them. And yeah, if you are watching, then you do something very right in my opinion. And yeah, so first of all, before I get into the strategies, into the tactics on how to learn actually and how to get results right, there are some very huge misconceptions. And as I said, people think it's about tactics, it's about the technique, it's about learning the advanced stuff. So what I see all the time, all the beginners ask me, do advanced tutorials, show me how to do this super crazy hardcore stuff as a complete beginner. And people just search for that magical solution to their problems. They just want that quick, easy fix. So it's not just 3D modeling, surface modeling. It's also how to make money, how to I don't know, how to build a business, how to do that. And here they always want just the easy, quick, magical solution. But if it would be about the tactics, techniques, and about the advanced stuff, then, so it would be, if it would be the case, then people would have just to watch just 2 or 3 tutorials or my courses and get amazing results, right? Because in my courses and tutorials, I teach those tactics and techniques and workflows. So you would just have to watch a few, and then you would know everything what I know, and then you could implement that and do that on your own, right? But it's obviously not the case for 99.99% of the people. And there's a big thing that I see, and I thought about it, and so I broke it down to this, what I will tell you now. So there are 2 types of people, kind of. So one type of so there are more, but just to make this thing simple. So there's one type of people, they buy, for example, one in-depth step-by-step course, right? So where I teach like the basics and fundamentals. And those people who bought one course, or they just watched a few tutorials, or just learned a little bit, but they get absolutely amazing results and they are just crushing it, and they bought maybe just one course and they will never ever buy a course again, right? So you have this kind of people, but then you also have a different type of people. They buy all of courses, they watch all tutorials, and they have no results at all. And it's actually true also for a lot of people in my community, because I talk to them, I just observe, and as I see, I know of people, so I know exactly who buys which courses, right? How much they watch and all that kind of stuff. And there are people, they literally bought every of my courses, of my paid courses, and spent like hundreds of dollars, but they still don't have any results on their own. They still ask the absolute basic questions. They ask me, how can I do that and that, right? So how can be like this huge difference of results with the same information, whereas some people even get more of the information, of the tactics, of the strategies, of the advanced stuff, but they still don't see results. And so why is it? What is it about? And what is it really about that will get you to results? Not just 3D modeling and life, in business, freelance, whatever. So first of all, you need a direction, you need focus, you have to learn the fundamentals, not the advanced stuff, and it's practice, right? So I broke it down. So when I was creating this presentation and like all what I learned, I distilled and synthesized it in those 4 main things. So let's dive into one by them and learn what's really important for you if you want to master surface modeling, get results in your life, grow your business, all that kind of stuff. All right, so the direction. And let me start with the quote. How do you expect to get to a destination when you don't know where you're going? So what does that mean? You need a goal. You need a direction. Because some people, when they hear, he teaches us, you need a goal and a guru. Okay, I don't care about those people, but just goal, direction, those words are interchangeable for me. Or a North Star, right? So when you're in the night in the ocean, right? So then it's night and you don't know where you're going. You need a North Star, again, a direction. So let me draw you something so you understand that. And yeah, I've created that already here. Let's just say, right, because most of my people are in the US, and yeah, most of the people know the US. So for example, you are in LA, right? So LA is on the West Coast, and you want to go to New York City, which is on the West Coast, right? So you want to make a road trip, or you just want to get from your like current location to the like desired location, right? So this is then kind of your goal. So you know exactly where are you going. So when you start now your road trip, so if you would not have your goal, you would just go randomly and you just wouldn't know where you are going. And I don't know, it's the same as you are in the airport and you get to that counter and you say, I want a flight. And then the lady asks you, where do you want to go? And you say, I don't know, I just want a flight. And then she gives you a ticket and then you fly somewhere and you're in Africa, but then you get out there, it's too hot and you are saying like, why I'm here? I don't want to got here. It's because you didn't know where you wanted to go. But now you know where you want to go. You are in LA and you want to go to New York City, right? And so there is a distance. And what you're doing is with the car, right? And also I forgot the thing. So it could be, so this is just like an example, but it could be also, so for example, you are right now a beginner in surface modeling and plasticity, 3D modeling, but you want to become a pro because you want to work in the industry, you want to make freelance, you want to make some money, you just want to be good, you want a nice portfolio, all that kind of stuff, right? So you see, you are always in the current situation and you should go somewhere. Why? Because what will happen, you will start with your car and your car, let's say you start at night and you drive and you only see always the next 50 meters because of the light of the car with like the shining light, right? Because it's dark and you always see just like the next 50 steps ahead you, and you start to drive, and then what will happen, you will get at some point, so you will start and you are motivated, and then I don't know, because it's dark and you don't have Google Maps, right? You get somewhere and you can't make it through. So for example, I don't know, there's a tree on the road also, right? So you encounter a problem, right? So it could be the same when you are a beginner and you want to become a pro, you always encounter problems. So it will get frustrating and there will come points, oh, I'm not good enough, I don't know what to do and all that kind of stuff. And if you have a goal, so where you want to go, what will happen? You will get to this point, but then you will get back on track because this is normal and this is just part of that. But then you get again, so it's not the right way, so you can't go to here. But then you just start going again in that kind of direction, even though you don't know exactly how to get there. And again, you go forward. And then what will happen? Again, a new problem will come. So again, if you learn something, if you want to get good, build a business, then it will get painful. Because, I don't know, you have to do that. You have to learn 3 hours a day, plasticity, surface modeling. It's painful. It's boring, right? So again, a new problem. And the thing is, if you don't have a goal, right, then it's very hard to keep going. And what most of the people do when they encounter a problem, they quit. They give up. So I see it all the time in my community. People sign up, they went through 2 modules and they, I don't know, get a problem and they instantly quit or so, because it's frustrating, it's painful. And always at those points, people quit. So if you start with like 100 people, right? So here 5 people quit, here 15 people quit, and all that kind of stuff. But then you, because you have a goal and you know you want to become a freelancer, you want to make money, you want to be amazing at surface modeling, you want, I don't know, work in the industry, you again keep going. But again, you don't know exactly where to go. You just know that you have to go, and you will again get to a problem where, you know, self-doubt. Sometimes you will have months and weeks where you just don't see progress, or where you ask yourself, why I'm doing all that. And what is happening again? Most of the people, 50%, will quit at this point, right? So they will just go back because it's easy, it's comfortable, and yeah, people are just weak, you know. But you, bam, and at some point you will get to that goal, right? So I know a lot of people that I don't want to put goals and life is too serious and stuff. But then you will not have any motivation or any North Star in those moments when life gets hard, when surface modeling, when plasticity gets hard. All of the people, most of the people quit. It's in life, it's in business. When 100 people start, just 1 or 2 people actually get to the goal. And all of those others will just fail. So I hope you understand now why a goal is so important. And how to form a goal, how to actually create a goal. There I have just a few questions for you, because I also know that a lot of people, they are 30, 40 and they never thought about that. They just live, they just work 30 years on the same place, and they have never had a goal. And when I start to talk about and ask them, what's your goal? I don't know, make money or I don't know, buy a house and stuff. No one has really a goal. So you have to ask yourself to form that goal. So why are you doing this? So why do you want to achieve that goal? So when you achieve that goal, so what do you expect will happen? What will be when you actually achieve it? What will be there? So for example, just will give you a few goal examples that you could take or just inspire yourself so you better understand. Because I know a lot of people know what is a goal, but I also know a lot of people don't know. So learn high quality modeling to be able to get a job in the industry, right? So if you like products, if you like this field industry, then you have to get good at that, right? Because there are millions of people and applications, but if you are not very good, exceptional, you will not get the job, which is normal, right? So you have to learn high quality modeling. Or you want to learn high quality modeling to make an income from freelancing. So what I did when I did product rendering, I did most of the models back then also myself. Or there are like thousands of 3D modeling jobs, so freelance jobs. So people always need 3D models. You can just create them. Or you want to learn high quality modeling to start a business. So kind of what I'm doing, right? So I have to learn plasticity and surface modeling so I can teach it. So this is my business, right? Or what I also did, what I'm still doing, I'm selling 3D models and packs like on CG Trader, on TurboSquid, right? So, and you actually can make money out of that. So, I mean, most of you, I know that 99% of the people will not start a big business. What I'm doing here, like full time and big goals and stuff. But why not make like $200, $300, $400, $500 extra every month with just a few hours of work with selling 3D models or something in that kind of stuff, which is, by the way, so easy if you really want it, so that could be a goal. Or learn high quality modeling to create a strong portfolio. So as I have an amazing Behance portfolio back then. So I was doing 3D rendering because I was back then interested in rendering, but there are also like 3D modeling portfolios as well, right? Because they will give you a chance into the industry, into freelance jobs. You just need nowadays a portfolio if you're an artist or a designer, even if it's just a hobby, because you never know, it could always change. Or you want to learn high quality modeling to implement it in your professional workflow. So maybe you're working already somewhere and you just want to implement plasticity. Or what I find very interesting, so what's also important for me is to learn complex problem solving. It's a trait for life. Honestly, guys, I think learn anything. It doesn't have to be right now just surface modeling, but I think surface modeling is amazing because you actually have to learn it. It's not like Boolean solid modeling. You can do it in 5 minutes. It's the most easy thing. You don't need any skills for that. But surface modeling, you have to learn. You always encounter difficult problems, but which you have to learn then. Because, in life, I have a little bit the philosophy, how you do one thing, you do everything. So my apartment is clean. So my car is then also clean. When I go in the gym, like here in Poland, where I'm currently right now because I travel a lot, all of those weights, they are all over the place. The people are not conscious about like tidiness and that everything is organized. They are not conscious about it, right? And what I'm doing, like between my sets, I just take those and organize them and put the 15 kg to the place where it belongs and all that kind of stuff. So I just need things to be clean, tidy, and organized. You know, I vacuum clean always. So that kind of person. The same for problem solving. I have a business, right? So I'm traveling a lot. So I always have to find apartments. I have to find out how I can make money, how I can grow my business, right? Then like also personal issues. It's everywhere a problem. But again, so if I learn problem solving in plasticity, in surface modeling, it's just an exercise that strengthens my problem solving ability, which will split over other areas in life. And a lot of people don't understand this. And even I know also that a lot of my audience make it just a hobby. So I know that I guess I don't know, but I know that most of the people don't even watch this anymore. They just go to straight to the tutorial, and I talk too much and stuff what some of them say, and understand that. So some people don't care about like to become really good, to become the best at something, to excel in life, to, I don't know, make extra money, to just achieve something in life, right? But still, if it's just a hobby, because I see it also people that achieve amazing results in the hobby, they just write me, man, I enjoy my hobby so much. It makes so much more sense. I love to practice. I love to do that. And I have this little 3D printer at home, and your courses help me to just recreate cool projects. And I just enjoy do this as a hobby, right? So that could be also just a goal, without making money, be professional and be extremely good. So maybe someone is now interested of you. So I just want to make the point. What is my goal? What is my mission? What is my direction? I help people to master high quality 3D modeling in plasticity with the best educational content on the internet. And so, you know, when I teach you about goals, and how to set up a goal, then it's not just, I just talk you some fancy stuff and here my goal is just some fancy, cool, nice words that it's nice, that sounds good and stuff. No. So if we take my goal, my mission statement, so I have the word people, master high quality 3D modeling, plasticity, and best educational content on the internet. So what does that exactly mean? So people, who am I helping? I'm not helping animals. I don't help businesses. I don't help companies. I help people, and those people are clearly defined in artists and designers. Then what exactly? So I'm not helping them to master 3D, because 3D is like rendering, texturing, like all of those stuff. It's master high quality 3D modeling. So not just 3D modeling, not just Boolean, not just solid modeling techniques and 50 seconds tutorials on YouTube, but high quality, real world, actual good stuff. Then where? Not in Cinema 4D, not in Blender, not in just 3D software, in plasticity. Like 1 year, I'm only doing plasticity tutorials, and I focus completely on plasticity. And how will I achieve it? With the best educational content on the internet. So not just some tutorials where I don't explain, where I don't speak, where it's just time lapse. So no one will learn anything from that. So especially beginners, but it's the best educational content, in depth, step by step, with explanations. So also what I'm doing here, not just teach you how to 3D model. And this is what most people want, but it's actually what I'm telling you here right now and in the next modules, what is important. But yeah, a lot of people, unfortunately, will not listen, and I can't get that information to them if they are ready or don't want to listen to that. But yeah, different story. So everything that I'm doing in my business, right, has to be aligned with that goal. So I'm encountering a problem, or I don't want to do that, or it's so painful to record this course right now. I'm working already like the 6th day, like every day, like 8 hours plus. I'm working on this course, and it's painful because it's free. And I give so much information. I could easily sell it for $60, $70. But it's my goal to help master people 3D modeling with the best educational content. And this is, in my opinion, a part of it to fulfill this goal, right? So free and paid. People who want to invest then and save time and get the complete step-by-step solution, they can buy their courses, right? But it has to be free. So just for the most people. And yeah, as I said, if it gets painful, if I have doubt, if it's stress, if I have fear, basically every day, normal when you have a business, this goal guides me and gets me back on track. So your step, identify and elaborate a goal. Think about it. Create a goal for you. And don't write it in stone. It always changes a little bit till you really have something that is really like your real truth and identity, right? So, once you have a direction and you know where you are going, you need focus. So let's check that out. All right, so the second key component on how to tackle any project, how to get good and stuff, is focus. And again, just a quote. My quote is that you can achieve more by doing less. I will explain to that in a second what that means and that I'm not crazy. Or as Dieter Rams, like the designer from Braun, said, less but better. Just in different words. Achieve more or achieve better things by doing less. And I just want to show you the most powerful diagram that completely changed my life. And I mean, literally my life. Results, 3D modeling, financials, business, everything. So I did coachings, right? So, and stuff. And in the past, I did like this kind of videos. And this is always what I tell people and show people, like even after years, because this is something that completely changed and I still use it every day. So again, let's have a look here. So very simple. Let's just take this guy here, and this is most people. So what are most people doing? They have an Instagram channel. They are on Discord. They make YouTube tutorials. They sell courses on ArtStation. They sell on Gumroad. I don't know. They are on TikTok. They make 3D texturing. They do 3D rendering. They use 5 different softwares. They have a personal life. They go out. They have a family. They have a job. They make freelance a little bit. They try to sell 3D models. So you see, so of course it doesn't have to be exactly what you're doing, but most of the people, they do too much stuff. It's absolutely crazy, because the thing is, you as a human, when you wake up and in the following 16 hours of the day, every human has 100% of energy, right? So we all have just 100% of energy, just physically kind of. And then if you look at all of those arrows, you spend a little bit on Instagram, you spend a little bit on Discord, you try to spend a little bit on YouTube, a little bit on ArtStation, but you can't be good at anything of that, because to be good at something, to get results, to learn surface modeling, to build a business, you have to put a lot of energy and focused energy on that. So that's why, people don't achieve anything. Like meaningful, something that they can be proud of. And what's also the biggest problem with this approach, people are extremely confused. They are depressed. They just sit at home. They don't have energy. They are anxious. They are afraid. They can't make a decision. They have all of those different options. They have all of the goals. They want like awesome relationships, right? They want an awesome job. They want to start a business. They want to do all this kind of stuff, but it's absolutely a mess. It's absolutely, literally just crazy. It's not working. It's not sustainable. Whereas, so my opinion, so I just show you like what's exactly specifically how I do it and how you can implement it for most other people. Again, it's not just how I see it just for myself and I think it's for everyone, of course not, but I did coaching. People ask me, also like in my courses, I give this kind of advice, right? And those who implement that, they truly get results and they change their life, and other people, they just give up and quit and no one sees anything from them. So I just do something very different and people don't really realize that, and I understand. So again, let's take me, and I don't have Instagram. I don't have Twitter. I don't have ArtStation. I don't have, I don't do 3D rendering at the moment. I don't do any freelance. So when I started Plasticity, since that day, not one freelance job I take. I don't sell all of those different stuff. But what I'm doing, I just have 2 huge arrows, right? So I just have 2 very huge arrows and nothing else. And one of them is my YouTube channel, and the other one is I'm absolutely focusing on content and courses, right? So from here, so the bottom section, the courses, this is where I just get my money to grow my business, to eat, to travel, to just have a life, right? And this YouTube is just to get like traffic so people get to know about me. So most probably, so it's the only way how you get to know me. It's because of YouTube, right? So I'm purely focusing on YouTube and on courses. That's it. I don't do anything else. I don't go really out. So I sacrifice also a lot. I say no to a lot of things. Why? Because I have a clearly defined goal. So it's this, what I told you. So I help people to master 3D modeling in plasticity with the best educational content on this earth, right? So again, on YouTube I share this and in my courses. And I also have some financial goals and some specific numbers and some other stuff. And to achieve this one goal that I have right now in my life, so of course it's always changing, and when I achieve this goal, then I just go to the next one. This is how I grow. But right now it's just one goal, and this is the direction that I need. Like Instagram, absolutely pointless. Freelance, absolute pointless. Learning 5 different software, absolute pointless. Do this, absolute pointless. Only those 2 things move the boat forward towards the goal. And this gives me a lot of clarity. Of course, it's painful very often. Of course, I am frustrated. Of course, I'm thinking always about, not always, but sometimes, why I'm doing this, why I'm not just go back to that simple life. But then again, I just look at my goal and bam, I'm back on track. So that just means for you. So again, I know not everyone, I know that most of my people, they are like 30, 25 plus. So you have family and relationship. I just have very specific goals. I love business. I want to grow and to build something really big. And I have completely different goals that I'm not talking here, which has nothing to do with like plasticity and teaching, modeling and stuff. But that's the different story. But for you, so I understand that not everyone can go this hardcore way, but still take something and just see. So after I told you, right, so elaborate the goal and then find what's really important and just do more of those things. And don't go on Instagram if you don't make any money off that. Because most of the time, what are you doing on Instagram? You're just scrolling and wasting time. Or same for TikTok and all that kind of stuff. Or if you sell 3D models, I don't know, just master 1 or 2 platforms. Or if you create courses, just create it on 1 platform. So you really master that, become the best. Because on YouTube, I would say I'm the absolute number 1 when it comes like to teaching people and really helping people and get beginners and intermediate people results. The same for the courses. Like by far, when it also comes to revenue, everyone who's like after me is not even close to me, because I just focus on those 2 things. So I get results. And also, right, look, I started with CAD modeling maybe 1.5 years ago. I never did CAD modeling before. And now people which has literally 15 or 20 years of experience, they learn from me because I just learned in 1 year massive amounts of skills. Why? Because I did nothing else. No rendering, no texturing, no animation, no freelance work, nothing. Just learning, improving and teaching you. And by teaching, just learn it even more, you know? So yeah. That's the whole of that. And now maybe you see what I meant by that you can achieve more by literally doing less, and that Dieter Rams from Braun, less but better. So the same also for an iPhone, right? So Steve Jobs, he also wanted just to focus everything like a camera, a audio recorder, a physical map, a computer, all in just one little device and without any distractions and all that kind of stuff, right? So in the beginning, where there was no Instagram. So just simplify things, do less, say no to a lot of things, but then doing the things which you are doing very well. Because also a lot of people, they, for example, a to-do list, right? So maybe someone of you freelancer or something, or you have a little business and you know, you have a lot of stuff to do, right? But then what you're doing, you have a Notion, you have Airtable, you have Trello, you read 5 books on how to be productive, you watch 20 tutorials on how to create a to-do list, rather than just have a little notebook and just write your to-do list. And you don't need any book to read, you don't need any tools and software, you can just do that with a pen and paper. And rather than learning about how to be productive and how to be good, just be productive, you know? But yeah, I could make, I don't know, I could create at least 1,000 videos about like this whole mindset thing. And yeah, that's also actually my plan, but not on this channel, because I know most of the people don't even watch from those who are doing plasticity stuff. But yeah, so your step, identify what's truly important and focus on it. So once you know a goal and once you decided, so for example, I understand, like, don't say no to your whole life just to learn surface modeling, but you like 3D modeling because of those reasons. And you want to learn surface modeling because, as we discussed, it's literally the only technique which gets you some, like, those results that you want. So you want to learn and master, hopefully, surface modeling, right? So then how to actually master them? It's not by learning advanced techniques, but the basic fundamental techniques. So let's check that out in the next module. All right, guys. So to master something, to get advanced, you have to learn the fundamentals and basics, and basically only them. Because doing something advanced is just an accumulation of fundamental basic things. Most of the people don't understand that, but that's why hopefully you're still watching. So there aren't, again, no secret tactics, no strategies, no specific secret techniques and tools and all that kind of stuff. It's just the fundamentals, always, when you learn something. When, for example, I like this example, So for those who have a business or a freelance, right, and you have a website, it's not about the color of your buy button. So you have a product or you have a service, right, and then you have like this link with a button. So it's not green. It doesn't have to be green. It doesn't have to be blue, orange, and you don't have to freak out about that. Or it's not the logo. So my whole life I did not have a logo, right? But I'm still making a lot of money, and some people freak out like weeks on which logo, which font to use and stuff. It's not about that. It's about having a product that solves problems for people. So in service as a freelancer, you have to provide the service, solve a problem, so they have shit advertisements, so you can create something better for them. Or what I'm doing, I create products, tutorials to help master 3D modeling plasticity, right? So you have to solve a problem. Then it doesn't matter if your button is green or red, if you have a logo or not, people will buy it. People will give you money so you can solve their problems. So it's the fundamentals of, in plasticity, in surface modeling right now, how to set up curves, edges, faces for high quality lofts and patches. So as you will learn, lofts and patches, edges and curves are the main basic building block of surface modeling. You just have to learn the basics of how to do that. And then the advanced stuff like building a car, building like crazy detailed stuff is, again, it's just faces, edges and curves, and how to loft and create high quality patches. So when you patch something, when you loft something, you get a good high quality. But you have to learn how to set it up. You have to master those points first. It's not some specific magic pill. Then also how to work with references, because a lot of people don't use references. They say, oh, it's just copying, but man, this is the biggest BS. Like, I personally am getting so good, so fast, better than 99% of all people, because I just practice and learn from someone who does already something, who is much better than me. And also the same learning from courses, or when you try to recreate, when you like product design, you don't just start with your own projects completely out of your head. How? You don't understand it even. You have to learn first from other people who are doing something very well, and learn from their work. Copy those references exactly one-to-one. Then when you upload that, then of course don't tell it's solely your idea, your design. Just mention that people. But I don't even care about that when I see someone or when I do that, because it's just absolutely normal and it is a part of being good. So I mean, of course, mention those people. Then, so if we go away from CAD modeling, so in polygon modeling, so you just have to learn the basics of quad topology. So especially if you work in production and like in high quality industry, you just have to learn the specific techniques on how to set up a circle on a curved face or something. So you just need to learn the basic techniques, the basic fundamentals, like how to create quad topology. Or the biggest thing in lighting, I see it all the time in my community and other places, but I just don't want to do right now 3D rendering. But a lot of people don't know even what is 3-point lighting. But everyone who knows of you rendering, right? You know that like a simple 3-point lighting, main light, fill light, rim light is the most basic thing, and you can use it with different variations and more advanced forms to light every product, to light every scene, to create nice infinite backgrounds and a nice backdrop to present a product well, a character, a face. You just have to learn the 3-point lighting setup. And it's not in 3D, you just learn it from photography first, how they are doing that, right? And again, it's just the basics. Because if you learn 3-point lighting and you like rendering, so just type in if you're a beginner right now in rendering, and hopefully you understand maybe that your renders don't look so good right now because you don't know what is 3-point lighting. So, and if you want to learn rendering, just type that in YouTube, right? Later after this course. Then also how composition works, the golden ratio to break up the image in thirds and stuff, and all that kind of stuff. Also how materials work, how photorealism like scratches, roughness, and just give it some texture, right? So it looks realistic and all this kind of stuff. And the thing is, I know it's absolutely boring to learn those basics and fundamentals. It's tedious. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of pain, and it's not advanced, right? So especially like young beginners, they instantly want to or how to model a car as a complete beginner with no experience on my own, you know? Or if I learn how to model first maybe a pen, you know, it's of course no one wants to do that because it's boring. Why should I learn this? It's not advanced. It's not cool. You know, you can't show off. You can't post on your Instagram. That, by the way, don't give you anything. It just wastes your time, because all of the people, I see it on Discord, so I'm not on Instagram. I don't know, back then when I was, people constantly show, like, they start a project and just show a screenshot of what they just started. It's on Discord, on the Plasticity channel, like all the time people post like so basic stuff rather than just not post it, because it doesn't give you anything, maybe just some likes, hopefully maybe some feedback, but no one gives you feedback, but rather just delete Discord, delete Instagram, and learn to get good. And this good work you can post then. Yeah, and the thing is, in the short term, all of those things, so learning the basics, the fundamentals, is boring. You know, you have, in the short term, you have all of those negative effects. But however, on the long term, so this is also, again, a huge thing. No human nowadays, or very few, think about the long-term effects of their actions. But on the long term, you will create then stunning work. You will be better than most others. I know most people don't want to be better than others, but I mean, I don't mean that also in any negative way. It's just the fact. If you learn, you will just be actually just better than others. It's not negative. It's just the fact, which is good, which is normal, to strive to excellence. I know it's not everyone thinks that way, but that's how I think. And also you will enjoy it so much more. It's so much, so I can literally start almost any project. So I go on Pinterest, right? So when I create new tutorial, new course, I just search for inspiration, and I just like that, right? So, and I know I can recreate that. And without this whole frustration point of things, because I know my fundamentals. Of course, it's always sometimes frustration, but I can basically recreate what I want, and it's just a lot of fun. And again, depends on you, but you will make more money, because I see it again all the time. So freelancers, you know, they just want to, or a lot of beginner freelancers, they are on like Fiverr and Upwork and all that kind of stuff, which is absolutely pointless. And they are constantly in work, and they do a little bit of money, but they will never make this big money. They will never work with the big companies, because they always stuck at this beginner level, and they don't invest in their skills, because their skills, this is what actually will make you more money. In freelance, the same as for me, you know, the better I will do 3D modeling, the better I teach, the better things I will show you, the more money I will make, right? So to sum it up again, your step is to learn the fundamentals of your craft first. So right now it's a service model, but of course I talk, and you can implement that for anything in your life. And once you have a direction or a goal, once you focus on it, once you learn the basics and fundamentals, which will bring you to your goals, what then you have to do, once you figure those three things out, you have to practice. So let's have a look. All right. So what practice actually means, how to now actually do that. Right? Again, a quote: practice makes perfect. After a long time of practicing, your work will become natural, skillful, swift, and steady. And just one disclaimer. So honestly, like very honestly, guys, I was, again, this is what I was just talking all the time, it was so painful, and I was so extremely afraid of sharing you this whole mindset section, and especially what I will share with you now, and all of those other tips, and that it's not about some specific magic pill. So I also can't sell you and promote my courses, or this is the magic pill, just do that, and then you just magically will be able to do XYZ. So I mean, if you do that, then you can do that, but you understand. But so I was extremely afraid of sharing all this. And I literally struggled like hours. Should I do this? Shouldn't I? I started to record, then I stopped it, because honestly, my fear was that people won't buy my courses anymore. And I'm pretty sure that some people, because of that knowledge which I'm just share you now here for free, some people, I don't know, will maybe not buy my courses anymore, because my courses are extremely helpful and they can save you massive amount of time and you get everything in a condensed way. And maybe you just need one course in the beginning or so to keep you going and stuff, but you don't really rely on that with what I will share with you, right? So that's like actually a fear, honestly, of me. But I will show you in a second why I'm still doing that. Also, I'm just afraid. So I know that most of the people don't watch anymore, but that I will scare away people from mastery. So everything what I told and what I will tell now, that just I will people scare away, or it's not just watching some tutorials and they can create professional 3D models. No, it's absolutely not the easy, quick way possible. There are no shortcuts. So again, I will damage my business naturally, because people will maybe like not do that anymore. And so my biggest fear of all, so I'm still asking all the time myself, so why am I doing this? So because most of the people, I know it, will not watch till this point. They will just skip this whole section, and I'm just talking to myself right now. And again, so like this whole course, I don't know if it's showing the camera, this whole course that I'm doing here is completely first made on the iPad. Right, so every module. So here I'm marking so what I did already and what not. Do you actually see this? So yeah, that's so much work. Like here, the focus part, the fundamentals part, now the practice part, and how much stuff that is. And it took me 1 week every day, painful work, and even not most of the people don't even watch this. So why I'm doing this? Because again, we have me right now, and I have my goal and my mission to help people master high quality 3D modeling in plasticity with the best educational content on the internet. Again, it's not just tutorials, it's educational content. What you're watching right now, hopefully. And it's painful. And I was asking today again myself, woke up, I don't want to do this. Why? It's so painful. I will not get paid for that. But then again, my philosophy of business, if I serve the customer, if it's good for the customer, then it's good for me. And I achieve my goal and my mission, which is always my North Star. So I just have to do it because I serve you, hopefully. I help you. I fulfill my goal. At some point, maybe later, maybe you want then buy later a course to support or just to learn to save yourself a massive amount of times. Or in any other way, the money which I need for living right will come back, because I believe in Newton's third law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So if I put a lot of action, a lot of pain and effort into the universe, I know it's just physical. It's my philosophy. I don't know if you think about it or not, but if I put out the energy, it will come back in some way or form or shape in some indefinite time. So I just trust in that. And I also, this is my philosophy in business, I first have to deliver value to get the money, right? Because most of the people now, so this is also what Henry Ford talks about. That he talked that he didn't understand back then, so it's still, most businesses, they want to make money without delivering any value, or they just want money up front, and then they deliver just value just for the sake of delivering, but not delivering the best. And Henry Ford, Jeff Bezos, Google, so Sergey Brin, and all the big people, they first deliver the value, deliver the best product, serve the customer, and then they will be paid for that. So this is my whole approach, my whole business, and I learn from people like Jeff Bezos, Henry Ford, and all of those other people. And yeah, so that's why I'm doing that. So how to actually learn, practice, and improve, guys? Again, what doing the most people wrong? And I can imagine that I get some hate for that, or some people will, I don't know, just maybe some hate, I don't know how to call it. But most of the people, or a lot, they watch those 50-second tutorials or just quick time lapses, or yeah, especially in plasticity, they watch those specific 50-second tutorials, those basic exercises, which are over 1 year, exactly the same quality, no progress, and no one really learns something out of that. And why they are doing that? It's because they get an easy, fast accomplishment. So they get the result in 50 seconds. So it's the same as why everyone is using social media, because they post something, get a few likes, they get instant feedback, and they think, oh, this is good, or I produced something. And yeah, that's absolutely not true, that we will learn in a second. Or most people just watch tutorials. So I know even if you are watching right now, do you have actually like an iPad or a notebook or some piece of paper and a pen, and do you make some notes, or do you just watch it? Because I can just tell you, like it or not, if you just have watched this whole course for now, in 2 days you forgot everything, you will continue with absolute your normal life that you had before, and you will not get other results. So you have to implement, so you make notes at least, or when you watch a tutorial, don't just watch it, but follow exactly along and do some other stuff that we will discuss. So again, so the worst thing that you can do is if you just watch a tutorial, because I know a lot of people, they said, oh yeah, I just watched the tutorial in my coffee break or in my lunch break and I learned something from them. So when I read something like that, then yeah, I don't know. Then people also, they just follow tutorials. So they watch, 50 tutorials, right? Or they buy all of my courses and they do what I tell them, but they only do that. But that's also not the right way. This is already a million times better than just watching, but it's still not optimal. And again, so there are people in my community, they bought literally every course from me, and they went through the courses and they post their results, but it's the only thing that they are doing. That will not work. So why people do all those things? It's because easy. But no one will accomplish anything great this way. Just if you are in those people who watch those specific 30 or 50 seconds tutorials. So maybe you're doing that already for half a year, but really critically, without that you feel offended, because this is also a big thing in the 3D industry. When I say something direct, that they're instantly offended, but yeah, different story. Did you really accomplish something? Did you really grow your skill set? Because I see people in my community, they are like 7-8 months ago, they joined, and I just looked some posts that they literally did 8 months ago, 9 months ago, 6 months ago, and I look at the posts which they are doing right now. There's literally, I can just say that because just that's the fact, there's zero progress. Why? Because I see they just watch those basic tutorials. The same for the Discord group. Most of the people don't have any progress because they do just that easy things. They just watch those basic tutorials. They don't practice. They just watch tutorials, but you will never achieve anything great this way. So how to do it? most important. So I can't stress that enough. This is, all of those points now, those are like just the most important. If you follow them, you will get results. Find the best ones to learn from them. So I'm not doing this whole presentation to position myself as the best and stuff. So right now at Plasticity, in like actually teaching, not just showing or time lapse, I'm the best, right? So this is my goal and I want to keep up with that. But of course, I will not do it for all of my life, right? Or maybe someone will come up in 1 to 5 years and they will be better. Then learn from them, right? Or just in general, it's not about right now surface modeling or we have to learn from Plasticity. If you want to learn business, right? So as I told you a little bit before, I don't learn from people who make less than me. I don't even listen to them. I don't even look at what they are doing. I don't learn from people who make $200,000 per year. I learn from Henry Ford by reading his biography, his business advice. I learn from Jeff Bezos, right? So the guy from Amazon, his shareholder letters from every year, and I learn from them. The same for many other instances. I learn from the absolute best of the best of the best, the absolute masters, right? Because they know how to do that. So I want to learn from them. And most of the things that they teach, they are very basic. And I just want to learn the basics. The same for freelance. If you want to start a freelance career, don't learn from someone who makes $500 on Fiverr. Find someone who has maybe written a book or has some amazing courses or YouTube channel who truly can show you results. So as I showed you in the beginning, results, right? So that he knows what he talks about. Learn from them. Or if you want to learn surface modeling, right as of today, I think a pretty good option. If you find other people, then learn from them. If there is also some other people who just make some time lapse without explaining, like very advanced stuff. If you can learn from them, then do it. If you find it helpful. But this is what I'm seeing all the time, or people, they post on the Discord groups or some absolute basic stuff, right? And then people give likes and people say, oh, that's amazing and that's awesome, even though it's absolutely not amazing or not awesome. And they think then because other people who also don't know anything, if they say that's good, then they think that's good. And this is the biggest thing that I see. And so that's why I don't have Instagram. I don't post just my stuff that I'm practice, because I don't want people saying, oh, that's good. That's cool and likes and all that stuff. I want to give people results. Watch my tutorials, follow them, go through my courses, implement what I teach you, practice on your own personal projects, and make awesome results. I don't need your likes. I don't need to say I'm good or something, right? So yeah, find the best ones in any area of your life and learn from them. Then see if they have results. So what I started this whole course where I just showed you hundreds of tutorials, thousands of course sales, right? So it's kind of a proof that I really know what I'm talking about that I'm teaching you. Because a lot of people, they just talk but don't show. And also look for those people when you find them, if they produce results for other people. So that's why I have those review categories where you can see the real actual hundreds of reviews on my Gumroad, right? So nothing is fake. All of those people are in my community, right? And look if these people actually produce results for other people. And so that complements everything. If they just really know what they're talking about, and if they just talk, or do they show and deliver? Because a lot of, oh man, so this is a completely different topic. It's just funny, but look, so when I'm doing tutorials, right, or courses, so my community, or general, the Plasticity community is amazing. So there's very little hate. There's very little like negativity. So of course I got some hate and some weird comments I'm still getting. But sometimes, someone just comes and writes like a huge block of text, or you're doing this wrong and this, and here I have 40 years of experience. I'm the professional, or as a professional with 30 years of experience, right? They want to show me something what I did wrong. But then in the beginning, I just asked them, I wrote them an email, I wrote them a message when it was in my community. Hey, could I see your, thanks for your feedback. Could I see your portfolio or some kind of work that you're doing? And then most of them didn't reply anymore, or who do you think you are? And then there comes so I don't get results. But if someone works 30 years in the industry and they think they know so much, but they can't show you anything, that's why I don't just reply. So maybe you saw my YouTube. So all of my hate comments, I just don't reply. I just ignore them, because if someone just says something what someone is wrong without actually helping them and explaining then a solution, it's just complaining. It's not more. When I really see someone does something wrong and I want to invest time and help him or something, then I explain what he does wrong, as objectively as possible. But then I also give them a solution how it should be done, or I just show it then. So for example, I create then this particular thing, make some screenshots and show them, So this is good critique. I also get this in emails and messages, and with those people I interact. But most of those haters, so I don't care about haters at all. I just ignore them. But that's the whole point. So once we have covered that, so once you found someone from who you want to learn from, because you just need in the beginning at least to get some knowledge, to learn the basics from someone, right? Do that through free tutorials, paid courses, as you like. So just to make the distinguishing, because for some people tutorials are courses, courses are tutorials. Just for me, tutorials are more of a short form video, which is mostly free, and the courses, so what is this also, or my other paid courses, is something very in depth, very in detail, where there's a lot of thought, energy and work put in, and where a complex topic is simplified, so you as a customer, you as a student has it as easy as possible and you can get as fast as possible results. This is for me courses, and tutorials is just free content, which is what can't go, of course, that deep. So start learning the basics with those things. Then after you watch the tutorial or course, recreate it again on your own. I know, again, it's not exciting, it's boring, but if you learned, how to create headphones in a tutorial and you followed along, afterwards you just have to do it, start a new project, and do it again on your own. You have to implement that on your own. You have to put all of those techniques and workflows into your muscle memory, into your consciousness. So you have to recreate it again, always. Then afterwards, even better. So especially if you watch a course, if you invest some money, but you get the highest quality, hopefully teaching, education, learnings from it, recreate it on your own, and then create something very similar. So this is what I say in every one of my courses. You have to recreate then afterwards something very similar. So if you learn, for example, how to create those Sony headphones, recreate them on your own. And the next project is how to recreate Apple headphones, which are very similar. A little bit different, but similar. So just some examples of my actual students who did exactly those 3 steps, and that's basically it. So for example, Thomas Ho, or Ho, I don't know how to explain it. He bought my surface modeling helmet course, and he did the helmet itself. So I didn't include that because I wanted to include his personal project, which is absolutely amazing. And then he started to create something very similar. So as you see, so those details, they are very similar to my details here that I teach in the course. And the form is very similar. And yeah, it's again, just the helmet, just a little bit more of a concept. And look at his results. It's so amazing because he exactly did the same. So he bought this course in this example. After the course, he recreated the helmet from the course, and then he implemented the knowledge on his own. And look at his results. And I'm pretty sure right now, wherever he is, he creates absolutely amazing work. Or drop switch. So just recently, he posted this in our community. And by the way, I just love it so much when people just post their results, write me an email, write it in the community. So I just see that I don't just waste my time, but that I truly help people, get them results. I know a lot of people just don't post, and that's fine. But if someone does that, that's just amazing. That just motivates also me, But what he wrote, he encountered a problem. And if you don't skipped, so about the goal, right? So he wrote, "Hi there community, would love your advice on starting points for this personal project I've been working on. I've given it quite a few attempts, but am never quite sure what the best correct method would be to achieve this. I've done the helmet course." So again, he says tutorial to a course, but I've done the helmet course, but I find the shapes on this are more complex and just wondering what your approach might be. So again, he recreated the helmet and then he wanted to try his own project. Amazing, Rob. And he encountered some problems because, again, when you try something on your own a little bit different, it is normal that it's a little bit challenging. So he asked for advice because he needed a little bit of help. That's why I built this community. And then I wrote him, "I would do the following in your situation. Go through the helmet course again, just to make it sure that he really went through it. Model a very similar full face helmet on your own." So something very similar to this. So it's a bike full face helmet. And just an additional tip, go through this video. So a little bit more of advanced, but without explanation, from this Küchmeister, where he models this iron mask. Because after taking my course, he will understand what's happening in the video. Right? So there's also a lot of people doing. They just buy my courses to learn from more advanced stuff, but to understand what they are doing without explanation, they first need the explanation, which I'm delivering. And then come back to your Hell Driver's helmet, and you should be able to do it with some focused thinking and work. So again, I just didn't tell him the solution. I want that people learn it for themselves. And what happened? Bam! Just a few days later, thank you for the encouragement. And he did it. And he just followed those steps and he encountered a problem. He asked for help. I helped him because he's a customer and I want to help him, and we have an amazing community. And I knew that he does the right thing. So I wanted to help him because he bought really the course. I saw his results, but he just struggled. So I gave him the best advice I thought in the situation, and he implemented that. This is the biggest part. And he did this amazing results here completely on his own. Isn't that absolutely amazing and crazy? And this just shows that I'm not just talking, but it's actually real advice that gets you the results on your own. Right? So let's check another example. So Matthew took this also surface modeling course where I go over the power tools, those industrial design thing. And that was interesting, encountered some interesting challenges on this one. So what he's saying, I've encountered some interesting challenges. So he sees it the right way. Challenges are something good. It's interesting. You can learn something from them. Problems, mistakes, the same. It's good. Maybe it was in part because I tried to get a bit more adventurous with the details. Maybe it was just plasticity doing its own thing and all that kind of stuff, but it was fun. So again, he tried to push a little bit too hard what he wanted to do, but that's also good. Sometimes you just push a little bit too hard, but then you see, okay, it's for now, I can't go through that, right? But yeah, so he recreated exactly the same. So as I said, recreate exactly what I'm telling you from the course. So you saw it, he just rendered that differently. And bam, so this was his recreation. And a few days later, he posted the implementation. So he posted this render. First of all, when he posted that image, I thought it's a photo or something. But it was a render. Look how photorealistic this is. And look, he created his own power drills. They look very, very similar, but just a little bit different. But I'm pretty sure that he learned so much. But look at his quality. It's amazing. It's like this whole render, this whole modeling. Look, you don't have any issues. It's just absolutely beautiful. And man, so if you're watching Matthew, just big respect. So you see like what happens with me. So how excited I am when I can talk about that kind of student results. Or let's check another one. So Dave Mills, so he also took, I think, almost every course from me. Also, again, he took this power drills. So I have just completed an impact range after the course. And what I learned is I still have a lot to learn. Sure, of course. There's always something to learn. This was so difficult, but I used everything I learned in the course. So it was 100% worthwhile. And then also in the next post, he also posted how he implemented the knowledge to create something different and just to challenge himself. So those were his results. So here at the left, he created his own power drill, which is very different, but he learned so much doing that, I'm sure. And then he created this hammer or something, how that's called. And look at this beautiful form. And again, it's just that he implements the learning and does something on his own, right? And you see, if you learn, so this is what in my courses. So when you buy, for example, a helmet course or a motorcycle course or this power drill course, so it doesn't mean you can afterwards only create helmets and motorcycles, right? So it's just, I'm showing you that here exactly because this is exactly this instruction, but you can create almost any project afterwards because again, I teach you the main basic fundamental techniques, workflows, and tools that you can implement then in your own ways. So let's get back and yeah, so those are basically the most 3 important steps. And after you do them, you will just get comfortable with plasticity, with modeling, how to break down the complex projects into simple ones. And then you can move to the next stage. So again, if you're an absolute level 0 beginner, you don't start with the car course, right? So you just go through the Apple Watch. Then you do some simple products. Then you go to some other bundles. So I'm just telling about my paid product because I just know exactly which results they get because I always interact with the people. But then you start surface modeling. So you buy maybe an introduction course or you do some YouTube tutorials. So if you want to spend just much more time and you have the time, so you watch some tutorials and then you learn. And then at some point you want to do something a little bit more complex, some power drills like a motorcycle, vehicle, car. And then you see again, I have to learn first, like the basic techniques, how to tackle a car and stuff. And then you buy a course or you go through some free tutorials or you just ask someone or something. So it's always, you get to the stage, you get comfortable and you get to the next one and then you stay a little bit at that and then you want to grow and then you get to the next stage and it's like step by step. And again, to move to the next stage, find again the best resources, mentors, people. I mean, you can do it absolutely on your own, but it just takes much, much more time. And I don't know what about you, but in the 21st century, we all have so much stuff to do. So when I learn to something, I learn from the best. I pay them. If I have a specific question, I pay because I pay, I don't know, $100, $200 just for 10 minutes of some people advice. But this 10 minutes will be exactly what I need, kind of, you know. And otherwise, I would have to spend like a week to figure out all of those different questions that I have. Yeah, if that makes sense. And again, so if you have time, tutorials, if you want to invest in your skills. So again, if you buy courses, so I mean, I'm not talking just right now about my courses, other areas of your life. It's not an expense. A lot of people think when they buy a course, when they buy some training, when they buy a new software, when they buy a new laptop, it's an expense, but it's not. It's an investment to get better, to get faster results, to improve, to learn from someone who did this already exactly what you want to do. So a lot of people just have a very wrong mindset when it comes to spending money. But it's not spending, everything is an investment, in my opinion. And again, practice and repeat everything. Along that way, this is absolutely normal, you will encounter situations when it's hard, when you feel unmotivated, when it's very challenging. So what to do when those things happen? First of all, always try to fix it yourself. Search for the solution, really try it. Because it's the best way to learn, by try to do it on your own, just to learn like problem solving. So I mean, not if you want to learn like rendering or modeling, just don't start randomly learn it on your own. Try something out. You have to search tutorials, YouTube, right? But for example, you create some specific project, right? And you just encounter some problems. So the patch doesn't work. So what to do then? Then of course, don't buy right away like a course, but go through some websites, or even before that, try different ways to solve it. Delete it, go a few steps back and just try it again. Just try to fix it on yourself. Then if it's not working, do exactly what I showed you in those previous examples. Ask for feedback and help. That's why I've created this community, because obviously I can't reply to everyone, right? Because I have a big audience. You see, I do a lot of work. So I read everything, but I just can't help everything. When I have time, of course, in the community I help, but we have an amazing community, so everyone helps everyone. But ask for feedback and for help, how this one person did. And he always will get help, either if it's from me or from other people. Or get the resources. So again, you maybe right now, just in this example, you have been doing solid modeling, some basic stuff, watching 50 seconds tutorials. But now you see, there's much more, and I want to learn surface modeling. Go through that course, right? And in the next exercise, and then maybe invest in a course or watch some other tutorials and just get some additional resources. And yeah, but what to do when it's hard, unmotivated, and challenging? What is much more important? So now comes literally comes the absolute number one advice. So not just surface modeling and plasticity. I don't know. Basically, my advice to basically any questions that someone would ask me. Never quit, never give up. This is the number one thing. So if you don't give up, if you don't quit, you can't lose. You have to understand that, because it will be always struggling. It will be always problematic. So I also told you about my struggles, right? But I have goals, and that's why goals are so important. But you never quit, never give up. For some people, they get fast to their goal. Some people just needs a little bit longer, right? So also for me, I started business 3-4 years ago, and yeah, I'm still not by far super successful or something, or I didn't reach my big goals and stuff, right? But it's normal. Just don't give up when you learn surface modeling and it gets complex and it's boring and it's frustrating. Just don't quit. It's supposed to be hard. So otherwise, everyone would be the best. Just think about that. So if it wouldn't be hard, then everyone would be the best. There wouldn't be any courses. There wouldn't be unsuccessful people and successful people, people without results and results. There is this split between, so you get at the point, as I showed you with the goal when you go to New York, kind of, right? So then there will be the split. It will get hard, And some people just go back to where they have been because it's painful and they can't push through and they just give up. But other people just push through, and those people will achieve their goals. They will get results, and it's supposed to be hard. There has to be in the universe something that differentiate like successful, unsuccessful results and not getting results, right? And always remember when it gets hard that 95% of people quit at this point, but you push through. But this is maybe, so I think also the thing, that it's amazing to be good at something, but to be good at something, other people have to be bad at something. That's just natural. And maybe you want something, maybe you want a job in the industry, maybe you want to make money as a freelancer, right? But again, you are then this person who actually achieved it. Why? Because you pushed through and you got to that pinnacle, whereas 99% of the people quitted. But at the end, it's always worth it because you become stronger. Your pain tolerance grows. So again, as I told you in the beginning, if you will encounter problems in surface modeling and you will solve them, you will also solve other problems in your life, right? And you just become a better person, and it just feels good. You get more money, you have more freedom, you have more time, you have an amazing portfolio. It's just fun. You build your business or whatever it is, right? And the most important thing, again, you just learn how to solve problems. And yeah, so if you are still watching, so I have not ended yet, so don't click away. So if you are still watching, then I have to tell you even thank you, because this is what actually really fulfills me, that when people want to get better, want to learn, and they listen to someone. So I'm not telling here I'm the best and I know everything. Of course not. I'm still very at the beginning. But yeah, so thank you. And you could help me if you have half of a minute. Let me just know below this video. You will find a link and you can give me feedback and just take 1 or 2 minutes to give some feedback. Not just this mindset part, also the parts before. Is there something you didn't understand? Do you want to learn something more? Could I improve something? Or the second link, or there will be something that you can write me an official review that I can again show on my review page. So if you could do that, that will literally take you 1 or 2 minutes. That would be extremely helpful for me and other people, hopefully, that then they can watch this mindset part, right? Because maybe they just think, oh, it's useless. But if someone writes, or that really helped them, and or I don't know what you want to write, then hopefully they will also see that, because this will just help more people. All right, so yeah, let's continue with our course and get to our practice. And yeah, if someone is still watching, that's absolutely amazing. So you will achieve a lot. I can guarantee you that, because you had this, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 hours, how long that took to go through this. So you really want it, you really mean it, you find it interesting. And maybe, I don't know, I opened you some new perspective or something. But yeah, anyway, I really enjoyed that. I hope you too. So let's continue and see you in the next module. All right, so we've tackled some amazing exercises, and I told you on how to learn and all that kind of stuff, right? And hopefully you will go out into the real world and practice, whether it's with me, my tutorials, my courses, or on your own, or from someone different. Doesn't matter. But on your journey, you will always encounter problems. So what I told you already 1 million times, but there are some very common problems in surface modeling that I constantly see in my community. So we will cover, or you will learn, you know it, maybe. So if you have tried already a little bit of surface modeling, that sometimes you want to create a nice organic shape, surface modeling, and then you mirror that, and then you have this seam in the middle. And you think you worked correctly and everything was tangent, but then you bring it to the other side and then you have this seam in the middle. Very common. I will show you exactly why and how to fix it, so you will never ever do this again. Then also super common that your lofts just doesn't work. So for example, you build some curve, some structure, a cage, and you think everything is set up correctly, but then you start to loft, but then you constantly get this error and your lofts just doesn't work as they should. You don't understand why. So I will show you why this is and most of the time and how to fix it so you will never do this. Then also very common problem, I see it all the time, people ask it, but that's good again, is when you create it. So for example here, just a power drill we will take as an example from one of my courses, from the base, and we will start as always with surface modeling to create one half, and then we will mirror that over, and then we will join it, and then we should get a solid, or you should get a solid object and not a surface. So not a sheet, because once you have a solid, you can add some very specific details which are just easier with when you have a solid. But oftentimes you bring that over, mirror that, and you still have a sheet, and you don't understand why, even though that it looks like a solid, but it isn't. I show you why exactly, how to fix it, very simple, so it will never happen to you. And the last thing, so for now, is your patch doesn't work, right? So you set up everything correct, so all of the edges and curves, they touch each other, and you have a closed hole, as I call it, right? But then you patch, and you get always errors. Sometimes it tells you what it is, most of the time not, and you just don't understand, and you try different things, but your patch just doesn't work. I will show you 2 instances why this most of the times happens, and again, how you can fix it so it will never happen again to you. So let's check out some common problems. And then once we learned so much theory and did all that exercise and practical things, then we will get into our product design tutorial and just use everything that we've learned in surface modeling and put it into one nice object. So it doesn't even matter if it's a cool object or not, if you like it or not. It's the techniques and workflows that are important, because with those techniques and workflows that I will teach you, you will then be able later to create any object that you want on your own with practice, exercise, training, learning and stuff, right? So let's dive in and enjoy. And again, one more thing. If there is something unclear for you, if something just doesn't work, if you don't understand something, please write me just a message on Skool. So just go on your chat box and just search for me and write to me what you want to know more, what you didn't understand, or just create a screenshot of the exact same situation and post it in the community and say, I don't understand that, this doesn't work, why? And I will help, other people will help. So yeah, that would be awesome. So let's dive in and enjoy. Okay, so why are surfaces not smooth? Again, below this video, download the file. And here in the first group, I've prepared, so if you also check out here the mouse, so just that you have an idea. So very simple mouse I've prepared here a little bit, right? So those are the reference images, not so important. So then you come at the point, so where you have to create, so as this mouse at the top, like this nice smooth connection where your hand rests, right? So you come to this point, but again, it can be anything, because I over and over see this mistake that beginners do, and it can happen in every instance. But again, so here is the middle, right? So I just created this part and I've mirrored that over, right? So now I want to create the smooth surface at the top. So what I'm doing, I just need to create, so basically I don't need even this half. So I select this curve and just this edge, and I loft it, and you see it's smooth. Here it's G1 because I've set up everything correctly, so that works, and you see everything looks fine. Perfect. So why I'm showing you that? Yeah, because now, so if we delete this curve, and if we select both surfaces and Alt-X and bring to the other side, it still looks good. But then you disable the edges, and then you have your nightmare, and you have this absolute ugly seam in the middle where you use tangency, and you saw that looked straight and correct. So again, if you go here, it looks straight and correct. But if you bring it to the other side, it doesn't. And this is very, very often the case. Again, as I said, beginner forget it, especially if you work with 1/2, as we always should with surface modeling in most cases. So what was the problem? The problem is what I told you in all of my previous modules, is that if we want to create tangency, a smooth surface around the center, we always have to extrude this curve, because look, if I select the curve and the edge and loft it, here on the edge we have the control if I want G0 or G1, in this instance G1, but the curve doesn't give us information. How? It doesn't know in which direction to go, right? Because the curve is just like one-dimensional, kind of. So again, you have to always, because this is in the middle, you have to first extrude this curve. And now you have the supporting face, but now again, extremely important. So if you would just loft this again, you still don't have this information. Why? Because you forgot to delete this curve. So always you have to delete the curve first. So you have a black edge, because now from edge to edge, loft. And now you see you can use G1. Okay? Press OK, delete this middle piece. And now let's select everything, Alt X, and bring to the other side. And Shift E, hide edges. And you see, now, okay, it's not perfect here because that was just a quick example, but it's smooth at the top. Again, it's not perfect. It's just to illustrate you that. But you always have to extrude a curve when you work with symmetry or symmetric object and you want a curved face around the middle. Yeah. Okay, so what's another problem is when your lofts don't work and you just don't understand why. So open that file and let's check out the second one here. And so we have created this cage. So again, this is, don't think about how to create that and all that kind of stuff, because yeah, for you as a beginner, you will create other cages, but this is just an example out of our helmet course. So I have a course and I took this example because people always ask the same questions. And so first of all, when you create the helm, again, as I told you in the beginning, we always have to start with the very main shape and form of the helmet, of the head form, and then we start to add all of the details. But yeah, so this is one step. And what we have to do is, so we want to create a nice, smooth, like head shape. And for that, you have to select those curves and loft them. And now we have to add this shape here at the top. Because, we built here some curves. So this is a cage, and then we can start to loft to bring the surface inside. So exactly that the surface matches the curves. Yes. So we want to do it here. And again, in the course, of course, I explain everything in detail and how we set it up. Now it's just an example. If a loft in your personal project just doesn't work. So we select those curves, we press L, and now shift click, bam, we add this curve, but everything looks correct. Why can't we add this loft? Weird, right? So let's select this, loft, and shift click, and again, unknown error. So we don't even know what the hell is happening, right? So, as I told you in our previous parts, when you create curves and lofts, you have to press 1, and everything where they connect, you need a green point. So here at the top, you see this curve is connected with this curve, and this is with this, but here's purple, and if we zoom in, you see those are not connected. So in this example, we can just take this one and control click to this other point, and now it's green. And we can check out at the bottom. So you see we have the same problem. Just take this point, control click to that point, and also here in the middle one. So this is not so obvious, but literally every point needs to be green. So take this point and just control click here to the middle. And let's see if everything is green. Perfect. And now shift click, loft, shift and shift. And voila, we have a nice form. But if you watch the previous parts, we forgot something. And what is it? So maybe if we select this surface and Alt X and bring to the other side, so maybe you see it already. So if we hide or delete all of those curves, we don't have at all what we want, even though that this curve at the top is tangent, but our surface is not tangent. Why? Because we took a curve, but it's around the middle. So again, we have to extrude only those curves in the middle. So extrude them with E and delete or hide those curves. And now again, select the edge, the curve, the edge, loft, and shift. Okay, delete this supporting face and this one, and select this face, Alt X, bring it to the other side. Voila, we have our main shape. And yeah, just if someone is interested, so what would be next? Again, we would first delete it because it was just to show it. But then you see, because we have the main form, and then we can start to cut here this detail. So we cut this away. So you don't have to follow because it's just very quick. And also here at the bottom. So again, a control point curve. And I will just adjust the curve. And maybe this one a little bit. So take this curve, delete it, the surface. And you see, we are then going slowly and we are shaping our helmet. And of course, that's so much more to do, and that's so much fun. And yeah, I really love this helmet surface modeling course because the design is awesome and all that kind of stuff. So just to sum it up, when you have curves and you build a cage, or you want to loft something and it just doesn't work, always make sure that everything is connected to everything. So again, maybe just a little bit of a different situation. So if you take those points and with G, just bring them a little bit outwards. So maybe you arrived somehow at this situation first and you try to loft it. Loft, it works, but shift click, this at the top doesn't work again. Why? Because these points are not connected. And again, we would have to select them both, and with G and V and control click here to the corner, or I don't know if I hit it, it's correct, but then you can loft it again and shift click add, and you see now everything works. Perfect. So let's check out our next problem. All right. So the next problem is that you have created something. So in this example, it's again just a power drill from my course. Why I'm using an example out of my course? Because hundreds of people went through it, and a lot of them always ask the same questions in my community. So that's why I just know that this is just an issue that really often occurs, not just in this power drills and in everything else. But so again, right, so this is the power drill and we already created a surface and all that kind of stuff. And then comes a point where, so you see, we've created the whole half. So literally just the half of this whole power drill, the base form without the details, right? But then comes the time when we want to marry them kind of and select this surface and Alt X and bring to the other side. And we want to create a solid. So because then in later stages, you generally want a solid because, for example, let's just assume, so it's not from a reference, but just assume we want here to create a nice cut, right? But the problem is, so if you now join those surfaces, it looks like you have a solid, right? Because everything is closed, right? So we transformed the surface into solid, but is it truly a solid? Let's have a look. No, it's not, because this is this circle shape, because a solid icon looks like that, like a box, but this is the circle. So this means this is still a surface. So if we would cut now here, we could not select those edges and give them a fillet. You see, it's just doesn't know what to do, right? So we have to fix that and find out where is the hole. So somewhere in this piece must be a hole, but you can search for as long as you want, but oftentimes you will not see it. Okay, so here at the top you see, but okay, here at the bottom as well, but that's because I did it intentionally, but sometimes you don't see those holes. And then there's an amazing command. So select the object mode, select this object and search for, press F and find boundary edges. Bam. And now you see your boundary edges, your holes are highlighted. So you can zoom in, and oftentimes what just works if you select edge mode and alt click. So you select this loop and just patch it with Shift 3. G0 is fine. So you close this hole here at the top, or you rebuild everything, but most of the time just a simple patch works. And the same here, again, press 2, alt click, Shift 3 to patch it, G0 is fine, and bam. Once you press right click, now you have a cube, so now it's a solid object. And now again, we can come to this piece here and select this curve, press C, cut into our main body, and delete this curve. And now we can select both of those edges and give them a nice, sexy chamfer or fillet and add this way some details. So we need a solid at the very end to add this kind of stuff. So again, to summarize, if you are working on a project and you are ready to convert the surface into a solid, select it, Alt X, bring to the other side, press J to join, but then you see it's not a solid. So just select again the whole object, press F, find boundary edges, and you see them and you can just close them. Perfect. So let's check out why patches doesn't work. All right, so very oftentimes, so also it's all the time happening, which is fine, by the way, because you have to do mistakes and you have to encounter problems, not just in plasticity in your life, so you can learn from that, so you can learn how to solve it, and this is the way how you learn, right? So, but you first have to encounter a problem or something doesn't work, and you have to freak out and be confused why it doesn't work, and then you have to search tutorials, ask in communities, blah, blah. This way you learn it and you will never ever make this mistake again, hopefully, right? But, so we have here, the situation again is just a power drill because I can show it to you here very nice. And what do we want to do? We want to close this hole. So what will I do? What beginner Nikita will do. So select that, and that. And we have a closed hole, as I call it, right? And now let's patch it, Shift 3, and it doesn't work. So a patch to fill the hole was created, but could not successfully be attached to the target body. If you get this error, so honestly, guys, when I work, I think I never read any errors at all. It's like out of 1 million times when something doesn't work, I read maybe once the error, but otherwise I just try different things out. And because in plasticity and surface modeling, there is never just one way to the goal. You always have like 1 million different or a lot of different options how you can solve problems. This is why I love surface modeling, because there is no one absolute correct way. There are many correct ways. And yeah, but here when you get this error, and if you read it, could not be attached to the target body, that just means that you forgot to, before you patch, is what I told you in the previous modules, before you patch, you always have to first select all surfaces and join them. Because here you see you have this surface and then you have this little surface. And you have this surface, but this one you can't attach to those ones. But here you see this should be attached. So again, just object mode, press tab or 4, select this and shift this and just press join. And now you see, now it's one surface. So let's try again. Select, and patch, and G1, and G1, and G1, and looks fine. But maybe someone of you noticed something. that we have a curve around the middle and we don't want to do that. Why? Because if I mirror it over again, what do we see? So it's just a little bit, but no, you see it a lot. We have again a seam. So our patched worked, but again, it was just a little like tricky thing. What I'm doing here with you is with this little situation here. So again, when you patch, especially around the middle, never ever patch out from curves. You have to delete the curve first. So it was this way, right? So I just wanted to connect the handle with the bottom, and then I just selected this edge, and again Shift B for bridge edge, as you know it already. Okay, and then I took the curve, extruded it, right? So this is our situation. But delete the curve, and now you have all the edges that you need, and you can select them and Shift 3 patch and G1, 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 G1. Here it's G0 because we have a sharp edge. Press OK. And now you have to delete this face and select this whole body, Alt X and Shift E, don't show edges. And now everything is nice and smooth. Perfect. So those were, of course, there are millions of different problems, or in surface modeling, again, you will always encounter problems. Always. Like even me with so much experience, I always forget something. I always doesn't make sense. Something doesn't work out. But this is the beauty of it. There is so much to learn. It's not just some dragging some faces, some booleans and some cutting, what most of the people do. In my opinion, that's boring because you don't have to really learn. It's I don't know. Surface modeling is amazing. So yeah, those are the absolute most issues that you will always encounter because I'm still encountering them. And of course, there's more. If I forgot something, if you didn't understand something, again, just write me a message on Skool or just write a community post, or when you fill out the feedback form, just mention it there. So that would help me and other people a lot. So now we can go to the next part, where we will create a whole product design completely from scratch. So let's check that out. Hey everyone, so we finally arrived at the most exciting practice part here, and you will learn how you can create this really cool concept design and do it with a very, very high quality surfaces. So you see, we don't have any issues. Everything is done with 100% surface modeling and only the native tools in the indie version. So you don't even need XNURBS. And you can be sure that I will show you literally the absolute best techniques that there is. And I will go completely step by step so everyone can follow along. And just one quick thing. So why this power drill? Because if you have been longer in my community, you know that I do a lot of research and asking people, because I very, very, very rarely do what I want. I do what you want, what my community wants, because my community knows better what they want. So I just provide them what they want to learn. Yeah. So I've created in my community, a few hours ago, this survey, and I thought here, okay, so I was thinking which product will I include in this course here as a practice, and I thought those three are pretty good because they are all three 100% surface modeling, a lot of things to learn, but I couldn't decide. So what am I doing then? Of course, I just asked the community. So here's absolutely a clear winner. So most of the people voted B, and also in the comments, a lot of people wrote B. And by the way, guys, if you voted and if you write comments, guys, I really appreciate that. You just help me a lot to provide the best possible content for the plasticity community, because most of the time I just can't decide what exactly would be the best for you. So you really help me a lot. So thank you for that. And exactly the same for my amazing YouTube community. Again, 100 votes. So where is this post? So again, 100 votes just a few hours ago, and I just asked the same. And also here's the absolute clear winner that most people want this power drill. So that's why I've chosen that, and honestly, guys, I was secretly hoping that we will use this power drill because, I don't know, in power drills, you can learn so many things. And also here, you know, it looks maybe simple. I don't know. This doesn't have a lot of details, but that's good. You know, all of the surfaces transitions that we have, they are very thoughtful. It just looks very aesthetic. It looks high quality. And we will cover literally, I would say 95% of all techniques that I use in all of my projects. So that's why this project is amazing, because in surface modeling, it doesn't matter if it's a helmet, if it's a power drill, if it's a car, if it's a chair, if it's, I don't know, if it's headphones. You use most of the time, like let's say 10 tools, and you just have to learn those 10 tools and practice them, and then you can model anything that you want basically. And all of those tools, most of them, 95% are in this drill, and I will go absolute beginner proof and step by step through them. So yeah, you learn them. So let's start with this amazing practice. Go below this video or in the resource folder and you will find that reference image. So go to the front view and go here, import append, and just select this image and just with G bring it a little bit to the background. And now press M for the material because we just want to bring it to the front. So it means it's in the back, but if we model something in the front, we can still see this image, but we have to make it opaque. So just activate it and make it, I don't know, 0.2 or so for now, or 0.3. And also, so you're not constantly selecting this image while you're working, just click on the key lock here. Perfect. So this is our setup, and we mostly want to work with references, especially when you're learning, as we discussed in the previous modules. And now, as I said, I will just, I don't know, maybe it will be too much explaining, but this is what I'm doing also in my courses and people enjoy that. Maybe some people are watching which are already a little bit more advanced, but then so be it. But I want to help as many people as possible, so I will just go absolute step by step. So the first thing is, okay, let me just bring that for now for the explanation. We have to analyze the product. It doesn't matter if it's this power drill, if it's a helmet, if it's a car, if it's a bottle, if it's a pen, it doesn't matter. So as a designer, as someone who likes 3D modeling and plasticity, you have to learn how to see, like literally, because a lot of people don't know how to look, how to see. They just model something, even if it's with a reference, but it looks completely different. I personally just don't understand that, like how that's possible. But yeah, anyway, so we see that this product is constructed of few main things. So first of all, we have this kind of rounded cylinder shape at the top, right? So just imagine this will be kind of our cylinder, right? So I hope you understand that. So when you break down the product, again, it doesn't matter what it is. Always think about from big to small. So right now we don't look at details at all, because details, so the small things, they come always at the very, very, very end. The most important thing in design, in products especially, in cars, in anything, is the main big form, the main shape, right? So here we see, so break every object. So literally check out every object you can break down in its simple geometric form. So also here this, okay, it's a little bit dirty of coffee, but we have this cup, right? And it's also just a cylinder. And at the top, it's a little bit bigger. At the bottom, it's a little bit smaller. And then we have this, arc, which is also kind of a squeezed cylinder, right? Or if you have like headphones, again, we have an arc. And then we have again some cylinders, right? So you just have to practice, and this will come with time. You have to practice to look at things and try to break them down. When I go outside to the supermarket, I just love to look and just break things down in my mind. That helps in plasticity a lot. So I have this big shape, which is number 1. Then the second big shape is, so let me maybe delete this, is exactly the same here at the bottom. So we have this kind of handle, right? So it will be kind of, again, here a cylinder, and it will look again something like that, right? So we have 2 of those main shapes, and that's basically it. So we already kind of constructed that whole thing here, right? But then, so what we will do is we will literally just do that. So create first those main shapes. And then what's interesting, we have here a massive break in the surface, right? So we see literally here, it's kind of a cut, like this edge. And the same also here. So that just means when we have here our main cylinders and this one here, we can cut it. And then what we are left with this hole. Okay, so here is void. Here's nothing, because we will just cut here this big cylinder away and this small cylinder away. And this is the whole beauty of surface modeling. So why we are doing surface modeling, we establish the main forms, the very, very big shapes. Then we start to cut things away to bring it in form and shape. And then we are always left with some kind of holes or some kind of voids, as we will have here. So let me again paint that. And I don't even know if someone is listening. It's really hard because I think this is extremely important what I'm saying here, but I don't know. So then we will have this thing here. It's this cylinder that we cut. So then we have this cylinder that we've cut somewhere here, right? And also, yeah, it will be, just for now to keep things simple, this will be kind of here, right? And then we have this void here. And then what we start to do, then we start to loft, to patch, to set up curves. So what I told you in the beginning, the most important thing is to set up faces and surfaces. And we will construct them obviously with curves. But then again, we will also use curves to fill this gap. And once we have established a few curves, it's kind of like, I don't know, when you have an injury, you have this patch, or I don't know, Pflaster in Germany. I don't know, like you have this patch, right? So you don't bleed. So you have an injury, you have a hole, and then you start to patch it, then you start to fix it. I don't know, but it's the same here. And then what we will just do, we will loft and patch things back again. And this is the whole workflow of literally every project. And surface modeling, of course, they have their nuances, a little bit of different tools, sometimes different complexity, obviously. But if I should break it down in like 2 minutes, how to model every project, that's the technique. And then, okay, so maybe one more sentence. At the very end, when we have this main shape and form, then we start to create like those little details, like cuts, like here some things here and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's also good that we don't have so many details, because details are, again, you will see it's the most simple thing. I like surface modeling, the main forms and shapes. This is what makes a product. And this is, again, what most beginners don't want to do. They don't want to learn the hard thing, the surface modeling. So it's actually not hard if you practice it. But they just create something very simple and just put 50,000 details, right? I know everyone knows about what I'm talking about. They create something, it's just massively amount with detail and cuts and here and there. And it just looks like a 12 years old did that, because there's no thought, there is no design, there is no practice, there is no expertise in that product. But yeah, that's why I'm doing all that here. All right, so let's start. And by the way, if you're interested, this program is called Epic Pen. So yeah, I don't know if you're doing tutorials or maybe for yourself, it can be helpful. Yeah, so let's start with establishing the main forms. All right, so as I said, let's start with the first cylinder. For that, we always start with curves and surface modeling most of the time. So for that, take this control point curve and just follow this shape. And just one tip, because I still sometimes see that, if you create curves and you follow the shape as here at the top, don't do this. don't create a lot of points, because the curve will have a very, very bad quality. It will not be really smooth. So really keep it with as few points as possible. So maybe 4, maybe 5, and just follow this shape here at the very top. Right? So something like that, and we can extend a little bit, because as always, we will cut everything away that we don't need. The same at the bottom. So here it's already a little bit hard to understand, but this is what I meant. That's why this mental X. So guys, if you haven't watched the previous part till the end, if you skipped it, don't do it, because then, yes, you will be able to follow me along and to recreate this and get the result, but you will not understand how you can think on your own, so you can create your own projects later. So please go back and watch those 5 minutes or however long it took me. Because we have discussed that we have this main cylinder, right? So we just look at this bottom curve kind of. So again, take the control point curve and just imagine kind of, so here at the bottom we can follow the shape, but then you just have to kind of imagine where it would be. So let me also select that image and make it again a little bit opaque. Yeah, so that looks better. You see, so we have something like that. And here doesn't add up everything, but that's fine, because again, we will just adjust it and cut it away. We just need the main form and main shape right now. So I think that's pretty understandable. And I don't know, it looks like a fish or so. This curve, I don't know. Yeah, now we have 2 curves. So now it's flat. So now we have to bring in volume. So we will create a cage. And this is what we are always doing with surface modeling. We create curves and then we want to build kind of volume. So we have to connect those curves. And this is, we always do either with curves, but here, because this drill is cylindrical, we can just take a circle. So take the circle and take this 2-point circle and just go from this point to this point and press V. So here, bottom right, vertical, horizontal, you can change it. So it's like this way, right? So maybe now you can see already, we could bring volume in. So first of all, we have to connect the end as well. So from here to here, press V and make sure that you're really snapping. So always press 1 and check if everything is green. Very, very important. Perfect. So we have this fish now, but we are missing kind of the 3rd dimension, because what we could do, we could loft this and press shift and shift, but you see, it goes like inwards. It's like a very hungry fish, right? So it would not work for us. So you can also select those curves and try to loft them, but then you see we are missing kind of the 3rd dimension. So we will just add a 3rd curve. So we make it, sorry, but we will make it a fat fish, you know? So I don't know. I don't care. I will not cut it out, because I don't know. I think I enjoy that. For me, it's funny. So it's also better for you. And yeah. Okay. So go to top view and create again a control point curve. And snap it again to the curve, to this endpoint, and create 1 point, a 2nd point, and a 3rd point. It doesn't matter where you can create, so you can even create them somewhere here. And the last point, again, snap to the curve. And you see, from the top, So very, very important, because I know that most of the people would already here be confused. So here from the top, you see that looks connected, right? But it's from the top view. But obviously from this view, it's not. So again, press 1, take this point and with control click, snap here. And again, make sure everything is green. Perfect. So this is a very fatty fish, would be good because omega-3 good for the brain and stuff, right? Yeah. And take this point and now just try to adjust. And so here we have to guess a lot. So especially if we just have one reference image, that's oftentimes the case, but that's the whole point, right? Because the product has to be created first from sketches. So there are designers who sketch that like with Photoshop or like with the pencil, and they just have like one view or maybe a 3/4 view, but there is no 3D product. So this is the whole point of you as a designer, as a CAD designer, as a CAD modeler, to find that out, to find the right proportions, to find out the right distances, out and how this is. Right? So that's a very good exercise. But yeah, something like that should be fine, right? So now you see we have kind of already a volume inside, right? Again, if that doesn't make sense, what I tell you here, I don't think so, because 99% of my community is very smart. But just in case, if you don't understand what I mean with volume, over time you start to things, you will start to see volume in things, and when you're building curves. And we also have, again, as I told you in the previous modules, so our product is symmetrical. So we have to create only one half. So we don't need the other half, because we can just mirror that. So for that, again, that's the same for the circles. We don't need this whole circle. So what you also will often do is now just create a line, go to the left view and just snap on the axis. And now select this circle, because we want to cut it in half. We don't want this left side. Select the circle and search for the command cut curve. Again, below this video, again, you will find all of my shortcuts, which honestly, those are the best shortcuts in my opinion, because I work every day with surface modeling for like more than a year. And I've created hundreds and hundreds of tutorials and videos, and I experimented with everything. And if you are left-handed, then those are very optimized for speed and just to get everything in the near distance of your fingers. So right click, cut curve, and assign shortcut Shift-Z. It's very good shortcut. So cut curve, and now select this line, right click, and now you can delete one half and do the same here. Select this, cut curve, Shift-C, this line, and just delete that. And you can delete this line or just bring this out first, because we will often use it, but I don't know, sometimes it's very confusing for me, this line here, so I just bring it out. So you see, now we have this nice thing. So we can start now to bring this volume and to loft it. And so let's start with curve, curve, and curve. We select those curves and loft them. And now we just with Shift add those guiding lines, or how they are called, I don't know, I always mix that up, but again, it's just words, it doesn't mean anything. So we add those guiding lines here, and we have those building curves, okay. And now maybe someone is, oh, he did a big mistake, but yes, I did this intentionally. And again, we would have forgot something, and this is what I told you in the previous module, so the common problems and all that kind of stuff. So again, don't skip those things, because if you would now select this sheet here with tab or 4 and press Alt X and bring it to the other side, then if I press Shift E, so Shift E is here toggle show edges command, we have this seam here. And this is what basically every beginner is in the beginning always doing wrong. And that's why I don't skip videos, because I explained that. But let's go back and do it right. So as I told you, so let me delete this line, it's confusing. So when we do something in the middle and we have in the middle curves, like those two curves are in the middle of the axis, we always have to press E and extrude them. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit or a lot, because we need the tangent information of this face, of this edge. So again, let's select this, and loft. But again, you see we have a problem. So it's again, you see it's not tangent. Why? Because we selected the curve, but the curve doesn't have a tangent information. So what we want to do is, we don't want to delete the curves. I like to stay organized. I like to keep things. So just select this curve and this curve, those two curves here, and press Ctrl G and bring, so they are now in a group, and this group I like to call BC. Again, below this video you find a PDF with my system, how I organize things, and BC, building curves. So we build our main shape, and now just hide it. Perfect. Now they are here in the group, but we don't see them here. And now you see you have a black edge. And now if you take the edge, shift curve and shift add this edge, and if we loft it now, bam, you see we have this control G0, G1, G2. Again, we are not thinking about G2, and in this case it doesn't even needs to be, but bam, we can now G1, so we can add those circles, shift, press OK, and now object mode, or press tab, delete those helping sheets, and select the half, Alt X mirror, bring to the other side, and you see, now our fish is coming to life. Perfect. You do it very good. And now just select all of those other curves and just drag them into BC. We don't want to delete them. Maybe, so you will need them later if you want to adjust it and all that kind of stuff, or just rebuild something. So don't delete them. Perfect. So we have our first main shape. And before we go here to our bottom shape, let's do what I told you before, is let's create here this cut. So, okay, maybe I have to explain this a little bit. So, you know, here this power drill. So you see where my mouse is all of those area is always this surface kind of. So we have, yes, we have some details here, some cuts, but again, ignore them. But you see a massive change comes here with this edge. So then the surface starts to go here inside. So that is just a sign for us. We have to cut our main cylinder here, because from here, so till this point, we have our cylinder, but here something changes. So we will have to do this with surface modeling, and the same here at the bottom. So we will have our cylinder, and then we will have to cut it here, because you see at the bottom we have this curve and we have like that, but step by step. Okay. So that just exactly means we will do that and just execute. So again, we will create a control point curve and just create a few points, doesn't matter. Something like that. And I just like to bring those curves to the front so we can see them better. And now press 1 and now just adjust the points and just follow this edge, or this, let me translate that. It's like Kante in German. Okay, yes, edge. So we have something like that. And now, so we don't want to cut it till here, because also again, if we check that out, so here we have this edge till this point, and here we can just create a line down, because here again starts this other edge. So we can perfectly just cut it here. Again, maybe I don't know. I'm explaining in this tutorial like extremely like down to the detail, right? So maybe a lot of you, it's maybe too small, but again, it's an introduction to surface modeling, and I think I do the right thing here. And also, so if you don't understand like where to put curves and lines, guys, this is absolutely normal, right? So you have to practice, you have to learn. You have to watch other tutorials and courses then and practice on your own. And with time, it will become natural. Again, what we discussed in the mindset training, the more you practice, the more things become natural, the more things you just see better, right? So create a line, Shift A, and just snap to this point and just drag that down. Now we want to use this curve to cut. So select both of them and join them with J, and now just see, cut into our surface, right click, and you literally can delete this whole piece here. And this curve, you don't delete it, maybe you will need it. So but this curve is not a cutting curve, right? It's not a building curve. We cut it with this curve. So again, select the curve, press Ctrl G, and call this CC cutting curve, and hide it. Bam. And that looks beautiful. Again, just to repeat, because repetition is important, we build the main form and start to cut things away. So let's do now the same at the bottom. Again, we don't look at any details. We don't look right now here at this end, because we have to close it manually, and I will show you such a beautiful technique. Like, no one shows you that. And how to create this kind of, because those ends, when like a cylinder gets to a point as here at the end, it's very tricky, and there are a lot of techniques how to achieve that, but 99% of them don't give you like the exact results, but I will show you how to get it exactly. And yeah, but let's first start here with the cylinder. Again, control point curve, and just here, start very, very simple. Just follow this shape here, this handle, like that. And here also at the bottom, again, you don't look at any curved crazy surfaces here, because you see this whole area. So this area looks kind of special. So a little bit kind of, I don't know, out of place, right? But we have here this main cylinder. Okay, so we focus on this one first. So control point curve again, and just follow the shape, and maybe make it a little bit shorter. We don't have to go that high, because we will cut anyway most of it away, or something like that. And here, now again, we have to create a volume. What we did before is we took the 2-point circle and just went from here to this point, kind of, right? So yeah, I know it doesn't work right now, but we could make this, but it would be wrong, because we have to a little bit imagine the handle, but the handle wouldn't be circular. It wouldn't look good, wouldn't make much sense. So we have to squeeze it a little bit. And we can do this now with some curves. But again, first of all, no matter what, those curves, they need to be extruded to the other side in the middle. So press E and just extrude them. And put those curves with Shift again into BC. We need here in the middle those edges. If we would loft them, you see now you can loft them. So I mean, select one by one, press L for loft, and you see we have G1, because otherwise what it would be G0, because the curve doesn't have tangent info. So G1, and now there are a few different ways. So I just want to keep it a little bit simple. So we can just loft it here and press because right now it's just too thin. So you can press D, go to the top view, press D for tension, and you see now with your mouse dragging, you can increase the tension a little bit. But the problem with this approach is so let me just press D and just increase the tension a lot. And then you see here from the left view, at the bottom, it's a very different distance than at the top. So if you bring this now also down here, so it's kind of the right distance, but you see it just like tapers. But if you imagine here this handle, so this little piece, it's kind of round. So not a circular round, but it's not tapering down. So it's just a little bit tapering down towards the bottom. So that means it's better if we create and have more control of what it has to achieve. So what we can do is we can start to build here some curves. So you can do this with control point curves, or we just take those edges and press or select, press F, and here command bridge edge. Guys, bridge edge, put it on Shift B, because bridge edge, and you only need the bridge edge command because bridge edge does everything the same as those others, more or less. And you use it all the time in surface modeling. So just put it on Shift B. Bam. Shift B. And you see we are constructing a curve, but it's on the wrong side. So just select the side and this side and bring it to the right side. And also it's G2. Again, I told you, don't think about G2 as a beginner. So go to G1 and G1. And now we have to guess a little bit. And for that, we go to the top view and press D again and just extrude it to somewhere here. So again, we really have to guess, and I try as good as I can. But if you would do like a client job, or you would work on your own project, so you have just more time, because it's like this course is already like 7 or 8 hours, but take more time and try one distance, then try to loft, what we will do in a second. If you don't like the aesthetics, if you don't like the proportions, just go a few steps back, just make it again. So maybe we would have to do it again. Maybe I messed up here something, but I don't think so. The same for the bottom. Select the bottom edge with 2, select Shift B, bridge edge command, and again change the sides, and again G1, go to the top view, and now with D just adjust it so it's maybe a little bit less. So we have to see how it goes. So something like that. And now also what we did here at the top, I think that we need, so you could now start to loft those 2 curves. So loft them, and with Shift and Shift, bam, G1, you see everything looks beautiful. But you see this line just goes straight to, so those 2 curves are just, if you loft them, they are connecting in a straight way. And here now we are just pushing them, so we can then later mirror that. But I want to add one more curve, just to give here a little tiny bit of a rounding, right? So just to make it a little bit more aesthetical pleasing. So for that, we can go here. It doesn't matter where we go. So just select line, Shift A, and just snap it here to the middle and snap it here to the middle. So now we have kind of our loft, right? So now Shift S. So Shift S is the command for, raise degree, but I don't like this word, raise degree. No human in this world understands it. It was prior subdivide. And subdivide, we all know what this means, especially if you come from polygons. So Shift S, we can subdivide or raise degree. I honestly don't like it. I don't know, let me know. But Shift S, and we can create 1 point. And I just like to add twice subdivision. So Shift S again. So we have 2 points in the middle, because now if you press G and you just bring them out a little bit, it's has a little bit of a better curve. So let me maybe explain that. So if we would just take 1 point, okay, in this example doesn't matter, but in some examples, so if we bring it out this way, this is with 1 point, okay? So let me just, don't follow along, I will just show it to you. So if I would create a second curve, the exact same, and Shift S and Shift S twice this time, and if I bring this curve to the same distance, so first of all, you see it has a different difference, but you could bring it just closer, so it's kind of the same curve. But if we have 2 points, we can do something cool. We can press S scale and just scale them a little bit apart. You see, and this way we can have even more control over the curvature, the circular shape of the curve. Again, if you're a beginner, you really don't need this. I just wanted to show it to you just as like a little tip. But let's keep things simple. So from line to line, because I don't want to give you too much information here as a beginner, because it might get confusing, but because this is already absolutely not a super beginner. But so we have to connect it, and Shift S, we are subdivided once. And this point, we just, with G, just bring it a little tiny bit out. Perfect. And now we do exactly the same. Make sure you don't have a curve. Make sure you have a black edge. And Shift, 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 loft, Shift click this guiding light at the top and at the bottom. Absolutely beautiful. Delete those helping sheets. Select those curves and put them all into BC. And you see we have an absolute beautiful shape, as I would say. In my very honest opinion, I think we are a little bit too thin, right? So that's the point. That's why I will not cut it out. I want to show it to you. And again, we would have to go back. We can't work parametric, but again, it would take us if you would do it on your own, it would take you like 30 seconds. So don't understand why people always want parametric, because you can do everything here. So just go a very few steps back and delete this curve for now, and just select those points and those points with Shift. And very important, go to the left view and with G, only here on the green axis. So don't go top or down. So select those 4 control vertices, and with G, just bring them a little bit more out. So we just make it a little bit larger. And again, Shift A, align, and from middle to middle, and Shift S to subdivide or raise degree. And just take this point with G, just bring it a little bit out to bring a little bit of a curve. And do the same, Shift, 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 loft, Shift, Shift. Okay. Delete this sheet, press 2, select all the curves, bring them into BC. It took like 5 seconds if we would do it without explanation. So we have our bottom cylinder. And now comes the magic part. Because now we have to close this. So now we have to connect this. And first of all, again, so before we start to connect, first we want to adjust our main shape here. And for that, I will create a curve. And you see, so this edge here gets to this point, right? So we have to cut it at this point. And also we see here this handle, it has like this curvature, so it goes like into this direction, but at some point it changes the direction. So again, if we analyze it, so somewhere here would be the next point and would be the next point. And man, guys, I don't know, those tips are like, I don't know, I would wish I would learn with something like that. It would just save like half of a year, like how to find the right points, how to connect that. Because now we have 2 points and we need a third point to create a very straight line, if you knew it from math in the school. And here again, so we have this curve here, which goes like that, till this direction. And here at this point, we start to get into this direction, right? So again, here, a blue point. And now you even see here in the shadow that it has kind of a curvature here, right? So what we will do now is just we will create a curve which will go this way, and we will just cut this thing away, and then we have everything what we need. So let's just exactly do that. Maybe zoom in a little bit. Again, control point curve, and just create a few points. Doesn't matter exactly where, because right click, create put the curve a little bit to the front, and now press 1 and just adjust it. So here has to be one of those points here and somewhere here, I would say. Again, it would take some experimentation. Sometimes it's not 100% quite exact. I mean, sometimes it has to be like this, or sometimes it has to be like this, or here at the bottom, sometimes it has to be like this or this. So it's like very, very small adjustments that you have sometimes to do, but this is the absolute correct general 99% way. And again, select this curve, press C, bam, cut into the surface, delete this piece, take this curve and put it into into cut curve, into CC. Perfect, so we are almost done, guys, because now we have the most important thing established already. We have the main forms, and now we just have to connect and close this hole. And how can we close it? So maybe someone just tries to loft that. So yes, you can loft that. And okay, so maybe here you put G0, and maybe you think, oh man, that's so easy. That's exactly what I want. And a lot of beginner would think that and say that, because again, they don't know how to see. They don't see that this is massively, dramatically, exactly not what we want. This is absolutely wrong. But yeah, so we will do it the right way. So here at the bottom, it actually looks pretty good. But then we break this shape here. This is what gives like this whole thing this interesting form. So we are just missing this whole middle piece. So in the next module, let's create some high quality curves. All right, so let's fill this gap here. And it's all the time the same process. Once you understand this with some practice, with some guidance, it's so easy. Because, let me explain. So first of all, let's start here. So we have to first connect this handle with this top. So we will just take this curve here, this curve from the handle, and this top curve, and we will again just bridge those edges, So we will take those edges and bridge them. And here it will be G0 because it's here a sharp edge. And here we need tendency because it has to be smooth. So this will be a G1. Very simple. So this will be our first curve. The second curve will be again where something is happening. So here you see this edge comes to this point, right? So what we will do is we will first create here another curve, which will be at this point again G0 because it's a hard edge, but here it's still smooth. So here we will give it a G1. So we will have to create here an extra edge. And then we have two curves. And then what we will first do, we will like patch it or loft it, doesn't matter. So we will fill this gap here, right? So we will create here a surface. And so we are left with a smaller problem. So again, just go step by step. Then what we will do is, then we will look at this edge here. And what we will do again is we will take this edge here. So we might have to cut it here, but we will take, so this edge, and we would have to bridge it. So again, create a curve to this point here. But the trick here, the magic pill, is that we would have to create here another edge, which we don't have at the moment. So we can take this edge and this edge and bridge them. So we create a curve. And very important, this curve at this point has to be G1, right? Because this edge is coming smoothly out of the surface. And it has to end also in G1. So we can't just connect a curve randomly to this point here. You will see why. I will show to you what's the difference between G0 and G1 here. Because as you remember, we will have here another surface. And what we will do then, so why we need here G1, this is so when we loft this edge then with this edge, right? So when we create one long loft, we will not able to give at this edge a G1 tangency. And we will not be able to give here a G1 tangency if we don't establish the curve first with G1. So, okay, it's let me explain that why we are doing that. It's very important to understand also this concept. Very simple. Take this edge and press Shift B or Bridge Edge command. Bam. Shift B and just press 1 so you see what's going on. Again, just make G1 without thinking. So now what we are seeing that here we have G1 continuity. So you see this is our G1 point. So our edge, this curve takes a little bit of, the curvature of this edge. And the same here at the bottom. And we don't need it at the top. So you just press here G0. Okay, it's the wrong one. So you press, or you can just start with both G0 if you want. So here we don't want any G0, but here at the bottom we need G1 as I told you, because you see it's smooth. So just search and exactly. So here it's G1 and bam. This edge is with G1. So we have here a smooth continuity. That's beautiful. And again, this edge curve is in the middle. So select this curve no matter what and extrude this. And this curve you can bring into BC. And now this point is very important here where this edge meets this edge, right? But here we have just one long edge. So we have to break it at this point. And what we can do, for example, so you could use isoparam, or because you also want to attach the curve somewhere here. But you see again, we have just two long edges, but we have to break them down. So very simple, just create a line and go, we can guess a little bit. So from here to here, and now just press S, scale and S again, and just extrude this a little bit. Doesn't matter how long, because now we can use this. So you have to be in the front view. You can use this curve now, and very important command again, if you search for, so press F and imprint. I have it on Shift 1 because it's literally the most used command in surface modeling, I would say, or one of them. So it's Shift 1, very simple to reach with your finger. So right click, assign shortcut Shift 1, and Shift 1, bam, imprint this curve onto our surface. So you see we create an extra edge, and now we have two edges here and not one long one. And the same at the top. So select this curve and Shift 1 and bam. Smash it or imprint this onto the surface. Okay. And you can delete this curve because we didn't build anything. We just use it as an imprint. And now what we can do, exactly the same what we did here. Now you can take this edge, shift click this edge, and again Shift B or Bridge Edge command. And again, go to G1 and just press 1 so you see what's happening. And here, again, we have here G1, that's what we want. And we have at the top at G1, that's not what we want. We want at the top at G0. But this would not be correct. Why? Because you see this curve is like very straight. But if you look, again, you have to look and you have to see and you have to observe and you have to learn from reference images. Again, if you see, so the curve that we've just have created is somewhere here, right? But you see that we have this kind, we have this kind of curvature in the inside. So that just means for us, we have to give, so if you press OK, we have to give it some curvature, right? So what you could do, for example, is, because we have one of this point, so this point was the G1 tangent point. So you are not allowed to touch it, because if you touch it, and if you then just let me show you, if you would loft this now, so right now it's G1, everything is fine. At the top you don't need it, so G0. But if you want now to add this edge, it will always break. Why? Because you touched this point here. So let's do it a little bit different. Bridge them, select them, Shift B, bridge edge again, G1 and G1, press 1 so you see them, and leave it now. Press OK. And now you see, okay, Nikita, you're crazy, this looks messed up. Yeah, but this point is, which is important. So this point here gives us the G1, right? But at the top, we don't need the G1. So with this point, we can do whatever we want. And this point we will use if we go to the right view, and if we take just this point, and this point we can drag in, because it doesn't matter what we will do with this point. Even if you would send it like to Africa, you know, we still have this one point, and this one point is like Kronos, like this guy who holds the whole world. This guy holds us this one little G1 here. So it doesn't look like G1, but it's technically G1. So that just means if we fly back from Africa, this point here, and we just bring it somewhere here, you see, now we are getting exactly this curvature. So something like that. Again, we have to see. And again, this point you are not allowed to touch, only the second, because we don't have tangency here, so you can do whatever you want. Perfect, because why did we do this? Well, simple, because now we can loft those edges, Shift F. So press L, G1, we want this because continuity, but G0 because hard edge here at the top, and Shift, bam, you can add this edge because it was also G1 here. And Shift, bam, you can add now this edge. If you press OK, and if you delete this curve, and if you take this curve, put it into BC building curves and press Shift E, bam, we have a nice, beautiful connection here. But again, this is, so if you are a beginner, that's fine for you. You first have to learn the basics. So this is technically correct, but it's not the absolute best result, because if you go, for example, into this view, you see we have a kind of a weird thing ongoing here. So if you go into the zebra stripe, so honestly, again, if you're a beginner, you don't need it, but just so I can make you aware already, because this will just give you a better result. And just to show you as many things as possible. That's why, because this is the absolute best example of how to understand the zebra stripes, because a lot of people, they look all the time. So I see it in also some other tutorials. They try to explain zebra stripes, but they don't understand even what they mean. And so that's why I'm just showing you to that, because it doesn't make sense for me. But if you go to the zebra stripes, and maybe let me explain that in the next module. Okay, so in this module, I will just explain to you about those zebra stripes, right? So if you look at this, maybe at this view, so this view is better. At this edge, what we have is we have those black and white stripes, and then so here is the edge somewhere, right? So but here, when this new surface begins, so this is one surface line and this is the other surface line, and they are connected. So you see, so for example, this black stripe goes to this point here where the edge is, and then from this point it goes then into our curved surface. But those lines are connected, so this just means it's G1. Okay? So if they are connected, it's G1. If it would be G0, so let me just show it to you. If we would delete the surface, for example, and again, for example, we just go from here to here and loft this exactly the same and do here G0, and we are doing here G0, and we will even add those tangencies here, right? So even if we do this, and maybe you look, okay, that looks fine, But no, if you go to the zebra stripes and you press Shift E, so here the show edges command, now what are you seeing? You are seeing that those lines are not connected. So this is one surface line, this is the other surface line, but they are not connected. So that just means this is G0. No continuity, no smoothness, no connection. And this also shows us and proves us if we go to, let's say, so let's say we go to this and Shift E, you see we don't have continuity. Right here we have continuity because, as you remember, we gave it here G1. So what we are always doing on this extra supporting lines, surfaces. So if we go here to this one, you see they are connected. They have like this spike, but they are connected. So this is what's important. So back to our problem. What we did is we first lofted those edges and G0, Shift, here it's G1 as we said. So, but I told you that if we check out this quality, doesn't look right. It's good. Again, if you're a beginner, absolutely enough. You don't have to do it what I will just show to you, but still if someone who is a little bit more advanced somehow still watches because I go so slowly. But anyway, so if we would just copy everything and Shift D and just bring it and compare, and now we would do it the other way around, right? So because we have 4 edges and curves, we can either go this way, or we can go this way, or we can patch it all the time, or we can even XNURB it. So of course XNURB will give us the absolute most beautiful result. But again, keep things simple. But this time we are just going the other way around. I just want to show it to you. So from here to here, and loft this first, Shift and Shift, G0 at the top, G1, G1, okay. And now if we Shift E and if we go into the metallic view, you see now the red one is even, so it's still not perfect, but it's already much better. And if we go now to the zebra stripes, so now they are extremely helpful because now you can analyze that and you just see that even though that we are connected here and here as well, you just see that the right method looks a little bit better, right? So, I mean, I know it's by far not really high quality, but the lines are just a little bit cleaner because here you see they are just drunk, kind of. And here they are just a little bit more straight, right? So the right option would be better. But let's just try to do patch. So again, let's just duplicate it. Shift D and just bring it here. And I forgot to select the curve as well. So select with the curve. And now let's just try to patch it. So select all of those, Shift 3. So search for patch, but I have it on Shift 3 and G1 and G1. Okay. And Shift E again. And let's check out the zebra stripes. And you see the patch. So even if we, so here also we can see, just let's go back to the first view. With this mode, you can see it even better. So as you remember, so this right one was just a little bit better, right? Because here we just have this, doesn't look straight. But with this one, we can see it even a little bit better. So this just looks a little bit smoother than here. So those points, they are much smoother connected than those ones. But again, here on the patch, you see we just have like this little spike. So patch would not be the best option. So at the moment, the best option is go from here to here. And again, I know if someone advanced is watching, I know how to do it even better and much right. But again, it's a beginner thing and this would be just to overload and it would be much more work. But let's just try for those who have XNURBs. just see what Xnerves would do. So Shift D and just bring it here. And now let's just try to close this hole with Xnerves and Shift 4 for me. And here we can even go G2 and make quad-sided and press OK. And if we check now the lines here, you see we have, so here you see it's completely catastrophic, right? So that was the patch. That was our second method with the loft. And it's like we have continuity, but it's not the highest quality. But again, here, just look at how extended. So here's the edge, but look how long this line keeps being straight. So if we maybe go to the other view, to this view, yeah, you see, it's just kind of one surface. So again, that's why Xnerves is completely, absolutely amazing. And also you see the beauty of surface modeling. Look, we have 4 different options how to create the surface. And I absolutely don't know if that's a good idea to show you all that. Maybe it's too much. Maybe I just should show you one. But I just want to show you with that you see with surface modeling, you have so many different options and everything gives you a little bit of a different result. And again, as a beginner, literally all of them would work. So, I mean, if you would render that and give it a rough material, you would not see that. So it's just those surface modeling tweaks, which are just a lot of fun, just to experiment around and just figure out what's the best, and this way you learn, right? Because now I just learned, so I mean, I knew it kind of, but in this example, I would not patch it. Like patch, it works better in different examples. So here it's loft. So here I also knew that it's better to loft it this way, so from this edge to this edge rather than from here. And of course, I also knew that Xnerves will just naturally give us the best result. But again, I just knew it. So that's why I'm showing you that, because I practiced, I experimented. It's just fun. But again, this is something when you are a little bit more advanced. When you are a beginner, of course, you have different problems. You just have to figure out first how to set up those curves, how to do those surfaces in the technical correct even way so that you can give your G1 and stuff, right? So I can just delete everything and we can continue. And again, so just to sum it up, in this example, for you as a beginner, we loft those first, shift G1 here, give it G0, and we have a very beautiful connection. And let's continue to fill out this hole and add some absolutely amazing, beautiful connections and surface transitions. So let's continue in our next module. Okay, so now we can do something very interesting. We will delete this sheet here. But always after patching, lofting, all that kind of stuff, just a tip, not always, but just to keep things organized and just together, object mode or press tab, select all of those 3 different sheets and press J. So now you just have one sheet. It's, yeah, you will not get into trouble then later in many cases when you then try to patch and loft again. But when it's not joined, it doesn't work oftentimes. And you see we have this extra edge and this extra edge. But now after creating this surface here, we don't really need them anymore. So for that, again, a very important command. Again, below this video, you find all of those shortcuts. Select the object mode here. Select this whole gun drill and search for F delete redundant topology. I have it again, Control D, because it's the only thing that I really delete. So delete redundant topology, Control D, and look what will happen. Control D, bam. We don't have any edges anymore. And this gives us now the possibility to do something interesting. So we want now to connect or establish this edge here. So again, we have to create the curve, but we have now some interesting issues. So here it's clear. So this edge will add somewhere here, right? So again, we save this point in our mind for now, but we have to somehow attach this curve to this body here. So what we will do is we will just create here a curve, and an edge, I mean, and we have to connect it somewhere here. But the thing is, right now, this cylindrical body is going completely to the middle here. Okay, so it's a little bit hard for me to explain. So maybe let me show it very slowly and explain that. Because first of all, we absolutely need here an extra edge. So here we need an extra edge. Why? So we can use this edge and bridge edges again. And we can, by bridging an edge, create this curve. Okay, so I think that's pretty clear. So that means exactly for us that we have to create again first a small curve which will go through this point here, because this is where this edge will end, and extend a little bit. And for that, it's again a very cool trick that no one shows you, is use the spline curve. Very important. Why? Because if you use the spline curve, and if you go, for example, here, and if you snap now to this point, bam, no matter what, you always, where you create those points, the spline curve will always go through, and we need to find to connect the edge to here. Whereas if you select the control point curve, and if we go here again and we snap again to this point, bam, the control point curve works a little bit different, right? So you see, you don't go through this point. So select the spline curve and just follow this edge here and just start somewhere, I don't know, somewhere just here. Now, bam, get to this point. And now what's important, try to get the same shape. So don't create the point here, because try to get the right shape of this edge here. So we are just following. It has to be 100% exact. And now we can create here again in the front view, if you select this curve again, very important command, imprint. So shift 1 or imprint onto our surface. Bam. Okay. Now you can delete this curve. And now we have this beautiful edge here, which is exactly the same angle as this edge that we have to create. So you can take this edge and bridge it with this edge, and with Shift B and again G1, and it looks good and correct, but it isn't. Why? Because you see, this curve goes like below into the inside, but it shouldn't be. We have to, so, okay, you see now I did a tiny mistake, so we can still do it. But when I established in the very beginning this main form, you see the curve. So here the building curve. So this one should go a little bit more this way, right? Because you see, so as I did it, you see we are missing here at the bottom a little bit of an edge. I mean, it's absolutely not a problem. We can still do that, but maybe it's also for you this way, maybe not. But that's why it's good that this happened, because what I would just do, I'm not doing it right now. I would just delete the surface here. So I mean, only this surface, adjust the curve, and just rebuild everything. It would me take 15, 20 seconds, okay? But I'm not doing it right now, because with explanation it would take too long and it would be too confusing, so we can still follow along. But again, that's why you don't delete the curves, right? You see, because you always can come back, and it will take you just a little bit more of a time. But what we have to do is, we have to cut this bottom a little bit away. So just create a line as control point curve, so the second one here, and just do something like that. So we have to guess here now a little bit. And if you have established the curve before in the correct way, just take the curve and just put it a little bit downwards. Because now we can take this curve and with C, cut here again away. Now we can use the cut curve into the cut curve and delete this piece. And now something interesting happens. Now you see, because we cut it here, this piece away, now we get this interesting edge. And if you now, again, look a little bit with your 3D vision, if we now take this edge and bridge with this edge, what will happen? Bam, we will have a nice, beautiful, smooth connection. So let's prove it. That 2, so press 2, select this edge, select this extra edge, and again Shift B or bridge edge, bam, Shift B, and again you see G2 should look better, but it doesn't because of some reasons. That's why as a beginner don't look at G2. So again G1, and voila, it looks perfect, right? And even if we go to the front view, then it would, or if you did this already correct. So honestly guys, I know maybe someone will, I don't know, complain why he shows us something wrong, but I don't know. So in the next module, I will just show to you how to rebuild everything. So if this is correct, so if your blue curve gets somewhere here and you establish the main form correct, then just skip the next module or just quickly watch through. But if for someone it doesn't look as it should, so for me, like for me right now, and this is what will happen later when you work on your own projects, in 60% of the times that you don't get it exactly right from the beginning. You first have to make some mistakes, as in life, as we discussed in the previous modules, so you can then improve it and make it better. And this way you learn. So I learn again with all of my experience that every little detail is very important. So in the next module, let's just delete very quickly. I will just brushly go over that and fix everything. All right, guys. So we see that this does not work. So what would I do now? Very simple. We just have to delete this face and this face, Shift X. Okay. And now bring back our building curves. And now just very quickly rebuild a few things. So here with this handle, everything is fine. So we have our curves again, but this time, so everything is fine. We just have to bring this point a little bit more here, I would say. And this point maybe, right? So you see, we're just getting here the curve aligned. So this is what we were missing, and that's it. And now we just have to do what we did before. So it's very simple. Select those in the middle, those curves, press E and drag them inwards. Hide those curves. So you can select the edge and shift and loft, shift click and shift click, right click, press object mode, delete those sheets and hide your curves and bring back your cutting curves. And as you see, we still have everything because everything else was perfect. So you see now it's exactly aligned. So we can just use this cutting curve, bam, cut the surface away, delete the surface, hide our cutting curves. And now we just have to very quickly, again, the same step, which is good because we can practice. So select this edge and select this edge and Shift B, bridge edge. Here it should be G1. So we just make both G0 and now we have to find where is G1. So this is this one. So we have this example here. Again, E, extrude and bring this curve into the building curves. And again, we have to create here a line. So go to this point and here just to this point, right click and now SS and make it longer. So it reaches over this surface and this surface. So select this curve, Shift 1 or imprint onto this surface. And the same with here, select this curve, Shift 1 and imprint this onto this surface. Delete this curve and now we can select both of those edges and press Shift B, bridge edge again. Make both G1, press 1 so you see the points. And again, this point we can't touch. but we can touch this at the point at the top, so we can go to the right view. And first of all, let me bring this curve here to the building curves. And so go to right view, press 1, so you see the point, and again, just create this nice little curvature. And remember, go from this edge to this edge, loft, shift, G0, OK, select this curve, bring it to the bridge edge, delete this piece, and again, select everything in object mode, press join, and press Ctrl D or search for delete redundant topology, Ctrl D. And then we are also getting rid of this edge, but I don't want, so press Ctrl Z and just select manually those two edges, press X. This works also. Perfect. So now we just have to do very quickly again what we just did is we have to cut away here a little bit. Again, press or select Control Point Curve from here to somewhere here and maybe just adjust those points a little bit. So you're following kind of this edge. So select this curve, C, cut into the surface and delete this curve, delete this little piece. And we are good to go. And in the next module, let's continue where we have ended. So just in the module, I've just rebuilt that. And now you see it looks good. So we just rebuild it till here. But again, with a cutting curve, I just delete it here a little bit. And now we can continue and select this edge and Shift B, G1 both. And now you see it looks absolutely perfect, exactly what we need. And just go around and you see we have what we need. So press OK. And now what we can do, very simple, because now we have here this hole, right? So now we can again, so one curve and those edges, we have created a closed hole, as I call it. So it has boundaries. So we can start to patch or to loft. But here in this example, we will just loft it. So select this edge and loft. Voila. It's G1 and G1. Shift click to here. And if you have selected here G1 and here G1, then this will work. And also at the top, whoops, we can also add, but because again, this is a hard edge, it's G0 because we don't have continuity. Press OK. And let's check it out. It's not quite what we want, right? So we are just missing one more little step. I mean, it's correct technically, but I want to show you how, because here you see we have, so let me delete this sheet. So here we have this curve, right? So which goes like inside. But here it goes like outside in the rounding. So it's exactly what we have here. So here we have this nice rounding, but here we have this inside rounding. But this inside rounding is going way, way more towards the middle. So again, we just tell this loft that we need one more step here in the middle. And that's actually very simple. Just create a line and let's go to the front view and yeah, go till this point. So here you see, so at this point, it starts, okay, let me just explain that. So here we have, you see it very strong, it goes inside. But here it goes like in this direction, right? So it goes like this direction and somewhere here in this area, it starts to transition from this to this. Okay, so that we can use in our front view and create, so we can guess a little bit because it will be already 1,000,000 times better. Just somewhere here, from here to here, and very important, snap to the edge at the top and snap to the curve here. So it's green and the curve, right? So somewhere here, maybe we can with Control click just adjust the point a little bit. And now again, Shift S, subdivide this curve, go to the left view and select this middle piece, or select first the point, go to the left view, and just with G, just again give it here a little bit of this rounding that we have, right? Because now, if you select this edge, shift click this curve and shift click again this edge and loft it, bam, it looks a little bit wonky. because we have to first add this other stuff. So shift click, give it G0 and shift click and OK. Let's put this curve into building curve, press shift E. So again, search for F and toggle here, toggle viewport, toggle edges, shift E, bam, shift E. This line is in the building curves and look guys, so let's put this also in the building curves and look guys, isn't that just beautiful? And look, it's even the same shading almost as here, so we would maybe have to move a little bit those lines. But that's beautiful. I don't know what about you. I really like it. And yeah, so it's not 100% here, everything's smooth and nice. But again, you'll see it's correct. It just needs a little bit of adjustments. But that's fine for here, absolutely. So again, if we go to object mode and we just go over the surfaces, you see it's not connected. So select them all, 2 sheets, press J, bam, 1 sheet. And again, we have here some extra lines. So Control D, delete redundant topology. And now see everything looks beautiful. So now we are almost done. Now we just have to connect here this little piece. And you will see it's actually pretty simple. So let's fix here our last hole in our next module. All right, so again, what we have to do is just to follow, our reference image. So we will just take this edge, which we have in the middle, and this one. So now we need the middle edges, right? Because here, this point, so this edge that we see, this is kind of the lowest point of the middle, right? So where we have our curve. So we just need this middle edge that we have and this middle edge, and again, just bridge it and create here a curve. And then we can just patch it because we work correctly. So this will work. And this is what is the most important for you as a beginner, to learn to set up everything what we did here. So let me show that again. So select this edge and this edge, and again, shift B, bridge edge. So you see we are using it all the time. And this time, so I told you that you always have to use G1. And this is also correct. But you see the curve doesn't quite align. So we need again 2 additional points in the middle. So we have 1 tangent point like those are, but we need 2 more in the middle so that we can just adjust the shape a little bit. So only in this case, right now, as a beginner, you can take twice G2. So now you see, bam, this is our first tangent point. So we can't touch it, but this is exactly what we want. And the same for this point. We can't touch this point because this gives us tendency, but we see here we have 2 extra points. Press OK, because now you can just take, you see, you can take this point whatever you want, but you will always be here G1. So take this point and just bam. Yeah, it's beautiful. I don't know. You see, I don't know. It's no one shows you those techniques, and that's why I don't know. I love to share that because I don't know. I just moved 2 points and look how excited I am. But you see, this is such a good, high quality way. And it's also what I show in all of my courses, you know, because before I record something, I practice that 3 or 4 times. So I find out the truth. What is truly the best technique and workflow that I can show, which gives the best result to the student. And I have to figure that out. So this is what you as students pay for, right? Of course, I have everything on YouTube, but on YouTube, obviously, it's still the best tutorials, right? But like in paid tutorials, I really take like hardcore time. Like even this course is like 1 week, and to find exactly this, because look, so why I'm so excited, because you will see now. So first of all, adjust it. Don't touch the first point, because look right now what will happen. Again, this is in the middle. Press E, just extrude this, right? And take this building curve, put it into BC. And now look what will happen. I know exactly that it will be perfect. Why? Because I created that drill like 3 times before I was recording. Select all of those edges and search for patch. So again, I have it on Shift 3, bam, Shift 3. and give it here G1, right? Because it's in the middle. It's here G1, because here you see we have a perfectly smooth transition. Here, of course, it's G1 because we can't give here it's G0 because we can't give here G1, obviously, because we have the sharp edge here, as in our reference. And here, as you see, at the very handle here, we have continuity, but we have here very sharp corner. And voila, guys, if you give here G1, it should work now for you, everything. And yeah, I don't know, guys. Press 3, select this face, and look, what a beautiful look. This looks absolutely exactly as we have. And this is just why I love to share with you the absolute best techniques, because just for those who are interested, who have Xnerps, look, even if you would Xnerp it, so with Shift 4 you see Xnerp, and so we have here G1, G1, and here, let's try even to give G2, and here G2, here in the middle we don't need, okay, but you see, even the patch, so that's why I also want to teach you how to do it with patch, because again, 99% of the work, patch is absolute sufficient and enough, and you can get amazing results. Because just let me show you like one-to-one example. So if we would just compare it, so the left one is Xnerp and the right one is patch, right? So let's do the same here. And you see, we have like literally exactly the same result. And this is also why, so I mean, I don't want you to buy my courses if you don't want, that's your thing, but this is also why I just have to take some money, right? Because this is like my business, and just put the massive amount of work in it to figure that out, how everyone can follow along. And everyone, I mean everyone. So patch, no studio version. Who have studio version? Yes, they, in a lot of instances, they just get faster, better results. But I want that everyone can follow along. And that's why I try to find also those techniques, like figuring out how to set up this complex phase with all of those congruent or attached curves and phases what we just set up. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. I was again very excited because it's just fun to share all that with you. So let's delete everything. And perfect. So we are basically done. So just here, let's first of all check if everything is connected. No, so select an object mode, press J, join everything, go to the front view. And now, so before we do those, few very little, how is it called? Details, which I don't know, just brush over because it's like 5 seconds. Now, just the very important thing is this bottom here. And this is a little bit tricky. This is what I told you in the beginning. This really took me a little bit. So you don't have to spend like hours and days to figure that out. So you can just now learn it by I'm showing you from the beginning the correct way. And what here we have to do, it's interesting. We have to do the following, and let's check it out into our next module where we will create the bottom and all of the details. What this means is we have to cut, where's my pencil? So we have to cut somewhere here or something along these lines. So we have to cut the surface away. So we are just left with this surface at the top. Why? Because you see, it's a little bit, tricky and complex, because we have here kind of a sharp corner. So just imagine that would be more or less a very quite sharp corner, right? So if you check out this edge, it would go like that. But here we have a very smooth round corner. So we can't just cut it here. And then we can't just bridge that. So this is what most people would do. And I can just prove it to you that it's impossible to get that. So if we create a line and we have to cut somewhere here. So we just need a little bit, again, we need a little bit of breathing room so we can work. And cut here, bam. delete this piece and this cutting curve put into the CC. And if you would now try to bridge those edges with Shift B, you see if you go G1, and if we give here even tension, and if you would play even here with the tensions, you see we can't get the shape. It will always be way too round on both sides. So we have to make a little trick. That means that here we have, I would say, pretty straight section. So this section here, so this section here is so pretty round, right? So okay, this section here, so. And from this point, we start to get into the fillet, and from this point, we start to get somewhere here. So that means we could just create this section here out of nowhere and then use this edge and this edge and this edge and then bridge those edges and then just loft or patch it. Isn't that cool? So that means we create again control point curve and we just do what I just said to you. We are just following here a little bit of the section. And this section is in the middle, so select this curve and extrude this and put this curve into BC. Beautiful. And we are almost done because now, you see, we have curves in the middle. So we can take this curve and bam, Shift B, bridge edge, and voila, we are perfect. So I told you, we have to take here G1. So yeah, with G2, it would everything work a little bit better. But again, as a beginner, don't do it right now because most of the time it will not just magically work with G2. But we can maybe increase a little bit the tension, you see, because we are just missing here a little bit. So press D and just extrude this a little bit, just a tiny bit. Okay. And we can do the same with those two edges. So select those and again, Shift B. Bridge edge and G1. And here it's actually not so crazy important. So maybe we can make it here a little bit sharper. So maybe just adjust it, but you see, so here it will not be exactly important because we will anyway cut it here, right? So you can just press OK. And again, those are in the middle, so we have to select them, E, and extrude them, and just with control click to this edge, so it just the same length. And again, put those curves into into building curves. And now we have 3 separate pieces, so select them 3 and press J to join. And now, very simple, because we worked again correctly. So here it's G1 and here it's G1. We can just select everything and patch. So search for the patch command, press tab. So everything is G1 and I don't know, it's perfect. Press OK and look, even if we go here to the zebras, bam, it's almost perfect. Yes, G2 would give us better result, but look, everything is absolutely smooth and connected. And it's impossible to get a better result in less steps. I can guarantee you that took me a long time to figure that for you out. Perfect. So again, select this face, this face, this face, Shift X to delete this face. And yeah, guys, that's beautiful. Yeah, just some quick things. Last details. So go to the front view and first of all, let's cut it here into shape. So select the line, Shift A, go from top to bottom, press C, cut into the sheet. Delete the sheet and this line. And now comes the magic part. Select this object mode. Because now, you see, now we have done all of the surfacing work. So this is our drill here. So we can now select it in object mode and here go to mirror or Alt X and bring it to the other side. And press OK, press join. And first of all, let's go all around and see if everything is beautiful. And guys, look, we don't have any seam. Everything looks absolutely beautiful. And let's just close this hole, select edge mode, alt click, patch it, okay, and we have a solid. If you don't have a solid, then go to the module where I explain common problems. So if you don't have a solid, but for everyone should be a solid, but sometimes it's just not, then you have to select an object mode, this sheet it will show you, and you have to search for find boundary edges, and then it will show you somewhere where you have a hole, which you can then just select and patch and close. Now maybe let's just quickly do, try to give those edges a simple, so let's give here a fillet at the top and try to give it here a nice, very simple fillet. So if I would do it on my own and do it more advanced, I would do it a little bit different with pipes, but here, so I mean, for beginners, this is more than enough. So press OK, and the same here. Let's try if this will work. Maybe not. Actually works perfect. So let's try those two, because we worked so clean. Even this automatic fillet function works, because most of the time when we do surface modeling, it doesn't, and we have to do it manually. And that's fine. And look, guys, it's beautiful. Of course, it's not 100% perfect. I understand that. But again, I did it as simple and quickly with explanation as possible to get you the best results. And that's fine. So now we have a solid, right? So make sure. And now let's, just create this detail. And again, just create those fillets, details now on your own. And yeah, just like this, like Boolean thing you can create on your own, right? So that's because, yeah, if you watch the Apple Watch course, you can do that. But here, just maybe for someone, if someone still needs a little bit help, let's just quickly create this together here. So control point curve, and just again, create a few points, bring this curve here into the front so you can see it all the time, and just select those points here a little bit. Beautiful. And maybe I want one more point because it's a little bit sharp here. So select it, Shift S, so subdivide the curve. So again, just add one more point. So now you see you have it just here in the middle, a little bit more control. And I just like this. And now don't offset the curve, but duplicate. So Shift D, duplicate, because if you duplicate and you press 1 again, you still have those points, because if you offset, you are losing those control points here. So again, just adjust this a little bit. It's a little bit confusing sometimes, but that's absolutely fine for us pros here. And now just select both of them and press C and just cut here into the solid. And because first of all, those are cutting curves, put them into the cutting curves group. And press 3 and just select or press alt click, then you can most of the time select the loop, because it's a solid. If you just bring it in, you see first of all everything works beautifully. We can do this, and then if you press 2, then you can just select here this outer edges and also add them a beautiful fillet, so maybe even tiny bit more. And Shift E, and you see we have this beautiful detail, and then you can even cut here again one more time, and then if you render that, give it here like a nice light emissive material. And let's just also very quickly, I will show you something, because there's also maybe a nice little detail. So here at our drill, we see we have here a massive cut, and that here we have a little bit of a distance, right? So this front piece is a tiny bit smaller than this one. So that just means let's go to this view and control point curve, this one. And let's first create one big curve like here and just adjust it. Maybe bring this curve here to the front. And bring it somewhere here. And a control point again, snap to this point and just give it here a tiny like curve rounding, because it will just look a little bit better. And now select them both and join them so you have one curve. So if you press now 1, you can select this point And with B is the command for fillet. You can now just give it a nice little fillet. Now press C, cut into our body. Cut, bring this curve into the cutting curve. And now the magic kind of part is just select those faces here. And with this gizmo, bam, you can just bring it in a little bit. And what this gives us, first of all, let's give it here a nice fillet and give it a caudal fillet. So caudal just means everywhere will be the same distance, because if it's not caudal, so if it's here in conic, you see at the top it's small fillet, at the bottom it's a big fillet, but we don't want this, so press caudal. So you have everywhere a nice same distance fillet, and the same on this edge. So from this inner piece, just select this and give it a nice fillet, give it a little caudal, just give it a nice little fillet. And if we check it out in our beautiful red view here, bam, you see we just added a very nice little detail, but again, it just looks good because the main form and main shape is already good. So now you could add details as many as you want. So that is also what I'm encouraging you. So try to add that. Maybe you want to add here one more cut. Maybe you want to create something here at the top. I don't know. Maybe you want to create here something nice. Yeah, I also see it's not perfectly circular, but that's completely fine here for now. And you can just play a little bit around, because now it will always look good because the main form and main shape is good. And I massively enjoyed it. So, and if you found this tutorial helpful and you want to continue to build your skills, I've created a series of courses that guide you step by step through mastering plasticity. So check out the first link in the description box to find the best fit for your 3D modeling journey. And I wish you a nice day. Bye.